Christopher Walken.
He was the fucking mayor.
Mayor
what?
of what?
Mayor
Mayor
West.
of these nuts.
Mayor of Gotham.
Alright, we don't need to be in Tailspire, by the way. I'm just gonna be playing Monster Hunter while we do this at the same time, because I can multitask. We also lower the volume, because it's gonna be monster noises the whole time.
Roar.
Please don't do that. What the fuck?
Just make that a mod and just every monster just makes that noise.
Bad. God damn it. Rawr.
What if I replace
Rawr.
with my bird noises?
That's honestly just as bad.
You can just use the pigeons.
That's what I meant. Like, what if that was... What if the
He goes
pigeon
and
was
shakes
fucking,
the
like,
cage.
Raffian?
Rattle the cage.
Well, it would be Raffalo's, because it's a guy pigeon.
Brunkalus.
Alright, nincompoops, let's go ahead and get started. Oops, I accidentally opened my OneNote on stream. Oopsie, everyone can see.
Spoilers.
You see my,
yeah,
see my empty
for, like...
fucking OneNote. Like...
Well, no, it was on the page while they...
for the expose session where we ask questions and just...
Exactly. Oh, the mystery of the characters that probably died in 2 seconds. Alright, what the fuck am I gonna hunt while we do this? Anyways. Alright, let's figure this out, gentlemen. First of all, let's go ahead and give ourselves a pat on the back for getting through all of my bullshit of campaign. Full title, hidden beneath layers of frost. But, you know, I'm not gonna call you that. I think Frosties is just fine. I'm not gonna call you.
Fuck off.
I'm not calling you that either.
I'm speaking for everyone here, sure.
Well,
The Leaguey Weegies, is that what you...
Yeah.
Frosties.
The Frosties,
we never figured out the title for the league. The league of what? We never decided.
It's literally, it's still
chumps.
just the league. Well, you can...
The League of Extraordinary Zippelmen, you know?
Ah, just enough to not be copyrightable.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Let me just speak to this small Indian boy first. Hold on.
That's pretty bad.
Alright, so... I'm gonna start off with my shtick of telling you guys some of the larger plot points, and then we'll jump right into the Q&A. I think if anyone has any questions, you guys gotta roll for it, so you get to ask first, just so that we can actually use dice. For once, until we go on break. Real-life dice, just before anyone jumps on Tailspire for some fucking reason.
Where is it really?
So...
You know what I wonder?
Hmm?
Is that guy who fucking had like a fucking panic attack with fucking because he couldn't talk to Chi-Chi in fucking that game? Does he like panic every time they force him to talk to Nada?
Who?
Can't talk. Remember some guy literally...
Oh, no, hold on. That's some context there, Pat. That was the guy who, every time he went to the fucking Dango girl in the village in Rise, he was a pedophile.
Oh.
Oh, we're talking about Monster Hunter.
Yeah, no, Pat's talking about, because I brought up the small Indian boy. No, there was this guy, I think it was on 4chan or some shit, probably. But every time he went to go talk to the little Dango girl, he got a boner.
I see.
Oh,
I
hold on.
thought there was a story
I'm
that
pouring
someone...
through my 5 sheets of notes. I'm like, what session?
That someone couldn't
What
talk to
session was
fucking...
this? Did
Hold
I
on,
miss
one
that one?
And fucking
Hello?
expansion,
I need your actual notes.
refused
Hey,
to
Cousin,
get
what's up?
quests from Chi-Chi, and it said went to the fucking
yeah, why?
person. Wonder if that same
No.
person can't talk to Nada because he can't have children in video games.
Game controller I can borrow?
What kind? Yeah, sure, I got a Xbox 360 Afterglow controller, I got my PS4 controller,
Give him the Xbox one.
you guys
It's the
playing
best.
Smash or something?
Give him the Mad Cats.
That's the thing, Andrew.
Yeah, okay.
We want you-
Andrew,
Give him the
none
Mad
of my
Cats.
360 controllers work.
You should get
None of
another
them.
one.
Oh, they all of them,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
even plugged in, none will work.
Damn, really?
Yes, we have like 3 of them.
No, yeah, drop by, let me just, figure out which one you guys want to use, because I'm actually using the PlayStation controller right now, I'm also streaming, actually, but, that's a different story.
I kind of want to get the 360.
Yeah, but no, I got extra 360 controller, that uses USB.
Actually, how much do those cost?
What, 360
Yeah.
controllers?
Yeah, alright. Alright, just let me know when you guys are around.
Wired, or you want to get first party.
Well, the wired hyper.
Yeah,
Give
okay.
him the Mad Cats one.
I...
Mad Cats doesn't exist. Oh, you can still get used ones.
Give him the Logitech one, the one that they took
No,
down to the
it's
submarine.
no, it's the freaking Afterglow controller. I think. Where the fuck did I get this from? Did I get it from Andrew? I feel like I got it from you.
I gave you an apple. I love those things.
Wait, is Mad Cat still around?
I'd never part with it. You lie.
No, they're just gonna pop by. They're gonna stream also, I guess.
What are they playing?
Overcooked, one of those co-op games, I think.
Oh, that's a good game. That's a good game, yeah.
But later tonight. But anyways.
50 fucking.
Whenever the children are good, I let them play Overcooked. Does it emulate?
You get to learn how to cook from me, kids.
Remember, I'm preparing them for the future.
There'll be a quiz. All right.
If you burn the food, you get fired. You get thrown out in the street.
Ooh, I'm calling ice.
You're like, yeah, I'll play
Hey,
some
hey,
games. And they're like,
We're naturalized. It's fine. It's fine.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
All right, let's lock in, fellas, because let's get through this before Gronk has a heart attack. I don't know.
Do you know
Strong
what trust
tack.
the Brando?
I don't think I'm that out of shape.
I didn't say it was because. Oh, never mind.
Adam, that's racist.
Adam's swinging at everyone
What
today.
is this brand?
I
Of
don't know,
racism.
but I really like this controller.
The stick that he wiels.
The controller's a controller to me, so.
Yeah, but I everything.
It's got like a
about this
dildo in his hand or something.
Okay, now.
Alright, so let's go ahead and start with our epilogue. So, lock in, gentlemen, put yourself back in your frosty shoes one last time, because this is the last time I'm ever calling you that in this context.
Frosties.
So, of course, we have the three major continents that the League, still no extra words, have had their fingers in the pie of. Of course, we're going to start with the sandy one first, just because. Actually, no, Dominus, just because the effects are going to be extremely evident. Specifically in regards to the Civil War, as you guys know, there was a magically inclined versus the mundane, and the magically inclined were, of course, headed by a Yanmin defector faction. Sorry, not defector, loyalists, I guess you would call them. As I gather herbs. I could put a hunt up, I guess. Give me a second. You of course have the Great Liberator, who is a defector. And you did. Just to make sure everyone knows what's happening, though, is that during your time in the astral plane, the concept of time is very different. Technically, it does pass, but it is so insurmountably slow, you might as well be immortal, in terms of dying from age-related causes. So your time in the astral plane is nothing but a blip, and anyone perceiving you guys leave and come back, it is a amount of time that is basically a blink of an eye. So, as soon as you guys go in, all of the people who were on the siege of Dominus going towards Hecafates, the battle had already technically started before you guys already left, just because they wanted to make sure, well, their purpose there was to make sure that no one comes for backup, or at least sends messaging to and from. If you get down to the specifics of it, you guys go in, the siege is already happening, the huge fucking brain shockwave hits everything, and all of the Yanmin loyalists inside of Hecafates, they don't completely just explode. I will just tell you that straight up. But they essentially lose internet connection, and it's during that time that all of the defectors and the respective armies are able to take advantage of that, because if you have a migraine that is splitting down your fucking head, and you lost internet connection, you probably can't cast magic too well, considering concentration checks and all that. So, all of the leverage that the loyalists had is gone, and the Civil War goes over in a tide of blood. The city is overtaken, and the Great Liberator himself, while he wants to be, somewhat has a hand in the new political vacuum, there is a layer of him because he knows he is Yanmin defector, and there's still a little bit of guilt in regards to his past actions. He appoints some of his, I guess, lieutenants to be in charge of city-related power structures, and delegates to more of a unelected republic, I guess you could call it. There's a quest up if anyone wants to join, by the way. Who's in here?
Yes, I know you're talking to me.
Well, Dan's in here too.
Oh, he's going too? Oh, he's not on Steam on that.
Yeah, I'll join.
Uh-oh.
I joined you too, but it's in Space Marine, my Roblox one.
Oh, okay.
Roblox Space for okay. Ooh, I almost spilt my tea.
I don't think I shared that picture here.
I don't think so. I accidentally did recommended lobby like an asshole.
Oh. Thanks to all of the power vacuums, there is a need for a multi-tier level of administration that needs to go on from high up in the castle towers down to the lowly peasants. Now, all the people involved in the actual rebellion are themselves typically lowly peasants. So for the first couple of years post-rebellion conclusion, it goes over very, very smoothly when you have your fellow farm hands and blue-collar workers working together. Hecafates is, while low on actual high-end magical items for obvious reasons, they don't necessarily resort back to the Dark Ages, but there are a certain level of restrictions put onto casting of magic and magical items. It is somewhat of a moonshine situation of people doing things underground, but they become quickly rooted out as everyone who was living underneath the tyranny of the magically affluent are very much aware of, you know, how to deal with that kind of mess. So, many powerful artisans, artificers, and magicians who were not immediately murdered in the immediate siege flee the country and go literally anywhere else. And for the first about 10 to about a dozen years post, the area itself is really, really like actual medieval Europe, I guess. But not in the sense of like a monarchy or anything, but just in terms of level of technology. Everyone is very grounded, but it is a time of great wisdom, and eventually, when it comes down to it, the great liberator takes his leave and becomes a hermit. Going down to the Sandy location. The largest known perpetual sandstorm, known as the Ginjaha Tel Shinnok, which I still can't remember how the fuck I came up with that name.
That sounds like something from Dune.
I've actually never read or watched Dune, so it's all me, baby.
The Polar Trades storm.
You got something else stealing from Adam again?
Yeah, exactly. When was Dune written?
Thank Herbert. Fuck you.
That one, as you guys know, is just one of the loyalists' ships with a perpetual sandstorm generator around it, wherein they collect materials in the desert and use it as one of their main bases of operation. When the whole thing hits, all of the people piloting the ship, especially the person who has the helmet on that controls the ship, it crashes, as you can probably imagine. It crashes in the desert, wherein some of the nomadic tribes who you guys know follow behind it immediately begin scavenging, or at least checking it out, because if the fucking sandstorm that you've been following your whole fucking life stops, and then a giant ship just comes out of nowhere...
Flying saucer.
Yeah, well, it turned out to be a flying saucer, so they immediately go on board. The severely weakened Yan Min are... You know, they try to...
So they didn't just instantly explode.
They didn't instantly explode, but it takes them actual, like, in real-term hours, it takes them approximately 72 hours to somewhat recover. Also, who are we killing first?
Spider.
Okay, I'll be right in a sec. takes them about 72 hours a bit. Some of them a little bit more, depending on how like well connected they were to the master brain. But for the most part, loyalists got fucked. And during that time, the people who boarded their ship out of curiosity found the Yanmin. There was a little bit of, I say a little bit, but a lot of hostility on the Yanmin part, who were still very arrogant about their position, referring to the people who boarded their ships as lesser beings, obviously. And eventually it turned into hostilities, wherein the brave nomads who scavenge the deserts with their sharp, pointy sticks and weapons versus the squid aliens who use their mind to hit things while they have a big headache were nothing more than just coughing babies. I got stabbed. Fuck.
Like the squids.
So the nomads eventually take over the ship by murdering all of the Yanmin, they go down really easy like. Once that is done, there is a certain faction that catches wind of this, also known as the Ivory Crown, who had some members implanted into the nomads, and obviously through magical communication gets back to some of the people on mainland areas, and it becomes a site of great archaeological knowledge.
Do they think the squids built the pyramids?
Knowledge.
I like to imagine that at some point we end up back in the Pretty Flower Shop after all this is settled, and it's like they're pocketing these artifacts, and it's like, and they're trying to sell them on us on these, and we're just trying to pretend to be surprised, like, oh, we've never seen anything like this before.
What?
This is so fascinating.
The next part, of course, is going to be a little bit open-ended, as Princess Hualong, as you know, is not who everyone else thinks she is. And while your political maneuverings within the family are not insurmountable tasks, because you can speak dragon now, it is up to Dauntless, as a person, to decide how much he actually wants to be involved with his technically blood-related family.
And his husband and their adopted goblin children.
True.
And the kids that they might breed afterwards.
No, I got kids. I'm old already. I get aged up by the Sphinx, so sorry. Empty egg carton.
I'm writing.
Let me just get these songs out.
I kind of don't have the ability to brain jump anymore. I technically meet all the qualifications of everything that everyone asks of me. So.
Bring it down.
Don't have a penis, so that is also a qualification that seems to matter in this game.
Yeah, but I'm taking tarot for the rest of my life. They can turn money.
You're also very
It's dead already.
I'm playing my songs, dude. Give me a second. You want the recovery up or not?
I don't know. I think everything kind of wraps up in a neat bow. I guess I would probably. I feel like the only thing I would kind of leave up in the air is like there is the idea that I would find out who I was before all the work body shit, but like I don't think that matters as much.
I won't ask the specifics unless Andrew wants to know, but is there a definitive answer that we could have found out to that question as to who
Oh
he
yeah, I
was?
guess that would be a good.
Or was that like a never-ending trail that it was just a...
Picking up as you go along.
Yeah, just to keep him kind of in the dark.
So obviously you guys know, Orc Dauntless is not the OG. You were, at one time in your life, with that brain, just a dude. But your religious tendencies do draw you back to being originally from Sanctus. Hence the Osiris Who's What's It. Your original OG guy was a peasant farmer who had a son and wife. And why did I put the Gilly Mantle on? You guys are already hitting it. And you were, at one point, obviously, one of the good doctor's test subjects. It's kind of easy to steal away people when they're not affluent, or while peasant farmers are, you know, necessary for society, you're not that high profile that anyone really gave too much of a shit about you. Not including your immediate family, obviously. I'm not counting them out.
3 sets of kids.
Yeah, but
Not that guy.
Well, wait.
Yeah.
Also, then the next question is going to be about orc body.
oh, you were, that was just what was that? That was
He bought the slave, right? 'Cause we found that out because we went to the place where he was probably bought. Right?
yes, he was a twisted axe. Why is the Arkfeld still here? Send him away. Give him the poo-poo, if anyone has it.
I got it.
Thank you.
Each the
Shoot some pee-pee poo-poo at him.
Oh shit, my food buff ran out.
He's been shaded.
He's been pee-pee poo-pooed.
He pushed me out of the fucking wound hit. Alright, the family known as the Godless family, the dragon ones, I should say.
The God Lord.
Yeah, sorry.
Mordrima.
Mordrima, sorry, I was playing songs. There you go, healing. The Mordrimots, honestly, they don't actually have too much in terms of a power shakeup. None of them were Yanmin, and while they probably had some connections to higher powers in that regard, it literally has so little bearing on them that they can just operate normally. So they are still the de facto power. If anything, now they're like the super de facto power because there's no gods anymore. On the broadest scale of things, by the way, all clerics and priests who dedicate themselves to a given deity who is...
Wait a minute, that is
who-
a good question.
yeah, this goes for all people who worship non-defector Yanmin. They lose all holy abilities. Straight up.
So, like, I just become mundane after the big brain dies.
You're a
No.
paladin, is-
No, not necessarily. Paladins get their power from essentially...
Faith, right?
Not just... No, not actually not even faith. It's just their own conviction. Your,
Yeah, that's what I
your
meant, your own
conviction...
beliefs.
Oh, yeah.
So Dauntless can still light someone up like a nuclear reactor if he wants to.
But did the tattoo thing on my forehead, did the holographic tattoo on my forehead go away?
The magical qualities of it, yes, but the actual tattoo does have physical properties that you need to get something for.
What about magical items associated with a specific god?
They are associated with them in name alone.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, Conduit of Zeus is just called Conduit of Zeus because the guy who made it was just like, Wonder
like-
Cats. But he didn't actually say that.
He screamed that out.
Are you sure? Yeah, he's gonna be all funny coming out.
Let me see. The Crystal Spark family, as you guys are still working for them, also has relatively high up in the air end of campaign plot lines, but for the most part, thanks to your guys' ample resources and knowledge of Diamond Quartz, you do have the option of essentially telling them of more locations of Diamond Quartz in the Dark Underground, especially with access to Laszlo's powers. Of being able to speak with underground citizens to a stronger capacity than anyone else, and his long-livedness, if you want to call it that. But, you know, Bug will come and go, as mortals are wont to do. Goblins are not immortal, unless you guys do something about it.
I think we'll do something for Fog.
Petrol thug.
Fuck, you want to become a watcher?
I can
Find
train
a way
to
you're
be a
able-
level 18 druid. Does that work?
I mean, there's room for that kind of thing, because I did open up the floor to giving player levels to friendly NPCs and pets with Alex's old subclass, Og.
I like to believe Og's estate with wifey.
That's what I forgot. Like I like kind of I like
What
I don't,
happened to the dog?
that is what my headcanon has been though. That yeah, Og did not just disappear from existence. He lives with the
Lives with the werewolf
he
clan,
lives
yeah.
with the werewolf conclave.
Former werewolf, yeah.
Yeah.
That also gets back to a different point. The Ivory Crown is, obviously you guys were having an instrumental part of getting them a bit more prominent in Sanctus. Your connections technically are having 2 officiated members, so in that regard you guys can help with that on the side at any time that you want. You are a part of that thing for life, and they don't have too many strict things of like, alright, you did something stupid, you're out. It's kind of hard to fuck up.
Unless your dog was.
True!
I wasn't part of them then, so
Yeah, but you got banned from the store. It's kind of a big deal.
temporary.
True.
Merely a set.
Oh shit.
And you became a princess, and then it was a whole. That was before Dragon Ball, right? That was like early days that happened.
That was very early, yeah.
If we can get back to the doctor thing real quick, how many did we miss? How many people did we interact with who were experiments? You have that.
So you have all the numbers and shit on your feet, right? And you obviously did not meet all of them.
Well, I guess my question is, did we meet some and just not realize it because, like, I forgot to check their feet?
No. Many of the ones that you did meet were... I feel like I made them explicitly weird enough that you guys caught on to them. Just because they're all pariahs, so to speak. And my game crashed. My fucking game crashed. But let me just relaunch that.
Does that mean that the game crashed?
Well, my game
that-
crashed, but you guys should
that
still
the
be
hunt's
fine.
over?
He's not moving.
He's frozen, right?
No, you guys will...
Now he's
there
back.
it is.
There it is, yeah. You guys can keep going, but it's just gonna crash for me. Anyway. But yeah. So, I did not fill out the whole 1 through whatever. I did a couple of high-profile ones, because for one thing, some of them were actually just like regular dudes that got swapped, and nothing crazy came of them, so they were not worth making or mentioning to any
Wait a
capacity.
minute. Can I guess at one?
If you want to.
Leader of the Bone Eaters?
No.
Oh.
For the Bone Eaters, this really is just normal dudes. This whole...
Bone Eaters, I think, were around a little too long for him to have been.
Yes.
I mean, the implication was he was some kind of druid.
Yeah, we can circle back to the clans respectively, if you want to. But as for the necromancer in the fucking Sea of Embrace, he's
Alright.
no, he is actually fine. He is once all that stuff was taken care of, there is a certain layer of weird underground doings between him and the Mordremoth family that essentially comes down to, hey, you got any cool shit at the bottom of the ocean? We'll give you dead bodies.
Speaking of that guy, was the threat he was facing really the squids or something else?
The threat that he was referring to does specifically mean a loyalist faction-related thingy.
Okay.
Much like Jormungandr, there is a ship which is actually disguised as a sea monster, piloted by one of the Yanmin, obviously. And for all intents and purposes, that gets taken care of really easily as soon as the big headache comes. So the necromancer essentially just becomes a very well-known boogeyman of the Sea of Embrace for people who don't pay a certain tax to the Mordremoth family for crossing the sea. He is like Davy Jones.
You have to pay the troll toll again.
Yes.
So is there
He's
not a
Davy
dread
Jones
pirate
on
in
demand.
that sea to begin with?
No, that one is landlocked.
Oh yeah, okay, so yep, there is none.
The greater seas of the 4 big ones are what you can essentially interact with in terms of the Dread Pirates. Can I even join this quest? Am I locked out of my own quest?
So there's not no dread pirate in there?
No.
It's just a load of
Okay.
big dragons in there.
I was gonna be like, man, the Dread Pyre is gonna be fucking pissed.
But let's see, what else? Sanctus, Morgemoth family, Necromancer, Big Sandstorm.
What about that bitch, the Sphinx?
I mean, you guys can easily go over there and whoop its ass. Very easily.
What bitch?
The
No,
Sphinx.
The bitch, Henry.
Oh, the bitch. The bitch.
Aren't you the
No,
one
no,
who
no.
coined that?
Can we just say that we took care of it? That was done pre. We just went over there and just
No,
abolished
like
it.
right after it, we went there and just like crashed the Calamar Death Ray into it. and
Yeah,
walked away.
exactly. We didn't crash it, but we did just.
I mean, the Calamite Death Ray doesn't take mundane bludgeoning damage, so you could.
You can
technically-
fucking 9/11 him, yeah.
See?
Yeah, we just 9/11 him.
Too soon, Henry.
You guys just fucking dropping there. You
If
got.
anything, it's like a different type of Pearl Harbor. This is the boats are coming up for you. And,
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we could say that, yeah. Let's see. Getting back to Dominus real quick, because I only took care of the stuff around Hecafates, I suppose. There is then, at the end of the rebellion, a huge standing army of Fey residents. They stick around for an uncomfortably large amount of time. They begin to go across the countryside and more or less taking what they want. And there's not really much anyone can do about them because they are literally the largest standing army on the whole of that fucking hemisphere. So realistically, in between all of the other shit that is going on in the city, there is a lot of pillaging and conflict before the before the Great Liberator retires as a hermit. He does spend the rest of his, I guess, wartime career essentially playing Batman, of beating up people who are picking on the lowly folk.
You're back.
In any case, once that happens,
Alfred,
yeah.
I need help.
Once that happens, eventually the Fey denizens do return at the behest of the Summer Queen. Once everything is taken care of,
fully defected. She's technically, she's at least in the neutral zone as far as our alignment would have been. As far as
I would say so, yeah. And Diviculus returns to the Feywild for a moment.
I earned this.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Clothes. Diviculus returns with Scott, just to kind of tie the loose ends of, again, the power vacuums that will occur, because the Summer Court Queen was kind of a iffy, but the Winter Queen was still a loyalist. So now, in the Feywild, literally half of the plane is bereft of its queen. That is an entirely different story, but it essentially involves people trying to fill in the blanks for the Winter Queen, but the Summer Court Queen has a more organized standing army, for obvious reasons, because her brain didn't go... And Diviculus and Scott orchestrate an assassination to kill as many Winter Queen loyalists as possible.
what about? Well, I guess we're getting to that. But him and his ladies, what were their? Is that a?
Well,
Is that
as you
later?
guys know, the ladies that Diviculus was a patron for, or sorry, like a recipient of their powers, was probably like the OG defectors, kinda, because they were so ugly. Hold on, you guys still in the party or not?
Yes.
Could be.
Do
Hold
you
on.
guys have any? Do you guys want to hunt a gore? Any hunt a gore?
What's mine?
Yeah, let me
I
just-
think I still have to do more of the stupid squid.
Let me just put you guys in the link party first.
I'm eating food right now, but yeah, I'll hop in for that.
Yeah. So they, once everything is all said and done, are probably some of the happiest people because a lifelong revenge story finally was concluded for them. Gore's weak to fire, by the way. Fire, sword, shield, right. So while their revenge has been thoroughly taken care of, they still want to kind of have the last laugh. So the ladies themselves, the trio, go out into the material plane, and what they're doing is, with or without Diviculus's help to any capacity, sometimes he's there, sometimes he's not, they go to the major faction headquarters of the trio of, not empires, religious... Pantheons, thank you. They go to the headquarters of those and essentially double tap the area by either blowing it up or finding to see if there's any stragglers to essentially stick a knife in them. And harvest some of their body parts, because they can.
We got it from moms.
Yeah. Specifically the faces. So in that regard, they are going to be going around the entirety of the country, or the world, actually. So, cutting off faces, yes. And then after that, what they're going to be doing is honestly kind of up in the air. Once all of that's taken care of, Diviculus still has all his powers. They won't revoke it from him because he is now their de facto super champion. And all in all, it's a happy tale for them. They're not, you know, the most nice of people, and I don't expect them to start doing charity work. So what they're going to be doing is just living their lives as many people would like to be them. Hold on, I'm just going to deliver this Afterglow controller real quick.
Just throws it out the window. Yeah.
Fuck you. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
He's borrowing the control, his cousin or whatever.
I think so.
Look at him being nice.
Wait, did I miss anything, or was it mainly on like the Feywild?
They said you died or something. It was weird.
Greg?
Diviculus and his women went around all the major pantheon and just double tapped them. Shits and giggles.
Torqued on their corpses, yeah. Weird. I don't know why Adam had to use that terminology, but he did. And he's not here
on
to
them,
defend
you say?
himself, so it had, yeah. What are thugs doing?
I'd imagine he'd have an extremely lucrative retirement, given his job.
If he didn't, we'd all make sure he did.
Oh, Gronk, giant diamonds appeared at this guy's house.
He crushed him with his terrible. It's like, oh.
My cat's just a squid now.
Should we give Kalos a cooler body? I mean, Krios? Not Kalos?
Not Callus.
Still, after all
What'd I
this
miss?
time, Greg got Henry's character's name wrong again.
They're too close. Why couldn't it be like Mitch and
Crinkle
Bob,
and
huh?
Crangle.
Yeah.
Kringle Crangle.
Yeah, what was the...
Dingle
What, yeah, that's a good question. What was the reasoning for naming it Kratos? Is there any significance to that?
Mass Effect.
Mass Effect.
I've not played them.
Oh. Yeah, Mass Effect.
Was that like an NPC?
Yeah.
One of your
It's-
companions in the second game.
One of
It's
my
someone you
favorite
make
characters.
out with, yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorite NPCs of all time.
That blue lady?
No,
No,
it's
it's
the
the
green
man.
guy.
Green Fish Man.
Green fish man.
Cool as
I
fuck.
think my favorite
Oh, he
was
looks
Dom
awesome.
up until he got depressed and killed himself in 3.
Dom in 1 and 2. Dom in
Yeah.
2 is great.
From Gears?
Yeah, from
Yeah.
Gears.
Dang.
I remember him going right up to General Rom, getting eaten by Krill, still shoots him with the shotgun, doesn't go down. I'm like, what the fuck?
We're gonna
Puerto
summon
Rico's
Andrew.
built
He's gonna.
And then he said Amigo in a funny accent. I'm just like, oh, dude, that's
I mean,
Amigo.
the week is not complete without one long conversation about Gears of War.
Hell yeah.
Is that a genuine thing? Jeez.
By incident, yes.
Fucking hell. I beat Reach as well. Like,
Oh yeah, I saw the achievement.
Okay. The ending.
Mm-hmm.
What did Bob do? Did he stay with you
Oh,
and do Lone Wolves?
Oh my god. Matt warned me about this. No, yeah.
Wait, what happened?
Who the fuck
They did
is
Lone
Ryan?
Wolves co-op.
What the fuck?
I did die pretty quick.
It is a good ass ending, though. But it is kind of undercut by co-op, I feel.
So I need to beat 4, and then I'll have my full picture view of the game prior to Infinite.
Are you gonna
Yeah.
play Infinite?
I don't know, maybe.
High bar that is fucking 4.
Well,
I mean,
I have no
at that
opinions
point, are
on
you gonna
it.
try to figure out a way to play 5? Like, it's like.
probably. I have no opinion on 4 yet, so don't taint it by giving your opinions on it.
I won't.
If we have not communicated it.
I can
No,
hear
I
the
won't.
salt in
I
your
won't.
voice that it's not a good game in your eyes.
Oh, is that the one with like the extra like alien
No,
monster?
don't- We should not say anything, to be fair.
Okay, someone.
You have a more objective assessment. Maybe your opinion will be different.
No, I remember playing one. Like one of the new ones, but I don't know if it was 5 or 4. And I
Kind
was
of
like,
interchangeable.
Even that is.
I don't remember it, and that's probably not a good thing.
Is that good? You blocked it from your brain.
I still say you should try Wars 1. Halo Wars 1 is a fun diversion. Actually, no, do you like RTSs?
Can't remember the last one I played, so probably it's not on my list of go-to games.
Alright, I would actually argue that's better. Halo Wars 1 is really simplistic from what I know, but having not played
Like God
more
of War?
RTSs. So
It had to work on console, so they
Yeah.
streamlined it.
if you go into it as, haha, this is a fun little side thing, I think you have a good time. It's got all the Halo staples. And then the cutscenes are really good. Like the story missions, I've played it within recent memory, they're not particularly crazy. It's usually just like a quick one and done thing of get to the objective, congratulations, here's the next cutscene. And the objectives are varied and fun. So yeah.
Adam just deployed a banger, and
Absolute
Oh,
madness. That was fucking hilarious.
This guy's funny as shit. And then I said,
And then I said the N-word, necromancer.
Oh my. And Adam did a perfect backflip.
What a guy.
Well, he does have the backflip badge, so.
Oh shit, does he?
Yeah.
Whoa.
He does not have a badge.
I believe Adam could do a backflip.
I believe he could, but I don't think there's a badge.
There's definitely a badge for it. He made it himself. I'm a backflipper, you're not. Where's your badge?
Like Phineas and Ferb, there's a badge for every episode. They're like, yeah, we need
Exactly.
to earn our.
Do a backflip and gaslight scouts.
I should have seen if they wanted to take the Kenny G board game.
Is that what the eruption of laughter was?
No, it was about Pokemon. Laughing at it.
Absolute banger.
Fucking Pikachu, am I right? Fucking nerd. Alright, alright, where were we actually? I lost my train of thought
You
on
just
that.
talked about the ladies. That was the end, and they're like.
Yeah,
going right
Did a
yeah,
double
yeah.
tap on everyone.
yeah, so they went around double tapping anything they could. They still do have a level of ambition to collect powerful magical artifacts, which is what they had Diviculus doing when he stole your fucking thing for a bag of walnuts.
Sorry, I got stunned and died. Okay.
Wait, do we have to finish him off too, or?
No,
who's
he's
bad
like
guy?
he's like an anti Hero?
No, from what I could gather, he's like Doom. He's good when it works for him, from what it sounds like. He's our Doom. We have to watch out.
I feel like he,
yeah.
He's our Doom?
Yeah,
Dr.
like
Doom.
Dr. Doom.
Oh,
Dingle
right,
Dingle.
Yeah. Ah, he's our Dingle Dangle. Yeah.
And
that
Varys
makes sense.
is Reed Richards, and as
Am
you
I?
know, yes.
Been promoted. Wow.
And then Dan and Laszlo is Ben Grimm.
Wow.
Wow. Just because he's a spider?
I
What,
mean,
what freak
one
in the
of
Marvel
these-
are you then?
One of these
Like-
characters has a 22 int, and one of them, the others, does not. So I don't.
Well, doesn't Davicus hate you the most?
Me.
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean,
Dude,
I
it's
remember
the
in character not
questions.
liking him, but I don't remember like doing anything to stick.
This
him
guy
with
doesn't
it.
like anyone though.
He's like, he doesn't like me. Well, fuck you too. That seems good enough for me. His hate in his heart, Varys.
He's fucking Sith Lord.
He's sitting on a hair trick.
Yeah, he's fucking dead at the moment. Knows.
No. It's like I'm not
I don't
saying
even-
we're gonna organize another like.
I don't even know if you
raid
could
to-
kill him. I don't even know if you could kill him. He's probably
I'm not
pretty
actively gonna try. I'm just saying if we as the league find that there's an excuse, maybe we just keep our
Next.
ears
He just
open.
fell.
The
and
excuse
died.
is, ooh, he dropped the milk. Ooh, kill him.
Damn it. Milk's so expensive these days. Get him,
Oh
get him,
yeah,
guys.
that very deep cut for relevant topics today.
Considering one of your guys can just turn into a cow, I don't think.
Ugh.
Ooh, don't milk
That'd
Zip.
be- you don't think that'd be kind of weird milking Zip?
You just don't look at him in the face.
Zip never looks at anyone ever.
No, what we do is just get a whole bunch of prostitutes together, make
Okay.
them milk them. That's it.
And then we eat
You have the Joe Bidens milk him.
We don't even let him turn into
No,
like the
'cause-
rooster. We make him turn into the hen, and we get.
They're
him
my
into
Joe
roosters.
Bidens. You're not using my Joe Bidens for that.
Well, we'll get to the Joe Bidens
They're
in
my
just a
elite
s-
workforce. They're not.
They're fucking retarded though.
Can you cut off its tail?
Yes.
Joe Biden's tail will not be cut.
Let's see. So that's the ladies over in there. The Watchers of Spiros. They had. Oh, that tail off real quick. The Watchers of Spiros. They obviously have their duty to not only keep the Feywild, but now it's clearly obvious they're also part of the whole keep the world from being torn into a big egg shell. But they, of course, their first big job is to essentially, when the standing army returns back to the Feywild, they spend the next 6 to 12 months essentially looking around the area to see if anyone decided to stick around longer than they should. They do catch a couple of people.
I'm but a human. It's like clearly a fawn. Like,
Oh man, do they catch our boy?
Who's your boy?
What was his name?
the
leprechaun.
grasshopper. Like,
Oh, the cricket. The cricket.
The cricket.
I
Oh,
haven't
the
heard of it.
cricket.
Yeah.
oh yeah, you probably still have that forever, right? Those leprechaun adverts in your.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, go away.
I would say the cricket is a
Top of the
little
morning,
bit,
Henry.
unless Varys specifically comes in to help. The Watchers of Spiros, I don't think are clever enough by themselves to.
Didn't that guy have like a crazy fucking weapon as well?
He
That
had like
could, like,
crazy like
powerful.
Like, he had like crazy tier powers, and we had to like basically trick him into.
Yeah, he's like Faustian tier bullshittery. But in any case, yeah, that they do find a lot of stragglers sticking around just to be like, hey, this material plane place is kind of.
Oh, Henry was asking about the leprechauns, not the cricket. That's what you were asking, right, Henry?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the
Oh,
cousin
sorry.
that we saved from the Feywild when we gave him a ride when we came back.
Oh.
That's the guy that I'm talking about.
Okay.
He traded me the Still Pond ring for some grow. Some
Adam's like,
arrow
what are
items.
these items? But don't forget the tail cut, guys.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Thanks.
But ooh, ding.
Congrats.
Oh, you also have purple on you.
Cola.
Please,
Okay, man. Tell them about his leprechaun. God damn it, Henry.
But the cricket is kind of falls back into more obscure low tier.
Cricket lore.
Yeah.
He
Also-
had his party. I guess he
yeah.
was happy.
Yeah. Also, funny rock.
Funny rock, what?
That one.
And then the rock said,
But let me see. Yeah, a couple of Feywild stragglers to get taken in by the Watchers of Spiros and deported.
so essentially,
No,
Varus
ice.
works better like
Mhm.
ice, right? Is that
Mhm.
the
Yeah,
material plane ice?
you could say that.
Wow, Varus. I thought you were cool.
And then Kalos, for some reason, just gets very
No,
advocated.
no.
Hey, bro, you shouldn't send them. What are
Callus-
you doing?
Callus
Have
gets-
people, have people.
No, Callus, you gotta watch out. You don't have to, even if you're here legally, you gotta careful.
Oh, yeah. Were you born here? Oh, fucking hell. Have some demon powder, fellas.
There's a civil war between the league, just because
No.
Kalos and Varys have different civil rights.
Second
and
funny rock.
civil rights.
Oh, antenna.
What? Oh, his head.
It's feelers, yeah. It's the only time you can break them. And if any of you guys are trying to make the weapons or armor, you need at least 2 of these.
Per weapon. Yep.
Got it.
Oh, feeler. Oh, we got one more.
I see a wound on his cock. Got it.
Cock wounded.
Nice. All right.
Okay, nice.
What's next? Besides the gore, I mean,
There was circle the Watchers. Well, the Watchers basically they remain intact in the circle, but now they haven't added duty yet. Now we know what our.
well,
actual
some of the like lower level people within the thing still only like know their job is essentially like glorified park rangers for Fey stuff, but like the larger overarching thing of keeping the ley lines intact is strictly to keep it under wraps so that even if there are any bad actors who are like, oh shit, I could destroy the world if this thing gets out of hand, let me fucking sign up for the next evil organization who wants to deal with this kind of thing. So it is kept very low, what do you call it?
Very under wraps.
Need
Yes.
to know.
Yeah. And
Watch out! Freezy chicken.
That could be Monster Hunter or our campaign.
Could be.
Oh yeah, your fucking phoenix would probably grow to be huge, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can get to that too. What's next? The werewolf clan, they obviously have their thing completely resolved, and Varys is able to, if he wants to, he can eke out a normal living with his lady friend and his
Dog.
dog.
Oh, they have the fucking mammoth too.
Mm-hmm.
Turok, I guess. Well, actually, no, it was a league that wasn't strictly Turok.
Yeah, but it's weird.
You mean the white? You mean the rhino?
Yeah, the rhino, the woolly rhino.
Yeah. That one is essentially like it's been with the fucking werewolves more than it's been with the league at this
Is
point.
it a werewolf now?
No, it's not. The whole werewolf thing has obviously been resolved. And that's that. But, let me see. I saved Rutash for last because there are a lot of stuff that we need to talk about on that one, so I just want to get through those other continents a bit quicker. I know we did have a brief time in Gromnil, which is probably, like, due to the existence of Gizmo being there, Henry probably sees it as a higher priority than what I'm speaking of right now. But in terms of story plot and whatnot, it was kind of brief.
Gizmo survived, so nothing really changes. So
Yeah.
It's like,
I'd probably imagine
Gizmo.
I'd probably imagine there's a lot of trips from Kalos, or maybe he even decides to try to live there to become.
Well, he's got a teleport circle.
Yeah.
As well.
So
Mhm.
you also have a house there.
He want to be Gizmo's apprentice, so.
You did want to be Gizmo's apprentice.
I stayed there for a while, doing undergrad in Dwarvish. Then like a couple years go
he has
by.
the magical boombox outside Gizmo's window. Like,
Babe. have fun.
Take me back.
It's me.
Then a couple years go by. It's just like, hey, Laz, can I convince you to turn me into a gold dragon? Oh, thanks, bro.
What's in it for me?
Happily ever after. You'll have a friend.
Sugma.
Until I die.
Well, we'll get to
Ever.
me later. We'll see.
kind of need us to tell it to use those magic circles, huh? Because he doesn't.
Oh, yeah.
Artificers don't learn.
Oh, I have gore
Sure.
investigation, by the way.
What was that?
I have a gore investigation.
Ooh, fuck yeah, do that.
Oh, it's in the fucking arena too. This is great.
Could be a crown.
I'm gonna do accept and prep. All right, I'll let you guys join. But let's see. I think for now, let's just go into Rutash because there's a lot to talk about.
What was the fate of the Rutash raccoon?
Otage Raccoon?
Oh, what was that?
You mean Leopold, the squirrel, that went
Oh.
into hell? Like,
Oh yeah, I remember that.
he was
guy.
like, "I'll be seeing you." We didn't see him. He lied.
He was
Fucking
the
liar.
raccoon. He was the raccoon on the ship. That's who that raccoon was.
Oh, truly.
Let's start with let's start in and go out. So the in referring to the University of Solholm, under the guidance of Master Summerwatch, the best LLC in New York.
Fucking hell.
The university is thriving and prosperous. Summerwatch himself, after the ordeal, having basically seen God and killed God,
With God.
with
He
gods.
killed God with the strongest warrior in the universe.
Actually, no, none of
That's
our guys are.
suicidal.
They were all clan leaders. None of our guys were gods.
Yeah,
A
but
fucking brain.
there were gods.
But he saw him kill God. He didn't do with gods, though.
Yeah, he did. I mean,
They
the
might as well be.
yeah,
They're
they might have
beings.
well been gods. Yeah.
I suppose, given the
They didn't have.
context,
They
were.
didn't have super magic missile, though. I don't know.
Well, the
All
thing is,
gods
if you
fear that.
get sent to the dean's office for doing something bad, all you gotta do is just I got a magic missile. Plus 35. Try me,
Probably
kid.
level 1, and all these kids have 10 HP. It's like you're. I just
Shield,
gotta use
just
a level 1.
a level 1 shield spell, get fucked, yeah. And then you, yeah.
Ooh,
That's his weakness.
counterspell. But anyways, yeah, Summerwatch, he does go through a period of essentially an existential crisis during his time after the events of Campaign
Ow.
Frost.
We're all just there. Oh, this is your first time, huh?
You
It's alright,
finish.
you-
I do have one more Summer Watch question.
Mhm.
It's alright. You'll
When-
get
when you're
over it.
done.
Don't worry.
Before we
No,
change topics.
it's a very brief, maybe like less than a month of when he comes back. He's seen the face of God, and he's spit upon it. So when he gets back, he's kind of just like,
Religion class is over.
well, there was no religion class in the first place, but
Secular school.
what happens is he goes into an existentialism crisis of just like, if that's out there and I'm here, why am I just being a fucking school teacher? Kind of thing.
So he joins the Bone Eaters, obviously.
Well, that's not even that much better. But he realizes that it is sort of a he becomes aware of a certain beauty in mortality of, I get to experience this thing once, and once everything's said and done, he comes to terms with his own mortality kind of thing. He did, contemplate becoming an immortal, just because, like, I'm one of the smartest people around, I might as well try to make sure that everyone can, advance in scientific advancements and magical, especially, considering his background in Arcana. But ultimately deciding that there is a certain limit of power that people should have on an individual basis, which helps him come to terms with his own mortality. That being said, he is still long-lived because he is an elf, so it's not crazy short. But in either case, Pat was almost gonna eat shit. I don't think this is a crown.
He's good, he's good. Use the pillar.
Can you knock it down? Or...
Yeah, you can fling him into it.
The rest of the university is very prosperous. It becomes a hub for magical studies, even more so than usual. Although Master Summerwatch is not the actual professor of Arcana anymore, there is room for other people to take up that mantle. Specifically, depending on Kalos' schedule of being Gizmo's apprentice, he does have the opportunity, which we can get to when we get to character-specific background stuff, to become the new Master of Arcana. If not, there are other alternatives, and one alternative is actually just Master Summerwatch creating a simulacrum of himself. Which is...
Kelly's only able to teach
That's
5th
fucking
levels. Like...
boring.
Well, it doesn't have to...
I gave Kalos a chance. He's a half-caster. What can he teach these kids?
A gun? Thing's gonna be...
I don't know what you're
This
talking
is a
about.
9 mil. Get...
His
You
passive
say-
ability canceled all his highest level magic. He can't.
You say what can I teach them? I say gun. You
I
know?
say resource bed 2.
What
Yeah, but
happened?
that's from your
take the
bone
race
marrow.
towards
That's
that
not from your artificer training.
No, that's just gun. You know, I wish he was dead, but here is a bear at 50 cal.
Yeah, there's a hole in him the size of a small country.
Go ahead
Oh,
and cast wish on
The
me
Kalos
again,
Manhattan
please.
project is well underway.
but my question, was not so much like a specific question,
Yeah, okay.
but like, thinking of like we were talking about like hypothetical dialogue trees. Is there anything in Summerwatch's backstory that like we could have like you had written down that we were just too self-involved to like ask and maybe learned later? We could say we learned later. Was there anything you wanted to that you had?
What, like plans for him?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, was
Not
there any
planned, but
cool
like just like if we
backstory
talked
that
to him
didn't
and
know
like we
about?
did like the RPG thing of asking him
Mhm.
questions and you know.
What were the
uh,
trees that we could have gone down?
Yeah, exactly. Exhausting his dialogue tree.
Could we have really
Anything-
pissed him off and he'd like become like a bad guy? Like,
No, he is fundamentally, you know, a very moral person, for the most part. I'd say the only things that could have been a possibility is he doesn't become your guys' pilot. It would have to be up to one of, like, the int scalers to become that, and, then obviously you wouldn't have average of 50 damage magic missiles coming in every fucking round.
So nothing major, to be quite honest with you.
Wow. But no, he is always touted in terms of like dialogue trees and outcomes. He is up for promotion in all systems, kind of thing. Because I need to take Scott out of there for obvious reasons. And like Agadol is not going to come back and say, "Oh, I'm a good guy now."
he's on his shoe, dude.
Guys, I'm alive. How y'all doing?
It's coming down right now. But yeah, no, Summerwatch is always touted to get an upgrade of some kind. Not necessarily the Dean. It could have been one of the other professors, but like the guy who makes potions versus the guy who can pump out artillery tier damage is a little bit different in terms of getting him in the party. You guys could have had a lot of potions if you brought Eugene. Yeah.
Would we have made more of the long rest potions if we would have brought Eugene?
Realistically, I made those specifically just because I know it was a super dungeon, that you guys wouldn't have an opportunity to rest. One thing that I could have done was essentially a stasis chamber inside of the Agonia. That would have been a replacement if you guys didn't have any potions at all. But to answer your question, no, there would have been a finite number of ingredients to make only one long rest potion.
Good.
Maybe more shorts, but not another long one because I wanted to drain your resources, and giving you too many ways to get it back kind of defeated the purpose. From your guys' perspective, I know you want to, be as healthy as possible and have as many resources as possible for the upcoming fights, but, I gotta make sure you're not fucking working with a fully loaded gun.
No, that makes sense.
That's the balance of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Where'd you go? Where'd you
No,
go?
it was just that you brought up Eugene being able to possibly come, and I only see that as an outcome as it comes. So.
Does Eugene have a class that he could have like?
He has an old he would have been an old iteration of Alchemist Artificer, which was an Unearthed Arcana class. Which essentially either made. Oh yeah. It was an old version of Arcana, Unearthed Arcana Artificer that threw Molotovs and potions, basically. But yeah, he would have been probably weaker than Summerwatch in most conceivable measurements. Magical spells are busted as shit. Hey! What's hit me with that? Let's see. University outside of that goes into Solholm for the most part. Now this one is actually going to be a tricky one because it also has to do with what you decide to do with your characters is Turok's background, because it ties into his mind wipe. Obviously, the Jarl of Solholm and his steward, who mind-wiped you guys collectively, not individually. That is obviously one of Turok's grudges, and is one things that's keeping his mortal soul tied to the material plane. So, whether or not you guys give him the clear the mind wipe, I should say, will determine a little bit more.
Did we ever? I forget if we ever cleared ourselves first, and then we. I don't think we did.
You guys know the only one that actually knows that everything is fucked from that, like he's the one that knows it. So he would have pushed you guys to get rid of it on him.
So that would probably either end up with, in two different scenarios, bringing the steward to trial, or you guys just bust in there and execute him.
I don't think we could get away with the second part. As powerful as we become,
we can get away with it. We're not coming back to this town.
But yeah, those I'd say are the two possibilities. We don't have to hash it out nor play it out right now, but I'd assume those would be the two things that would happen. If you did bring him to trial, it would eventually end up being he takes you guys into a more secluded area to explain what you guys already know about the ley lines in regards to the little pygmy people who live there, which is why he mind wiped you in the first place. But considering that you already know more than him at this point, it becomes a moot point, and it is then up to Turok to either decide to dispense his own justice, even though at this point it would be nothing more than an empty kill, due to the circumstances of the ley lines. So
also, like, then he dies because he's
yeah. So that would be Henry. What do you think you or Turok would do specifically?
No, Turok would have murdered the shit out of him.
Okay,
not even trial.
Well, the people, like the native people, I actually missed that session, so I kind of like this is kind of like a complete memory wipe for me because I was I only heard it third hand from you.
Wow,
guys.
he's so good at role playing. So
what faction were they associated with? What was exactly like the simplest version of what they were?
So they are a neutral faction of little pygmy people, of the closest thing to natives of that land, that are one or two layers of manipulation by the Yan Min from being humanoids. If anything, if you guys have seen fuck.
I thought they were like like versions of Wolverine because they fucking shredded guns.
Yeah, they were, for all intents and purposes, raced. The race is, I think they call them shiflings.
Yeah, something like that.
They were shiflings. But they were little primitive dudes who could like grow animal-like claws and teeth and whatnot. But they were fundamentally in charge of so I know the ley lines are primarily from Dominus line over towards Monkey Ridge, but there are essentially tiny cracks, and one of them goes into Rutash.
I'm guessing the Jarl's hunting ground is.
Yes, it is a tiny crack, not nearly as wide or as detrimental if disturbed to unleashing the embryo of Terra, but they are just smart enough to know that they need to protect that area, but not quite civilized enough to really reach out and like walk into town and tell people to not fuck with this. Their evolutionary line stopped at some point with the Yan Min, and they are not able to exactly be the most, talkative bunch. Do you guys want to post that again, or do you want to kill something else?
I'm good for anything.
I'm good for whatever.
Oh yeah, just post it. Let's see what Dan posts. Dan's gonna beat up a Tetsukabra that doesn't exist or some shit. Yeah.
Since we're talking about the Jarl, I guess this is more a yes or no question. Was there any aspect of the first Jarl's murder that we missed? Like, was that basic? Did we basically find the pieces? The Drow killed him. Dobie's body. We didn't. There's not like some aspect of that case that we like we didn't
No,
figure
that
out?
one was laid out pretty extensively and covered all the bases. Some deviations on that one would have involved you guys getting to interrogate the drow themselves before they got killed or executed themselves by biting off their own tongue and bleeding out. But realistically, no, that one was meant to go that way to vilify Dovi. And, yeah, I think it worked.
Ooh, this is perfect. Just what I needed, actually. Thanks, Dan.
Let me see. Going outside of that, still in the city of Solholm, the gaggle of people with tattoos on their feet, who Dauntless amalgamated into one butcher shop.
Oh yeah.
They all, honestly, they all have happy endings. Yerk and Roy live out the rest of their days as butchers. Specifically being the people who provide meat for the Longhouse of the Jarl, and still the overall like town of Solholm or city of Solholm as a whole.
Only game in town, baby.
Of course, his the head hunter, Jason, finishes his life as being a very well-known and respected person within the town. He only shows up, you know, for the weekends, but when he does come around, everyone knows that there's good, fresh game, sometimes with a hint of Feywild tang and spice to it, but generally speaking, he tries to get a little bit of non-Fey touched, just for the squeamish people in town who are like, is this gonna turn me into a fucking leprechaun?
Yes. Happen to I've beaten
Is
it.
this gonna give me Fey AIDS?
Fades.
Fades.
Yeah.
Spades.
Low taper cut fade. Whatever they call it.
But yeah, that is what happens with those guys. They have a happy ending. Let me see. I mean, I'll mention it, but it's not really worth mentioning, is the dancing flamingo.
What?
What?
What's that?
Sorry, the dancing emu, not flamingo, sorry.
Oh, it's dancing.
That was the jewelry shop.
Walrus is-
Yeah, Walrus, that's Walrus.
I was getting that confused with the
Oh,
fancy restaurant.
I didn't even know how to.
Where Dauntless performed his first slight against Leslie. Because he
Mhm.
cut me in line because he was drunk.
You got
Uh,
past it.
Yeah.
In the book it goes.
Yeah, so Walrus actually becomes a member of the Ivory Crown eventually, providing people access to secondhand jewelry.
Secondhand.
Yeah.
Homie went flying out of you good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm not crying. You're crying.
Oh.
Oh, he's gonna spit. Oh, that's not spit. That's a charge. Oh, hey, there's a fucking bug over here.
I remembered it.
Let me see who else. Walrus was not. I mean, it was a small thing to mention, but it's just for closure purposes.
Oh,
That's not it.
I know. I'm like, why did they bring it here?
But that's not it.
You guys attacking a different Fulgur or something?
I was attacking. Raph.
Oh, Wrath.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you hate him that much, I guess.
The Wrath. You know, brings me out to Wrath.
The Solmarian sisters. The
Oh, yeah.
they are a very prominent. Jesus Christ! Thank God I can guard that.
Henry coming in clutch.
I'm riding.
Good time. They, being, you know, very closely associated with some Yanmin bullshit, I would say, considering their tower is also a repurposed Yanmin ship.
Oh, that makes sense.
They don't really feel the bad portions of the big headache, as I'll call it, too badly.
Oh, are they squids though, or no?
No, they are clones.
Oh yeah, they're clones like the Dovies.
Yes.
Yes,
But
but they're better clones than the
They're
ones.
not ugly clones.
They're not ugly clones.
You're a
right? Is
five-way
that the
split,
one?
right?
yeah. But the sisters themselves are doing very well. They still have this, like, for the local people, they have like this mysterious air of like these local witches that can essentially come to your rescue or like or not. But you know, it's they maintain their vigil as essentially being like magical taxi services in certain scenarios. Let me see what else. There's a matter of, I guess, if you care about Old Blubbery's cave.
Oh yeah, isn't that just empty now?
That's,
Yeah, it's
is that
complete.
Gizmo's portal other end of
Gizmo has a lot of teleportation circles set up around various locations. That does include Old Blubbery's old cave. It was hidden in the ice right underneath Krumdeveshnet's resting area. It's kind of like a display cabinet, I guess, if you can call it that.
Where he puts his figures.
Mm-hmm. His anime waifu figures.
What would Gizmo say about an anime figure if he like saw one?
He'd probably buy some. To be
Gizmo doesn't have much of a sex drive, if I had to imagine, honestly. He's more into...
He didn't. Now he does.
He did it.
He's free.
Then
He's
he met
liberated.
Callus. He's like, bro, Callus is like, just take him out to strip clubs every
It have to
night.
be. He's only attracted to the second dimension.
Oh, great. Now he's addicted to porn. Great, guys. That's great.
The second. Where's the goddamn tail? There's a tail
Where's the
somewhere?
tail?
Is the tail cut or not?
Yeah,
Nope, it was.
looked like it did.
Hold on.
Where's the tail?
Alma. Show me.
Say the line now.
Oh, here. It's on me. It's on me. It's on me.
Oh, it's on you.
Yep.
Where is
Arkveld's eating ass.
Oh.
Poop him! Poop him quick!
We're moving to the next area, though.
I don't have the tail yet.
Ah, I'm cutting.
Dude, he's not. He doesn't let us get his tail. Fuck you.
You're invincible. Are you invincible when you're cutting tails?
Nope.
No.
No.
Cocoon fiber. That's not it.
He's chasing me.
Good thing. Alright, we got cuts.
Where the fuck did this Fulgur go? Oh, my fucking bird's drunk.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Classic.
Does my bird know where he's going? Dude. There, please, follow the trail. Holy shit. This is the only thing that you're asked of.
Okay.
Having fun down there?
Sip and drink.
Alright, what's next? Let's go to the clans, actually.
Oh, okay.
Obviously the clan members that you brought with you are...
Alive.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Got a headache.
Tough though. Gizmo nearly got fucking whelmed and died. That was close.
Several times.
Oh, he
Yeah,
wasn't a clan leader, though.
He's more than a clan leader.
Well,
Scientific advisor for the whole nation.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Were you
That's
anticipating some of them to die, Adam?
I had, what ifs for them dying.
Sure.
So, like, for example, if Oberyn died, then Mika would have become the new guild master.
Not Heimich.
No, he's too old.
He's too good.
And, she is actually, higher level than Heimich also, so. Oh, thank you.
Did it die?
No, it's asleep.
Oh.
I
No,
don't
it's
know.
like-
It was about whomp his ass.
Oh, I know Henry has the hammer. You gotta.
Bombs.
Oh, hold on. I have it.
Bones.
But yeah, like, those are the what ifs. But it's usually, like, for Mika, it was pretty obvious that she'd become second in command. For the other ones, like the Singing Worms and the Twin Ravens, I had a couple people lined up. But realistically, it wouldn't really do much in terms of, like, your guys' after stories, I guess. Let me see what else. The Winter Wolves, they're not headed by a Yanmin defector or any kind of Yanmin related thing. They're obviously it's a fucking dragon.
Our pal. I have his name written down somewhere, but I'm too lazy to look it up.
I like to know because I don't think any of us used his death word. One day, one of us is just gonna die in our sleep and wake up.
Forget that it happened. What the heck?
What the hell?
This isn't real.
The only clan leader that is just a dude is for the Bone Eaters.
It can't just be a dude, though. Is it
Well,
just
I-
been...
well-
Just the dude, high level though.
Yeah, he's a level 20 druid.
Okay, that explains the
Yeah.
long-livedness. And
Mhm.
Did he just tree stride everywhere? So no one ever fucking sees him.
Yes, that's exactly
one that
true.
personally-
Did we
all the
see him?
messages.
Was he just like a bird? Was he a mole or sometimes?
He
like
has
we
never
saw-
he's never shown up in person, even if it's in the background. I've never had the Zion of the Bone Eaters show up, but he has an extensive tree library where he can basically be anywhere in the world he wants at any given time.
Oh, cool. He's got like a little pressed leaf book.
It's gonna show up the fucking Monkey Ridge.
He could.
Oh man, he was the only witness besides ourselves to Monkey.
It happened. It
It's
happened. It
canon.
happened.
DM. It's canon.
Pretty sure some other people lived at Monkey Ridge.
Yeah. What?
Well,
The
less
higher
dinosaur
level
effects.
druids survived. We just all the lower ones they died.
And
right?
Oh,
there's
there's
probably
fucking-
some non-combatants hanging out.
That was probably the
Mhm.
most intense fight I think we had because it was so
That's the
like
only combat session that went more than 2 sessions. That
it
we've
was
ever
like
It was
what, like
fucking
four?
four. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then fucking Zen shot him in the leg.
We
Mhm.
had every bubble conceivable on screen. But
And people were eating.
I'm gonna go to international levels now.
What about
Um,
nothing else for the other clans? Is this business?
I mean,
But
like,
they
normal?
did business
all
as
their
usual, yeah.
their leaders are still alive, so it's business as usual. To be honest, they still maintain their visage, and you guys, unless you're like, hey guys, your clan leader's actually I mean, like, that's kind of a dick move, but it's within your wheelhouse of capabilities. But
I know it.
taking it internationally,
They get killed.
there
They
is a
get-
tradition within the Dread Pirates of having a festival in the conjunction point of their the 4 oceans in the Weeb Isle.
Dreadcon.
Yeah, in the Weeb Isles. That's the
yeah,
yeah. Yeah.
Nippon Steel.
Yeah, there is but I say festival, it is more like a convention slash big.
Oh my god, it's an anime convention.
It's a big convention wherein people who are normal pirates essentially get forcefully drafted
Oh.
by getting them so drunk that they sign up for Dread Pirate contracts to be crew
I
members.
see. So I get a starting crew.
So yes, Zen can get his starting crew through nefarious means.
Who-
Not-
Except
Les-
they're being treated well.
I
No
mean,
one
that's up
said-
to you after
no
the
one
contract
said
is
to be a
signed.
dread pirate, you have to pirate and murder.
We
people.
went over this last week. He's got
Yeah.
a very specific business model.
Yeah, so the party barge or whatever it's called.
Yes.
Party barges, yeah.
Would
Fucking-
would Leslie be able to go with Zen on that and get the fucking salt cleared with the fucking Valdo guy?
Yeah, without a doubt, either by sweet words or by force or by association with the new Dread Pirate.
Yeah, maybe we just throw some bodies his way.
Yeah.
We got this infinite source of people called Joe Byron.
Be like, hello, Laszlo, it's a pleasure to meet you again. It's like,
And he's like,
"Oh,
what
hey,
the
man."
fuck happened to
Is
you?
Gunderson's dad there? Is that what the understanding of his backstory we were getting? Was that his dad was one of the Dread Pirates?
Gunderson?
Gunderson's father, who was not a Dread Pirate, was not a Dread Pirate himself, but he was very high up in the hierarchy, probably like a right-hand man to a Dread Pirate. But in that regard, this very influential meeting of Dread Pirates can culminate in Zen getting his first crew, pawning off a few souls if you want to spawn any Joe Bidens,
Well, I need to get my ship.
and getting his ship. Yeah.
My signature ship.
And
the,
finally clearing Laszlo's fucking
Mhm.
torment.
the rum barge.
You can now
Fly
be on
all the
open sea.
alcohol
We
we
can
need.
go on the sea, you guys.
I'm pretty sure fucking floating distilleries is probably
Hawk
not the
tuna
best.
sets.
It's probably not
Oh
the best.
my
Oh,
God.
yeah, that's Laszlo's ship.
Hawk
Yeah,
tuna.
that's Laszlo's ship.
That's awful.
Jesus Christ.
Brill on that
Laszlo's
thing.
a classy man. He can beat a winery ship.
Hmm.
Even though I'm pretty sure ship floating in a tropical ocean is the worst place to make wine.
Well, you can always have.
I'm sure we can magic
Yeah,
up
well,
some
A monkey,
shit.
little monkey I know.
Shit.
Well, it's kind of like our
You know a
fucking.
monkey. Go for
A monkey or two.
Kind of like all my fleet is like stationed at Monkey Ridge. I have all those ships there.
Oh, yeah, you had
right.
like all the wrecks and stuff. Right?
Mhm.
The Monkey Alliance.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear that as if Zen was going to do
Mhm.
that. That was the bare minimum. I won't have the Hawk Tuna yet. That's later on.
I'll get you one. You can rename one of the ships.
Let me think.
Were there any significant plot points we missed?
Not for
That's good question.
that you guys missed.
Or didn't have to like fruition, like come to fruition.
I mean,
Like-
one of the more obvious ones, I guess, would be Turok's thing with his clan.
Oh yeah. Well,
That one's kind of big, but the power scaling is big enough that you guys can trounce that.
yeah. We just.
Basically, you just gotta, throw some money at some people and just walk in there and.
You
Well,
guys can also go and recover Gunderson's soul.
Fucking hell, cool.
You can go retrieve that. The
Oh yeah. Who was that?
It was the
he
shepherd.
one of
Yeah, the
Odin's
shepherd. What
lackeys?
was his exact?
So,
I
yeah,
don't think
so-
we looked it up.
So the shepherd himself was someone who glimpsed into the true nature of the gods and realized that there is a possibility for him to become more powerful than he currently is. He was not quite sure the depths that he would need to go, which is essentially the transmogrification into a Yanmin. He didn't get that far, and was essentially just using people's souls, because it was a vision of the Yanmin corrupted by what most people know as a layman's thing, in the sense of like souls and getting gods to sacrifice shit and gaining cleric-like powers. So he only had half the story and like the back cover of the book. So realistically, his labor would have been relatively fruitless. He would just has a big fucking pile of soul rocks, each of which are physical rocks that contain the souls of which he's stolen from. And while he is, in terms of like, oh, he's level 12, so
We could just fucking sneeze on him.
yeah, you could go in there and beat him up
Then-
and take all his pebbles.
Then you go first, and if you need just. you
Well,
need
no,
to-
we'd bring Turok with us. He was Gunderson's buddy. He's gonna
Oh, that's
get
right.
more revenge.
Yeah, so that guy, is has high ambitions, but he was going down the wrong path. He was not like a crazy deific figure to most of you guys, but like to the locals, a genuine threat. So, it would probably actually be good for the people who traverse around the area if he was gone.
So I think once would that, I guess that if that were information we could have like gotten from Scott's archive, or even from like Rajko or any of them, if they knew, if we learned that, we could go in, get Gunderson's soul back, do with it, set it loose or bring him back, whichever. But like I feel like
I don't
that's
think any of us knows any magic to bring him back.
yeah, that's what I'm saying though. I don't, especially with the squids going.
It would just be resurrection, like spell, or if you wanted to not have him reincarnation or something like that. It just needs his soul just needs to be like available to move because it was stuck in a rock.
Well, I guess
And
we
FIFO.
asked.
And FIFO.
Oh, the donkey.
Donkey.
Don't joke. Don't be
Didn't FIFA have
the
still have
fastest
special
donkey in
ability?
the land.
Mhm. It was the fastest donkey.
He got fucking killed, big stuff.
We wouldn't have needed a woolly rhino if we'd still had FIFO.
Oh, true.
True.
He'd haul ass everywhere.
I think I more or less got most of the bigger things out of the way. If anyone wants to have a specific question, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up to Q&A right now. I said I know you guys. I said for you guys to roll for that, but realistically, if like that's I was kind of joking for that.
What is canonically? Well, this will spin off into my actual question. What
Oh, boy.
canonically happened to Billy? Is like after Andy left. Would
Okay, that one's actually easy. He goes to live with the Weedheads.
Yeah, that's what
Oh,
I
in
thought. Yeah,
Sonaris,
he just
yeah.
stayed with the
Yeah.
other.
Yeah, he finds the satyrs, and oh yeah, okay. Quest.
I'm gonna have a look to see what I got.
Oh, right.
Got a large crown tempered red down.
I'm
Oh, I'll take that. I'm gonna hit
Yeah,
him.
sure, whatever.
Well,
you
what
know.
happened after the thing? Did we go back? Did they just stay there? Did we did the hunting grounds that stayed Fey, right?
There.
So the hunting ground stays Fey. There is actually precious little that you can kind of do once the Feywild kind of creeps into your shit. In terms of getting rid of it, you can burn the mushrooms and kill the dead residents, but there's still gonna be this perpetual pink and orange tinge.
I'm not high enough level yet. What level do you have? Oh shit, I have
41.
41. Wait, what?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on.
Did
what do
you
you
not fight Arkveld yet?
I did fight Arkville. Where's the fucking Indian child?
Oh, go
Hold on.
Go to the plains and talk to him and get your fucking levels.
This.
Oh,
fucking
he's not
Indian
uncapped,
child.
right?
Hold
Yeah, no,
on.
he's stuck at 40.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, talk
uncapped.
to Indian boy after you beat Arkveld.
Fucking Indian child holding me back.
Let me at him! Let me at him!
Who do you think you are, you fucking asshole? Where are you?
All right. Yeah, that was for. That's Billy.
So, and then my real question, Billy, what was like the first tadpole? What was?
Oh yeah, what guy?
Oh yeah, where did it come
where
from?
was
Did Billy
the
have it all
infection?
along? Did it come from that Thor tower we passed? What was the?
No, he had it in him from the start of the campaign. As you guys know, his backstory was that he was originally in the Feywild and escaped into the material plane after he was abducted on a Yanmin ship, and he did get infected there.
Okay.
The guitar that he got was not infected.
Okay.
But yeah, because we know that he's a good guy.
But was it like then it was like because like that Thor tower was on the globe, right? The one we passed, and was that like the proc? Like oh, it's like it was like a little sick. Was the reason, or was it just? That was the time
No,
of
it
the
was just a
story.
plot contrivance for me to have it hibernate until it was ready for me to introduce the Yanmin as the big bad.
Gotcha.
So yeah, I just had it in there. Yeah.
I have a question regarding my thing.
Yeah.
So I remember way back when we had the body swap, you accidentally blew the doctor up. That was not the intention. What was?
Oh, didn't you just hit him? Oh no, you
Well,
blew up.
Because like I blew up, and I remember at the time you were like, "Oh well, it's gonna knock him backwards," and you're like, "Oh wait a minute, this spell does like 10d10 or something like that," and it liquefied him.
I don't quite remember me not intending that. What do you mean? No, he was gonna, you know, get his comeuppance eventually. But
No, I know eventually, but like I'm curious, like what the plan was if he didn't die there.
Let's see. If he didn't die there, then I had what is essentially, what is it, like, you know, Red Riding Hood? The fucking huntsman comes in.
Oh, someone's gonna come in and save the day.
Yes. There would have been a bone eater, a high-level bone eater that was in the area and would have come in to save the day, but then leave. Yeah, leave before anyone gets to ask him any questions. It would have been I was in the area kind of thing.
If we hadn't lost, I don't know if that fight was stacked so that we would lose it, but if we hadn't lost that fight in the tundra with the twisted axe, like, was there any other like method of bringing him in? Was that like what was the? I'm trying to think of the phrase. Was that always the plan, or was that like they lost this fight? I'll think of something, and this something is the thing.
No, that one kind of occurred and came up as a result of so many people being missing, right? Because we had players call out that day.
Right?
Yeah, we were at half capacity. So what happened was I had, I don't know, I think I told you guys about this before, how my air quote random encounters go. They're not completely random. What happens is I come up with a base scenario, and then I make alterations to that base scenario. Why didn't you fall out of the fucking sky?
You're up there.
Oh, I didn't see that. I'm sorry. But yeah, so that was always going to occur. But it was actually thankful that I did overpower you guys in that regard due to the economy differential of number of characters. But if that didn't occur, I probably would have had it so that there was some kind of thing that would have made Dauntless want to go to investigate it more. In terms of like knowing more about his background, I probably would have tempted you with another brain swap patient who was a bit more cognizant about his situation and had like, hey, hello, fellow foot tattoo guy, you wanna fucking meet your dad? Not to that fucking, you know, phrasing, but I would have tried to, you know, tempt you. But no, that was actually a fortunate thing with the people being out that particular time. Very good coincidence for me. Alright, that was for the doctor. Does anyone have
What-
questions
what-
about if you decide to bring back the doctor from the goo jar or some shit?
Is that even possible?
Would anything have ever happened with Gujar ever?
No.
I mean, the rules of the world. He
But it
doesn't.
got
His soul
mold.
would have
What
been
if
gone.
Andrew chugged it like he said he was gonna chug it before?
That would have just been gross. But if the only thing I guess like is if you guys resurrected him from goo, would have been just be like, honestly, I feel like you would have like brought him back. He would have been such a piece of shit that you just killed him immediately again, because he's a piece of shit.
Dad?
Ah, I gotta go out for milk.
Again?
I mean, he really had no like. It was all science and no magic, so he really didn't have anything like he could have contributed to us fighting the squids. I don't know. So
Yeah.
it's not like-
You tell this is a crown, by the way.
Yeah,
Fucking
he's
huge,
a big
dude.
guy. He barely hit his fucking head.
Oh my god, I have to do something?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have to kill an Arkfeld again? God damn it.
Oh, I thought
A
we did
different
it.
one?
I guess
like
so.
running through the campaign in chronological order in my head, like.
Oh, I have a question.
Yeah, yeah.
What did the Aboleth do with the mirror?
Okay, so the Aboleth, as you guys know, the mirror lets you change attributes about yourself. He's not going to use it on himself.
Sexy.
No, he's not going to be... No, that's not what the Aboleth is going to do. The Aboleth is going to use it to make one of his humanoid-shaped minions, and use that particular minion to get more slaves.
Oh.
So that he himself doesn't need to go out. Obviously, he wouldn't do that himself. He has minions do that for him. But when you are an Aboleth's bitch for long enough, you lose... your skin becomes more translucent, and you can you can see their organs and shit. He needed
Oh,
the
like
mirror.
those deep sea fish. Like...
Yeah, he needed the mirror so that his minion could look normal. And I guess give him a 10-inch cock. I don't know. That's neither here
Hey,
nor
what
there.
happened? What the hell?
Is that canon?
That would help, yeah, but no. He used it to get his minions.
I'm talking
more-
about. I'm talking about Daddy Morgan.
Well, wait, what about Morgemouth?
Is that what he used the mirror for?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Wait,
he-
hold on. I didn't know that that was one of the things you
He
could
used the
do.
mirror on himself to like.
It
Snooze,
opens,
you lose,
yeah,
Kel.
it opens character creator.
You never specified that, Adam. Come on.
You didn't tell me.
I
you
literally
didn't tell
said
me,
it.
did
I
you?
literally
You
said you
fucking
guys
tell
can
me
use
when
it
the
to change your
fucking woman
class.
did a picture of me.
We like opened the mirror when we stole it, and he's like, "Hey, does anyone want to like respect their character?"
Hey, yo, PP
Yeah, no,
check.
We all said
respect. Yeah, respect your character is different than. Hey, do you want?
I would
characters
I
to
would
have
classify
big dicks?
increased dong as respecting to bigger
Respect
dong.
penis.
Increases charisma by like
That's
+2.
why I can't. Henry's never gonna recover from that.
I'm just never.
I could have had it.
You could have. I could have done this all along.
You took this from me.
You know how much I
Years and
sacrificed.
years and years and years after the fact.
I'm just gonna hunt down this Aboleth and and just do it.
Well, he's
Just-
like, I could just TP there. He's not like an asshole. We did deal with him. Business.
hey,
grin-
I need a mirror.
I
right
need it.
now.
I need it. I need it. Please,
One
please.
thing.
Okay, that was mine, honestly.
You don't know how much I need.
That was your one question for the genie, Henry. Do you eat ass?
Of
course you do.
Only on weekdays.
Oh no, I have to fight this lightning thing. Oh
Mhm.
shit. Fucking in. Oh wait, no, that is Arkvale.
No, he gets his ass beat again by Arkfeld. Anyone else? Questions?
I think someone asked what happened with Leopold the squirrel.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
so
So what was he? As well?
So Leopold is a, I guess you would call him a greater demon, as you can probably imagine. He obviously doesn't always become just a squirrel. Pat, I got you.
I got shot.
But,
Smash
after... Funny rock?
Funny rock. I got
Nice
funny
rock.
Fuck.
Bouncy rock?
Oh, got it.
Good shot.
But Leopold the squirrel is a greater demon. If you wanted to, you could have pursued him, but ultimately it would just be like nothing more than just, revenge. Although he's a greater demon, he's not like crazy huge on the
Got you, Adam.
Where's my fucking life potion? But yeah, that is kind of a minor enemy, I guess you would call him, in terms of scaling. Yeah, obviously. But no, it wasn't anything too much outside of the expedition. Oh my god, I rolled through that.
Behind your head.
Was there any potential, like, if we pursued the drow, like, was there any real added benefit to that we kind of...
My boys.
Pursuing the drow would have actually made you meet Lolth quicker.
Oh.
So Lolth was a major NPC. Like, she is Big Mama.
You don't have to tell me twice, buddy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, okay, I don't mean to keep dragging it back to this.
No, go ahead.
But you
That's
had
what we're here
me
for.
roll, I think you had me roll for, like, the Dragonborn body?
Yes, you did.
Alright, how many of those did you have?
How many rolls?
No, how many other bodies did you have? Lined up?
So
Did
there.
you have like a thing lined up?
No,
like,
no.
you are now
When you
butcher?
do not resurrection. Is it reincarnation? You roll, or it says the DM can choose or roll. I rolled,
Oh, well,
and
yeah,
then literally the whole Morgemoth family didn't exist until that moment. I'm gonna say that right now. I literally created the entire Morgemoth family.
10-inch cock appeared at the moment. Wait a minute, he's Dragonborn?
No. He rolled that 10-inch cock in front of us.
I did roll that.
Yeah, he did.
He rolled.
Yeah,
it. We gotta respect that.
The
for him.
concept was there.
We gotta respect it. We gotta respect it. He did roll a 10-inch stick.
I thought the Dragonborn was, like, intentional because, like, it was kind of weird because, like, and then you were like, oh, Varys' potential body switch was Tabaxi, I think, which was like, all right, these are. It felt like you were picking, like, oh, these would be optimal, like, alternatives to your specific race for your class. So I thought they were.
There's a slightly altered version where it incorporates more of the newly added races. And I did use that, which increases the overall pool and randomness of it. But for Dauntless rolling into Dragonborn, I will also say that not everything is planned for ahead, and sometimes I just make up shit as they occur. So that was an instance where Dauntless rolling into Dragonborn was like a Rorschach test for me, of like, okay, Dragonborn, nobility,
And the fact it's red as well, right? Is like quite a good leaning for the sort of archetype of the Mordremoths.
Yes.
More so than if it was like something like a gold dragon, because that would have probably skewed the whole of Sanctus, given the power.
Or
that
would
they
that
have.
have just changed, like, or was like the roles, like, was the backstory? Oh, the metal dragons are the more noble ones. Was that already?
That one's also that's always been a thing. For in D&D, wherein metallic dragons are the more leaning good towards kind of stuff, and chromatics
Even
are
within
evil.
that, though, right? There's like some nuance.
Yeah. The gold and silver thing of like the ones being quest givers and the other ones being people who just walk around amongst normal people, that one's also a pre-existing thing. Jesus Christ, the size of that motherfucker.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of things that I literally just made up on the fly as you asked me of them. I don't have a full list of them, but it is extensive.
So that was like, speaking of Sanctus and Mordremoths, the Fey version, you described Sanctus as being loads of balls, like tons and tons and tons and tons of little, like a giant ball pit was the whole concept of Sanctus. Was there an equivalent Mordremoth in the Fey? Like a sort of equivalent to that?
Isn't that the Night Court?
No, that goes into the courts again.
Yeah, but like, what was that like? Was that just like a descriptor you didn't really put? Well, we didn't go there, so.
Well, I mean, the Fimbulwinter court or the Winter court versus the Summer court has always been a thing. It literally splits the world in half, and the bisecting point is at the Volpelli Isles, as is tradition. The Winter Court is ruled by past tense, was ruled by a loyalist, Yanmin, and the Summer Court was relatively neutral. But getting to your question about that in Sanctus, it is, like I said, it is a giant ball pit.
But is there people there, or is it just that? Like,
Yeah, it's people.
Yeah.
It's people who have adapted to living in a ball pit. That's as stupid as that sounds. That's legit what it is.
So what, were there people in boats and stuff above it? Like, or were they just in the bull pit?
If you want to go
Cooper
into this,
in it, like-
okay, so I do have a comically large amount of information about this ball pit civilization.
Yeah, I mean, if everyone
The
else
ball-
wants to hear that,
so
just
the-
Cut it down,
So
to be
so
quite
the
honest with
so
you.
the balls themselves are not all the same balls.
Okay.
I'm seeing balls a lot today.
These
Some of them.
balls are different from these
So as you can imagine, they are varying in density and material. Some of them are like tapioca pearls. So some of them live on the boba tea level, and some of them live on the tungsten ball level.
Oh, so they're at the bottom there, real heavy.
Yes. The ones that live at the very tip top at low density have more access to everything, more or less. So they are like tradesmen and farmers. And the more you go downwards, they become more not only hostile, but hardy, because they live in the hardest of balls. Laugh now. Go ahead. Henry, you want the whole bit.
I too lived in one of the hardest of balls. Crafted.
But they also have access to the most precious
You got some
minerals.
soft hands there, boy. You don't live in these hard balls.
But yeah, they also have access to the most precious minerals.
And their leader is one dick kicker.
Just got down a shift of a 49-year ball crushing.
Welcome to my court.
Sam's testicles.
I did have a lot of ball puns for some NPCs, but I literally lost the tab.
Library of Alexandria.
Yeah.
For real.
My bull references have
All
been
right,
destroyed.
can you make sure that this doesn't happen again? We needed that.
Well, I need to have it locally saved, because one more bad thing about fucking OneNote, not OneNote.
Is it OneDrive? Like Microsoft
Yeah,
OneDrive?
yeah. It's specifically OneDrive fucked up when I was syncing my computer to my work laptop. I didn't want it to sync, but it did anyways. And
I
when
remember it did everything, right? Like,
it did everything. All my fucking desktop icons for games that aren't even on my fucking laptop got copied.
Oh yeah.
So when I tried separating them and make it so that it's only local files, it lost several tabs on my OneNote for.
my porn.
I don't save porn on my computer. I don't personally don't get it, saving porn on your computer, unless
Yeah,
like
I don't get it
if you're like saving it for like the post-apocalyptic when the internet's down, but you still
You'll
have
be the richest
electricity.
man on earth.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but then like the people who work in porn stores and still have VHS tapes are gonna be the kings of the universe. So I don't know what the fuck you guys are on about.
VHS film only lasts like a few years.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Digital lasts forever.
So what you're
well,
saying is
even-
cave paintings of movies.
Even, I mean, even hard drives go. Away.
I'm gonna be this whole art thing that Andrew's tried to push for ages. Like you could be an alias, you could do this thing. That's where the real money will appear.
I keep telling you this. The fucking furries have been
It'll be, if the game industry goes any further down the fucking rabbit hole of just going to shit, who knows?
Literally just set it up tomorrow, Baldwin the Hedgehog. And
Don't
nobody
even no.
knows.
It shouldn't, why would he have his actual name in that?
Shittest
He's
alias
trying to
ever,
make a
just got my
fucking
name
alien.
in it.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna name it Andrew.
Yeah, why don't you just?
You just need one sugar mommy or daddy to like your art style. and they will-
Exactly.
They'll be your way.
One government official that is definitely a furry that is. Oh my god, they're all in power. But yeah, enough of
Enough of
Enough
balls
of-
and furries.
Mhm,
Furry
mhm.
balls.
my business
back-
ventures.
Back to the balls.
But if you
not the
wanted
furries.
to venture into that location, you actually need to get a certain level of you know how when you can't go too deep down in the ocean because the pressure will just kill you.
Mm-hmm.
You need to get a special vehicle that allows you to go balls deep.
So
I literally made that just so I can have that joke.
did they have structures that mean? So,
Henry's giggling.
Henry's loving it. We gotta go back. We gotta go there.
We gotta go.
Sorry,
This
guys.
time I'm gonna go back into.
We're going now. Were they living inside there? Were there like areas that were like there were no balls? They had like roofs and stuff. Like
No, were there also hairy balls, or just like?
those would probably
guy-
be lower density, I'd say.
you're a lower density bull, Henry.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
But yeah, like the inspiration for it is like underwater, but instead of water, it's balls. Well, yeah,
no
that
one
too.
Under the balls.
Please help me.
But like, there are underwater pockets where the ball density is much lower, so that they could have yeah, they could have actual like buildings and not just balls.
Okay.
So it's a
That's
whole
cool
society.
Idea. Really, really cool idea.
That is a cool idea.
Henry.
Plus, it's also still in the Feywild, so it's got all that Feywild whimsy.
I'll have you know, those frogs that came out of the swamp and nearly took the fucking ship down, very scary. I don't know if it was planned to be scary, but the fact that they formed a frog rope that did not let go and nothing could get them off was quite scary. It's like, is this it? Is this how Adam's gonna fucking get us? Fucking swarm of frogs. Cool way to go, but like, holy shit, like, didn't anticipate that. You did a very good job of making the Feywild, you know, although we didn't get to experience that location, it did feel very alien.
Yeah,
and very scary, like the Gabagool as well. That
yeah,
was
the
quite
Gabagool's
good.
good.
Pat was fucking like Gabagool, and then we were like, he's there. Every time something cool related was there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to have. We've dipped into the Feywild in both campaigns, and I want to keep.
Lightly, right?
I want to keep it as brief as possible because then if you stay in there too long, it becomes like normative.
Yes.
So
but
I want to.
You can always change it up further. Like between the two campaigns, they did feel different. Like this one felt a little bit more like wilder, and then the other one obviously was like civilized, because we had that like
Oh, do we? Oh, it says Slay. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
The fucking Indian boy asked you to kill him.
Oh yeah.
The little Indian boy.
He's not even registered with the guild. I don't hear it.
He's breaking the law.
This is an official order.
I mean, the hunter also says, "I officiate myself." So.
It's like a fuck you, Alma.
He's like Judge Dredd.
I am the law.
Oh heck, hit me.
Actually, I sort of Feywild. You said short term. What was since Summerwatch stayed as the headmaster? What's the long term? Where did Scott end up? Like.
Good question. So, Scott put up forth the idea of returning as the headmaster, trying to take back from Summerwatch, but there was a couple of things that made him stay behind. In the Feywild specifically. For one thing, excuse me, his relationship with the Dovi patrons, while he was working there. Actually, hold on, let me put this out there let me just put this out there first. He romances the Summer Court Queen.
Okay. Tatiana, whatever it is.
Titania, yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's what you said like that.
You have any? I'll have it with the breast milk. I mean, soy milk. I mean.
Dang, he's pretty convincing.
Yeah, no, but during his time in the Feywild, they develop a relationship. So he decides to stay behind. He doesn't become the Summer Court King, but just kind of like her meat stick. I don't know what you call it. Just there for the dickening.
Well, concubine is one, but it's
Concubine, is that what it's called?
You know what we found out that like the squids stay in their other forms long enough, it becomes who they are, and they don't have to. They're not actually.
So that's one of the primary reasons, and also it's just that like consort. That's good. Yeah. But yeah, and Summerwatch is actually like, for all intents and purposes, really, really good for the role of being the headmaster.
I thought
He was patient enough to deal with us for.
He's gonna teach. Well, he's cool. He's gonna teach magic missile and be like,
say 4 years, but like that's not. It was like a year. Well,
it's like, sorry, dude, you can't do the magic missile, but I can do.
Whatever the
but
date was where we got that first tadpole, he put up with us, so it's like.
Whittled him down.
Students, no problem.
Yeah, that's Scott. Agadol, you fucking kill him, so.
You squish his head, Carlos got him.
Yeah, he was just
He said it was just revolt,
Yeah.
Wow.
His
Pee
tenure was
poo poo license revoked. I'm the only one who can say it.
I think we went over Zip's arch enemy, right?
He ate him, yeah.
Yeah.
What did you get? What was the? So you ate him, got his amulet. What were those amulets, Greg?
It just made me pretty much.
Did it just buff
regenerate.
up? Like,
Yeah, it would buff up my my monkey, well, not just monkey, but my animal shapes.
okay.
But as soon as I hit 18, I could just shape change normally. So.
Oh yeah, you're pretty unkillable. Okay.
Those getting slammed into the wall repeatedly. They want
I
it.
mean, that didn't kill you, but it did bring great shame.
That was the fucking weirdest. Like, I'm ready to fight. I didn't go monkey mode, and you had the worst. Like, you rolled like loads of ones. It was like, oh my
Well, they were all
god.
insta, so it wouldn't have mattered. Monkey
I was like,
mode.
Greg, no! And it was like again and again. Like,
No, you're going a bit robot there, Greg.
They got him.
oh jeez. I mean, another infamous time of bad rolls was probably the siege against the fucking Sanctus city when
Annapolis,
Varus missed the Annapolis on that
No,
Zombozo.
Varys' worst day was without a doubt the Centipede Man in the Underdark. Like,
Oh god, yeah.
That
was
was-
Cal's
What was it?
worst
What was
day.
it?
I think
Mantipede?
that was.
The
I think that was
zombie in the
multiple.
siege was funny. That
I
was
fucked
funny.
that guy up so bad.
Yeah, but the
He would-
zombie in the siege was funny because it was just
You-
one guy who
Get him!
was hit by an arrow, 'cause
You
they
fucking would
all-
not. Like,
They all because they all went
This-
down in one hit, but this
it
one
stole
guy
the-
kept.
oh god, it was great.
I
It stole
remember
the
it was that
fucking thing.
green-
Like,
It was the green NPC. It was like the green
Yeah.
undead NPC. But like,
Mhm.
I remember when
Varys'
Pat
worst
was
day-
running down the big goblin,
Varys'
the
worst
big
day
thing.
was
like-
the Millipede Man. That was.
That was because he had the staff, right? He kept peeking out. I held a fucking disintegrate, and then he lowered himself back into the tube, and I fucking got him. Oh, that was a great fight.
Does anyone else have any other questions I can answer? Because I do want to go to a next portion, which is asking you guys your worst and favorite moments.
Okay. Is this another prelude to like what the characters do? Is that another bit after? Is that another part afterwards? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I want to
Any
go
other
into like super
questions?
meta stuff, like near the end.
Sure, sure. How long was the Silver Sentinel down there prior to us meeting him in the Underdark? How long
So
had you been
the
in
Silver
service?
Sentinel was because of his ties to Lolth and the actual time span of many creatures who are related to the original like highest life forms on the planet before the Yanmin came in is only about 2,000 years old.
Okay.
Give or take a few
So-
years.
Yeah, still pretty dang old though.
But with the Silver Sentinel thing, it is not like all immortality. Obviously, he still ages, but is at a ratio of about 1 to 100 years. Wherein, like, you know, it also
100 years passes with one. But...
yeah, but also still takes into account your previous race in terms of age spans. So for example, a kobold Silver Sentinel versus a pure-blooded high elf would be a huge
Shines bright
age,
for a
age
short
gap.
time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alf?
No, was he an elf? I can't remember.
Yeah.
The Silver Sentinel, yeah.
Yeah. So I was like the candidate number one for that. Then.
Whose fucking cat is the? Oh, it's Henry's.
Whoa, do not. We could talk
No,
about.
no, no,
no,
there's a squid trying to jump into my tent.
Oh, Henry.
No,
It is me.
I love that. Look at this fucking guy.
Look at
Just
it.
fucking look at him.
Look at Gronk. Look at him. He's got a little frog on his head.
Where's Gronky at?
He's next to me.
That's
Got a
funny.
little-
Why do
That
you look
fr-
so mad?
Well,
What do you
Gronk is an innately angry person.
No, that's
so.
true.
I think he just has bushy
Canadian-
eyebrows.
Canadian rage.
Those are just eyebrows, I think.
Yeah.
Um,
Gronk is cool as shit in this game. He's really cool.
Thank you.
but did anyone else have any other questions? And then we're gonna jump into the next segment. I'm sure there's a lot of loose hanging threads you can't think of right now, but I'd be happy to answer
Yeah.
them as they pop up. Alright, I actually want to start with the newest member of the league, Greg. You didn't get a chance to see all of our bullshit in person. Maybe through some of the watching of VODs, but, you know, not every small bit of it. So, I probably can imagine what could be your biggest moment, but maybe I'm assuming. What is your personal favorite arc or moment of the campaign?
So it sounds like it'd be a bad one, but when I got shot out of monkey form into Zip, died, and then when Kalos went to come save me, he collapsed on top of me too.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
Jesus Christ.
Was that
Okay.
Monkey Ridge?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was Monkey Ridge.
Monkey Ridge.
Mhm.
Well, oh, what? When you got pincushion? Like,
Mhm.
I got some good photos from that. Though.
That was awesome. I love Monkey Ridge.
That was so cool.
You have anything in your head that just like, man, fuck that shit?
Got the 3 nat 20s in a row.
Oh.
Last week.
Okay.
Pretty much, yeah. I was like,
Okay.
oh,
Okay, that's fair.
but that's not even
Alright,
really
the part that-
campaign's fault.
The part that I think I got the angriest at was probably that first time up the mountain where I almost froze to death and it was just like a downward spiral.
Shit,
I mean,
yeah.
yeah, it's-
Yeah, that was bad. Is that when you
Actually,
yeah.
speaking of downwards, you know,
well,
I
it
think that was
culminated in the
also-
fucking dragon coming out.
there was like I think similar we had to deal with was the hell dimension was like
That was bad, but I think it was
supposed to
worse
be
on the
more to
mountain.
that, and that we were just kind of rushing through it because of the dice.
Oh, it's in
rolling.
the cliffs? Ugh.
Yeah.
Sorry. I hate this map.
Yeah, was there more to that encounter? Because we kind of like people kept rolling kind of poorly on their con checks to like not suffocate. So. Like,
No, that was kind of just a big fuck you area, to be honest. It's hell. I got not much more to say about
I don't know
that.
why Adam could do much about that. Yeah, it is hell.
Alright, something I've mused on for a while, and I
Mm-hmm.
mentioned it to Alec this week, but like, Dan, I gotta say, I really do like Laszlo more than Gunderson.
Oh yeah,
Gunderson
yeah.
didn't really have time to develop.
I thought
yeah, I got-
the
Yeah, me
characterization
too,
was
I
more
didn't
on
like
point with
Gunderson.
Laszlo.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Like, what?
I thought the characterization of Laszlo was more on point. Like, I like the ladies' man aspect of it. It was just like way funnier to work with.
Oh yeah, definitely, I agree. Yeah. Oh yeah, like Pat.
his
didn't really-
narcissism
yeah.
too that kind of developed, and it's like
Yeah.
no,
that-
he
that
got possessed by that thing in the mirror, but no one noticed because it's like it was already kind of crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
And even
Yeah,
the
yeah.
one time it came up, it was just like okay, but we thought it was just a big because it's like
There's nothing different here. He's just a bit more of an asshole.
He started babbling one morning because he didn't like. I guess
I
he
couldn't
looked at
speak.
himself.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think like Gunderson didn't really. Well, he just died. Like he got fucking. I don't think Adam expected to kill me in that scenario, but like I got knocked prone and I got like 4 enemies around me that auto critted. So it's
Well,
like.
I think the issue is that we knew we shouldn't have, but then you were just like, "Fuck it, I'm just shooting,"
Because you
and
told me
then-
to.
and
That was
then
very much the character.
everything
Though,
just
like-
down spiraled it.
But yeah, I mean, I agree. I think Laszlo has probably been one of my favorite characters I've ever had the opportunity to play. Like he was very layered in the right ways. Yeah.
Well, what about your favorite thing, Andrew?
I don't know. I had a lot. Like there's quite a few good ones. Like getting the new body was really fun, and most of it. Okay. So in my mind, getting the new body, the cherry on top was passing the animal handling check to ride out of there in style. Where it's just like, okay, liquefied the doctor, no one died, we're all going home, and we wrap things up. And it's like, all right, and then we ride. We hop on the fucking furry snake thing.
Oh yeah. What happened to those guys again?
They live with your boy.
Oh, dude.
You want the more about?
We sold them to the rancher.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
in exchange for the
they
rhino.
were not. That was my theory for a minute that they were actually. One of them was the princess, but I think we asked. I was wrong.
Oh,
No,
actually, wait. Did we ever?
No, you guys should get closer on that one. The Grumir Wrigglers were a heir that got fucking taken out of a husband and wife, and got put into 2 male Wrigglers. So that's why they were gay.
All right, but the princess brain was like done, right? There was no way to recover that.
The princess stuff, no, it was more the actual original princess was during the process the brain got destroyed.
He pissed and dropped.
See, always my theory was that it was always her that was the husband and wife, was princess and the bodyguard or what the fuck ever. Because didn't we
That was my
find
theory
out?
for a minute, but we found some MacGuffin that let us like figure that like ask, and it turned out no.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I
I'll
was-
also
I was-
say this, I did not fill out the whole roster of brain swap buddies. It is only like a couple of them that appeared when I thought it would be a nice touch or was extremely relevant at the time.
I really enjoyed the giant on the mountain that you did.
Hmm.
That one was really cool because you said it was like a snowstorm as well, so it was really fucking hard to fight it. Did you have any, Adam, that you didn't get the chance to make? Where you're like, oh, that would have been cool, like a brain swapped dragon or something crazy, like.
I tried to keep the power levels of them relatively low in terms of the species that were viable, because for one, it still had to keep with the Doctor's whole thing of like it needs to be something that's sentient enough to be religious. But not many of them went too crazy. I know I literally made one of them into a fucking Yeti.
Well,
but...
if he had not died and we didn't chase it up, would he have been able to like essentially scale with us as the campaign went along and had something essentially become a little bit more of a player in the big scene of things?
I would say no. For the most part, I kind of have them. Not all of them fall into this rule, but most of the NPCs kind of have like their stuff when I make them, and that's kind of their set at that level.
Of to like
Yeah.
serve that point.
Yeah, obviously Diviculus and a couple other ones are exceptions to that rule, just because I need to have him power scale upwards so that he can actually be a good ally, or whatever the fuck you consider Diviculus.
Yeah, I think like the Doom thing. Oh, this is a small crown, by the way. Yeah.
So speaking of like places we didn't go to, like the Volatile Isles, you mentioned something was going on there. No one had communication from there in a while.
I mean, the Volatile Isles has always been a... We've never ventured there in any campaign to any large amount. The closest was fucking Raigenku, for God's sake.
Oh, right.
That was Nick's other character that, you know...
How many characters did he go through in that first game?
2. He had Slaunch and he had he had Slaunch and Raigenku.
Slaunch was fucking brilliant.
If Nick ever plays again, he has to be forced to play a human male.
He can still be a sleazebag if he's playing a human
He did
male.
a really good sleaze bag with Slaunch. It was a great character. Him and his leeches, like.
Well, I wonder if he just I wonder if his character's too high concept and he gets bored just doing like where you go with that. So I don't hate the idea of him being a human person. He gets a little crazy. But there's also the time investment. I think his schedule is also really good.
When did you know that you were gonna take it into the Yanmin Masters?
Good question.
Because
That
I
one-
feel that I feel like in
Um,
the beginning it wasn't that, and then there was a trigger that made it go that way. And I
Okay.
can tell you where it was, for me anyway,
Mhm.
was when you introduced I forget if I think it was Summerwatch that had the whatchamacallit, the record player, the magical record player that wasn't there before, and then we came back from something and it was there.
So,
And, like, it was
from the very beginning of the campaign, I already knew what my whole shtick was gonna be, that like the gods are fake. That was like my fucking storyboard, but is that the gods are fake. I needed to figure out what they would actually be, and that didn't come up for quite some time. But technically, it is a few hang-ups from Campaign 1 of Mind Flayers. Obviously, Yan Min is the name for them is my own thing, but Mind Flayers has always been a thing in D&D for the most part. But I'd say the point at which I was okay to reveal a lot of this to you guys was when you guys went to the get Odin's question that you got to ask, and Odin said he was afraid of what he can't see, or whatever the fuck my phrasing was. And that was essentially like the main turning point of like, now I'm gonna start introducing squids. Now I'm gonna start like, you know.
Activate Billy.
So what was Odin afraid of since he was the bad guy? Like, was it Scott or was it something in the university? He was like he was kind of blind. Like,
Or rather, he just wasn't connected.
It's specifically the fact that he was feeling a weakness in the signal in terms of contacting the main fleet, or specifically the Master Brain. So it was like a static in his radar, or whatever you want to call it, or in terms of Tyranids, what is it, the fucking Void in the Warp, or what the fuck's it called? Yeah. You done spinning? Jesus Christ. Yeah, take that, you stupid tentacly armed bitch. Does anyone else want to share their
bad day.
favorites and dislikes?
So dislikes is a little weird because I feel like there's like a few different categories. There's like obviously there are moments. Again, the centipede fight is like that's the dice. That's not being.
Yeah, that's like my thing.
I was rolling really bad, and it was just like I was mad at just this is bad luck.
Wait, which 17 fight?
When
And
were
the
running
Underdark.
around-
The Mentipede, Andrew. Remember
Oh,
him?
that was like early.
No, that was
That was
later,
Underdark.
That was Underdark.
No, it was on
Yeah.
That was when
That's
Laszlo
the
got
bad
his spider out right before.
Yeah, to get his orb or whatever.
I mean, there's stuff like Sancti, where like then it's like, oh, did the character dislike it or did I as the player dislike it? Because like Varys did not like Sanctus at all, but like I didn't like. I liked it as like, all right. It's one of those things where it's like, what's the way to phrase it? Like I appreciate what this represents and the challenge it represents.
Oh,
but,
wait,
like
tail.
thinking of it as the character, like no, this desert is fucking miserable. I almost wish we were back in the winter hellscape.
This ain't tree.
I think like the one.
This is not my beautiful
time-
life.
I think the one time, like as the player, and I think this was years ago, and you talked about this. We had to stop because you stopped to talk about this. I forget the exact stretch, but there was that stretch. It was either right before or right after we got the first tadpole.
I got
Well,
3
we were a
gems
little-
from that.
We were a little lost about A, how to solve the problem, and B, like if we were even supposed to solve the problem in the immediate and where we should push forward. So I think for me, the player, it was like that. There was like that weird area of
Mhm.
we didn't know what the main quest was, and we were busy like handling this problem which turned out to have a simple solution, but we were like looking for more complicated solutions to solve it because we couldn't conceive of what it was like in our specifically what it was. So I think we were having trouble with that, and I think that. But you actually addressed it. You actually stopped us one session, said, "Hey, there is a solution to this. I wouldn't give you guys something to solve, and like that you couldn't solve. So like we kind of had to." I think we addressed that like way back when. It was like 2 or 3 years ago at this point.
Mhm.
I will say, okay, I will say that I think that's something you've gotten better at as a DM, and I appreciate. Is it's kind of like more self-contained, because that was the big fucking thing in campaign 1. It was just like, where do we go next? We spent like 4 sessions just traveling via cloud.
Mhm.
And it was just like, all right, what do we do here? Fuck.
So I think a small thing, not directly related to that, but like this is a small thing that's not make or break because like it's one of those things that I think we kind of like, oh, we're playing a game, so we can kind of like squint and look past it. But I think if we're like being really nitpicky, I feel like whenever someone changes their character or we get a new character like Greg, I think it's not that the reasoning for them to join us isn't there, but like I think if like you had introduced Zip as an NPC who wanted to join us and Greg had not been his voice, like as he's the new player that's joining the party, it's like it would have been a tough sell for us. Like we don't know this person and we're super paranoid about these alien squids that are trying to like basically blow up the planet.
Mhm.
Like what reason would we have to let this new person into the inner circle? So I think
Because he's a funny goblin.
so, like,
Got
like
him.
I said, like we can do the thing where like we can like, oh, we're playing a game, and obviously he's joining the campaign, he's got to play too, so we can
Mhm.
kind of like squint and look past it as players, but like in character, I think that was like a really small thing. It's like, all right, if we really thought about this logically, this wouldn't happen, but we as players want this to happen. So it's
I
like,
don't know about this Greg
I will
guy.
say, I think it's.
He seems like a bitch.
Well, because you mentioned this the other day, Alec, and I have been thinking about this too. I think it also comes in just being late in the campaign. Like when I joined campaign 1, it was just like we were able to do it a little more naturally. It's Henry and Wizen and Dan found me tied up in like a basement of a fort that they were just like clearing out. And I was
Oh,
like,
Black
yeah, I
Bluff
was wandering
Castle.
through and they threw a net on me. So like,
Classic.
I think it is just kind of, and that was relatively early in, so I think it depends on just like, because this was so late in the campaign versus early on. I think there's just more natural ways to do it. Whereas like late in, they're like, yeah.
Favorites though. I don't want to like. So I'll say the first moment where like, all right, I get what this is. I think the first orc raid on that town when we were moving to Solom, that was like the first one, the first.
Elf Hand. Yeah.
Yeah,
Where Andrew went ahead. Like, yeah.
I wasn't sure what this role playing was. I didn't know the world that well, but like, but then we had like just this consecutive events of Dauntless going in and like basically leaving us. Gunderson was like, I'll just stay behind and watch the cart while you guys do things on your own, and then like Turok, it was his plan, and Turok went ham on as many of these guys as he could, and Varys was like, don't let the one guy escape. He'll, again, that paranoia kind of creeping in for the first time, so he's shooting arrows at the guy who's already running away from us. It's like, all right, I think I get this. I think I get what, not just like the game itself, but we as like a party and what we as players, like this is what we, all right, this is what we're gravitating towards, and this is what the kind of thing the campaign's can kind of build. Maybe not necessarily around, but built towards, like, because that was like, that's the one session where like I'm sad that session the archive didn't save that. Like that's the one session like I would think I would go back and rewatch that just to see how far we come into the place. Yeah, I remember enjoying that session. More specific to my character, just because it was his side quest. Just the random happenstance of the ruin card, it kind of added a layer of challenge. I think that was also like just by accident. It's an interesting thing to work around that like made it more difficult, but also added to like the thing where it's like, oh well, even though we had trouble, like I think we did the best we could, kind of making it genuine. Like, oh yeah, we don't know who you are, Varys. We definitely don't remember you exactly the same, but it's like, all right, but then it's like, all right, this person who's supposed to know me doesn't know me, and then that adds a whole layer of, all right, how does Varys going to approach the thing? Because he knows that it was two people, but the one person that would recognize him on spot doesn't. So it adds a simple, it takes away the simple challenge of, oh, we're just going to walk up and you're going to recognize us, or, oh no, you don't recognize us. So it adds a layer of, I keep saying layer up because I don't have a word.
Yeah, but that one was hard for me to play around too. Just because I'm like, oh wait, I'm not supposed to know this, so. No, I was gonna ask if you guys want to know what the other cards were, but their fucking one-note thing took them away, so. I know what some of the other cards were that you guys didn't draw yet. One of them was just straight up a level up.
Oh wow. Holy shit.
So one of you could have gone to level 21 in theory.
No!
Let's go better!
Damn it! Henry could have had it. Henry could have been level 21.
Alright, what was one of the negative ones that we don't know?
You guys never drew the fucking Death Avatar card? That one
I remember my other question. You finished.
Oh yeah.
You know, you answer it. I'll ask it.
But yeah, if you guys are familiar with the pre-existing deck of many, it summons the Avatar of Death that you need to fight, and if anyone, is it grab?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and if you join into the fight, you it spawns your own avatar that you need to fight. That one, I made a slight tweak on it, wherein if you keep trying to solo it, it'll actually keep spawning more people to outnumber you, and you actually have to have your friends come in, just in case someone wants to be a little cheeky meta slave, and based off of a pre-existing knowledge of what the deck of many things does, if you already knew what that card does. Just to, if you guys remember when Wizen did that thing with the slime?
Yeah.
Yeah, so for context, when I had a mimic, and when it dies, the slime that adheres to you is supposed to actually deactivate, or no longer becomes sticky enough to hold you. And then after killing the mimic in-game, Wizen said, hey, wait, this is supposed to do whatever when it dies. I'm like, oh, do you have the monster manual in front of you? He was like, no.
Monster, I'm blind actually.
I think that was in good faith though. To be fair, I don't think he intended it as like
Yeah, but I'm also the DM. So.
No, I got it.
So yeah, my question, not the ruin card, but more how it interacted with the first card. Like, were you actively keeping track of that assassin?
The curse
card
cards?
that I drew. The first one I drew when I was in the cabin. That turned out it was there's an assassin who's somewhere in the world, and they just got your number and they're coming after you. Is that something you were keeping track of, or is it just something like
Oh yeah, no, he killed the fucking other guy though. you're fucking the guy who swapped with you for the ruin card's fucking dead shit.
oh, was this assassin just some unnamed dude, or was it just?
No, it was a high-level assassin for a secret organization that never got introduced in the campaign yet.
All right.
It was like, you know, Dark Brotherhood tier shit.
Was it like some kind of antithesis to the Watchers, or was it like?
Sorry, what was that?
They're like some kind of opposite they had, like in so. Okay.
No, it was just like a fucking underground assassins guild, but they're like really good.
Okay. So they would have. So it wasn't like like in the association was they don't like the Watchers. It's like no, it was just this assassin, and then he killed this poor farmhand that we forgot about it. I think at some point.
No, if you want the specifics of it, it's actually the organization itself has existed for long enough that what happens is Loki himself disguises himself as a person looking to hire an assassin, goes to the organization, and puts a hit out on you.
Oh, okay.
So it's actually not that magical, it's just Loki being a fucking... just being Loki. But some of them are obviously more magically inclined, because how the fuck can I just wipe the entire world's memory of you without magic?
That's so powerful though if he's just doing that. Like that is an insanely powerful spell. Or whatever he's
Does anyone else wanna...
Who have we not asked?
Pat?
Nothing really specifically. It's just I think Zen was a pretty lucky guy.
I mean, you did start off with
his
the
least
stat
favorite
block.
was character creation.
Yeah.
His least favorite was character creation.
Yeah. My most favorite was that I live, bitch.
Honestly, defying the fucking numbers is honestly such a fucking huge fuck you to statistics and whatnot. But I mean, you didn't. You didn't put any of your negative points into like Constitution, so at least that was a saving grace.
My lowest skill was charisma.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever up that, or is that it's?
No, I don't think. I think that's still like low.
No, I think
it's actually even lower. If I still have my furry tail on, so if I'm talking to Tabaxi, I have like -6 charisma.
Oh yeah. Let me think.
But like
Henry, do you want to go next?
That was early game. It's like Zen has to live to the end. Even back then, before we understood what he was gonna evolve into, like this weapon of death that we just point at things. It was like Zen has to live to the end. Because I think in the early days, he was definitely one like just by his nature of existing was just hilarious.
Also, I think Monk is kind of just at the super low levels. They're not like the Death Squad quite yet. But Henry, go ahead. I'm sure it's gonna involve something with Gizmo. I don't know, maybe.
So yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Well, one of my favorite things was actually the blubbery fight was my favorite fight.
Oh, okay.
We had. I feel that all of the fights that were my favorite ones or more memorable ones were like the ones that we were like into the corner and we were like, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
You were in your element when you went that too.
Yeah. So yeah, those favorite parts. Gizmo, obviously. Favorite character of all time. And I feel like things that I did not like. I guess there were like 2 of them. The traveling in Sanctus, I did not like at all. I feel like it took way too fucking long. While we did find some interesting shit, I feel that traveling Sanctus was the most grueling thing in D&D that I've done.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I ate up a lot of wine there that, but doing bullshit.
And then the second thing I didn't like was that we didn't really do any skill challenges like sequences.
Mm-hmm.
We did one.
The asbestos corridor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess that was the only one.
Piscatorium.
But that was like
wasn't
my
that what sewing Varys' fingers was?
Oh shit! Yeah.
Oh, right.
Wasn't
yeah.
that a skill challenge? I remember it.
But I think that was like the most disappointing thing of the campaign, that we didn't do more of them, because those are, you know, that makes us think outside of the box.
Mhm.
And that was fun. But I can't complain. Everything else was awesome. Like Andrew said, I think you've come a long way as a DM, and it's shown. Because I didn't have too many annoyances that like I said.
It's like
got to
that
mind.
dang Adam. Like there was
Yeah.
not a lot of that.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys thought that at one point. It's like, ooh, I'm gonna fucking.
What's that little guy up to?
I'm gonna fucking hit him
Henry
with a.
Henry Gem in real life.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
No, actually, there's a whole bunch of. I'm gonna kiss him.
That was great.
It's dreamy, but-
Leans in. Henry, what the hell are you doing?
Just-
You didn't tip, right?
I thought all the puzzles were pretty good.
Dan, do you want to say anything funny?
I can't complain about anything as well. It was really good, and like I
Well,
kind of
that's when
echo.
Assassins jumped your ass. I
That
remember
was going to
that.
be my favorite. I loved that. That was so cool. The whole thing of that, and
Yeah.
like I was like, it's a bakery, guys. You're like, you're an idiot. It's not a bakery. They're not the bakers, and it was the fucking bakers. And then I died, and then I died again. It was like, I don't know how many. It was such a death. It was so cool for the group to be like, oh my god, he's dead.
What session
They
number
poke
was
you with a
that? At
stick.
that
Like 80 something. It was quite early on. But like
I
the
feel like
thing
that was
is,
a couple times Adam like would drop things like, I gotta
let's
like.
kill Dan.
I want them
But
to
it was
notice
great
something,
though. Like
but,
like
But again, it's like the bakery thing. I know that he's gonna be paranoid about assassins, but it's so benign that everyone else. Will,
but it
will,
was
like, think
great.
He's crazy. It's like it's.
And it
bread.
was the fucking bake. Well, who the fuck? Good. You want some bread at 6 in the morning, like, and in the middle of a fucking forest? Like that's so
He's
weird.
just trying to sneeze.
I mean,
Well, it
to
was
be
like
fair,
what we
most
were
bakers
doing.
do get up early.
Yeah, but not in a forest, away from the fucking town. Like
Mhm,
it was bizarre. But like all of that and the espionage behind it. But like yeah, just dying like that was so cool.
Yeah,
Because
of course.
my one criticism of 5th edition is there's not enough stakes.
Mhm, mhm.
I know in 5th edition it leans more towards like, oh, it's the story and the progression of the group and the story and you know all that. But like, it feels at times like it is a real grueling task. Maybe not as much at lower levels, but to kill a player is tough.
Mhm.
And I don't know how you feel about that. Like, and like the choices within that as well, because like you definitely it felt like you don't hold your punches at all, which is good, which is a really good trait to have as a DM. I don't think you should be like, oh, I'm gonna hold back and not do anything. Like, you use your full kit, hopefully. Like,
I would say that wait, so we didn't forget anyone, right? Gronk,
it's
what was
really-
your favorite moment?
Mario Party?
Well, I guess I'll weigh in with mine.
No, fuck you. We don't care about.
Okay.
What did we do wrong? What did we do wrong? We were playing your game.
Oh yeah. I guess so. But who was what was the most annoying part of us?
You start with that.
Henry.
Yeah.
You need-
Henry
Henry.
specifically, what a fucking idiot.
So I mean, this is something that Dan literally just said it, but getting player characters to feel mortal at the start is a genuinely hard task,
Okay.
even though it seems contradicted because they're most vulnerable at low levels.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I felt pretty fucking mortal.
No, but like that's the thing is you kind of have to hit them with the fucking like Dark Souls of tutorials, if pardon my French of being using that fucking phrase.
You don't have to kill him. You just have to leave a couple bruises.
Or kill them and bring them back to life with
Yeah.
with
Don't
a
do that.
with the passing lady who has a revival scroll. Sorry, Billy.
You had to make an example of you.
I had to, but
Get screamed at. Get screamed at. Get screamed at.
But I think actually my favorite thing that really comes to mind is actually the journey up Valkyria's Ascent. and specifically Eric's Tavern
That was fun.
is actually like one of my favorite things.
I forgot about that, but like, yeah, I remember that was like as far as like side things that didn't involve the main story. I think that was like our favorite side divergent. I don't want to speak for everyone, but that was fun to figure
And
out.
like, I was expecting personally that you guys would be in there for at least 1 or 2 more loops, but you did get out of the loop quicker than I expected, which is good on you guys. But I was like, oh man, I want to be here for like one more day.
Eric was a cool character. Like, I could tell you were having fun with him. Like,
I think it was also just the nature of not scripting what part of the loop we figured at, because like leaving it to the dice, because we found, because like that's how you did it, right? You like rolled like a d6.
Yeah,
or a
the
d8.
time of the day that you come in during the loop was rolled. And obviously it's the same loop, so it's just what you guys do to break the loop was a big thing. Which results in Eric living and you guys saving this tavern keeper, and he goes down to retirement.
And his wife, I mean,
No, he lives. He lives.
No, his wife was dead. That was actually a point of it, that his wife was dead.
then he goes down.
In
to
one of the
someone
loops,
else's
which I don't think was the last loop, we actually dug her up because we thought she was cursed, and we thought there was some. We were trying to figure out like.
That's how I lost my initial war pick.
Lost in her skull as you exhumed her body. Like what?
Well, it was silver, and so I decided to destroy it and use the silver dust to try and purify the ground.
Because that was
You're a good man,
before.
Zach, but you're a good. Well, was that before or after you were princess?
That was before.
Before.
I started off with a war pick. We had it silvered for whatever reason.
Because we thought we had to fight the werewolf.
Oh yeah,
I
we
was gonna
thought
say,
about
it
fighting
sounds like a
legs and
werewolf
throats.
problem kind of dealy.
And then
That was before we went to Cineris though and learned about the curse, but like.
Yeah.
But that was also like back before, because that was Gunner.
Oh, the fight in the shadow, fucking.
Shadowfell?
Oh, in Sonaris.
Yeah, in the destroyed town that was full of shadows.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun.
But like going back to like Eric's Tavern though, that was also like limited resources to solve the puzzle, because we had no full casters back then. Because
We just had raw brain.
Abdu quit. Actually, no, we had Billy, but like.
I mean, he quit straight away. It's not really like a.
Yeah, not long enough to be
He was
really.
gonna play Sorcerer if I remember, but we had Billy. Billy was our only full caster, so it was like, all right, Varys was still using like magic to be like our magic detector, because we didn't have Kalos and we didn't have Laszlo, so it's like someone has to have like the paranormal, ping for Sixth Sense stuff. That was a point. It was like we had Dauntless's other thing that he hasn't really used that much later in the campaign, but yeah, it was like solving a magical scenario without like literally anyone without dispel magic equipped to them at that, like
And I also do have a definitive thing that I didn't like, was specifically the TPK in the old blubbery. What the fuck are you wearing, Dan? Jeez. He comes out of his tent looking like a fucking gimp. Sorry. But it was the TPK for old blubbery, because I was having flashbacks to the sudden abrupt end of campaign 1 that we never got to finish. And like, I don't want it to end here. And I was hoping that none of you guys would be like, wow, nice MacGuffin, Adam, when I revived Turok with the
was that like always built with a
No, I made that specifically because I don't want a TPK.
Okay. But no, but did you do that ahead of time, or did it become that when we got TPK and you gave it that ability in that moment, or did it always?
I gave it the
have that
ability as soon as I fucking nat 20'd with a kobold to hit Gunderson with a rock or whatever the fuck I did.
It was Laszlo at that point.
Oh yeah, Laszlo.
No, it was Varys was the last to go.
Yeah, no, it was.
No,
was it?
Varys took down. No, Laszlo was the last.
No, it was
to go.
Laszlo. No, it was Laszlo. I
Varys
remember now.
killed the bear, but like when he went to go move to heal Dauntless, that's when the kobold started like slinging magic at him, and he went down.
Yeah, because I remember I was thinking to myself, with Blade Song active, I literally said the only way I can hit you is with a nat 20, and then I fucking rolled a fucking nat 20 on Tailspire, and I fucking go like, oh, shit!
Oh, no!
I will say though, that session was probably, I don't remember exactly when, but I think that was a session where I realized I got to change my subclass because the Beastmaster thing is not working because it's like that
Shit,
was like
subclass.
almost back to back. That was almost back to back with us getting ambushed by the Orc tribe, and it's like it's
It really
fully
shows the holes in
aesthetic.
it, like.
Yeah, it's like all right, but I feel like a lot of our problems in these two sessions, even when the other one where we were half power, it's like if I just had extra attack, I feel like it might have like instead of like the wolf that like eats my bonus action, which is really important for a ranger. If we'd survived that first session, I wouldn't have had to waste my concentration on because I remember this very specifically because I lost the magic longbow you gave me to the orcs, and then I had to concentrate on magic weapon to just do the one attack I could do per turn.
Oh yeah.
So like that was a case of all right. I feel like I don't know. You can't know how the dice would have rolled, but I feel like just the law of averages of being able to roll twice as many dice, it probably would have been helpful to just be able to attack twice a turn, regardless of which subclass. Horizon Walker I picked because like the description in like the manual literally was, oh, this is literally the Watchers of Spiro, so this makes perfect sense. And then it became I'll stop rambling, but then it became a thing of, oh, it could be a thing of Varys wasn't sure what his position in the Watchers was, and it became part of the story basically. But like, yeah, that was when I realized, yeah, Beastmaster.
Yeah. Well, you know, we all learned eventually, and I don't think it's any better in 2024's edition. I haven't read it, but it's still probably shit. Well, I think that was the last for that portion. Now...
Well, no, you didn't give your favorite things. You said you've only given bad things.
No, my favorite thing was Eric's Tavern.
Oh, Eric's Tavern, yeah.
And my least favorite thing was TPKing early.
Was there anything else? Any other, like, runners-up?
Yeah, there was a lot of them. The Siege of Solholm with Diviculus and the Treants. That one was, like, a big moment where, like, I gotta fucking show how strong Diviculus is when he's not being...
His power staffed, yeah.
Yeah, when he's power staffed.
There wasn't anything like we as players, like we basically played it the best we could, but there wasn't like some loophole we could have gotten.
No, that was intended to be me flexing.
Okay, gotcha. I always thought so, but I would like. Well, I think in the moment, as the player, as the character, you're like you feel like you should be thinking how you can fix it, or like how you can solve this.
I mean, you guys could certainly like think that as much as you want, but like at the same time, it's like you're only a couple dudes. This is
really cool.
This is me sieging a whole city.
Because you were like, oh, they're resistant to fire. Like the one thing you'd think would take out a fucking tree. It's like, oh, they fucking, and that was because of Henry, because he gave him the fucking flame sword that he could, and there's like, all those things like that.
Fire resistant anyway, or was that just? Oh, that's happening.
I don't know, but like, it's pretty cool.
No, they were
because the sword. Right?
Yeah, no, it's because of the sword. Because if you guys remember, the way that I make the golems or the treants with Dovey's thing was it requires plant matter, so that's why they were made of like gourds and pumpkins and shit. And a magical item to act as their heart, and the magical item will correspond to attributes that they have. So you gave them a frost brand sword that would have been frost resistant, for example.
This is a small crown Zulu as well, if you want to. Like...
Okay, I'm fine with literally anything. I just need material.
Yeah. But I mean, there's a lot of other things that I thought on my end. I feel like I want to get these guys out of this scenario as fast as possible because I don't think they're having fun. Hell, for example.
Who'd have thought?
That didn't go well.
Because my theory, because like again, we were rolling dice and we were rushing out of there. My theory was like it was supposed to be not exactly like Eric's Tavern, but it was supposed to be like a diversion where it's like, oh yeah, and then we're rolling dice. We're gonna like stumble up since it's hell. We're gonna stumble upon NPCs that we killed, and like it'll be some kind of like.
Oh, fucking the sorrow, yeah.
Like that was my trying to like figure out like what that was, but like, well, I guess you did. I guess like you said, it was like no, it was just meant to be kind of annoying, and then.
Dad's quest has password. It's not Gordon.
1111.
Oh, I didn't know it'd be password. Oh, shit.
If you join through things that aren't Link Party.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Sorry, Pat. Yeah.
Because being in the squad lobby doesn't get you.
No
access to quest for some reason.
Don't question it.
Uh-oh.
Grow up.
We're good.
But I guess that's gonna end that particular segment. Next is gonna be personal character specific stuff. that I can either elucidate on or like go into further explanation for. Does anyone want to hear about what happens to their dude first, or at least to the best of my explanation, without having to correspond with choices that you specifically would want to make? I know it's a mouthful, but...
I'm fine with wherever the dice.
You want to go first? I guess.
I think
Makes
everyone
sense,
wants to
since-
know.
I mean, everyone wants to know, but I
But
think
what
we're
about
just-
Turok because he's not the side party?
Can we agree that Gunderson came back to life, that we reincarnated him, or is that...
Unless forever hold your tongue kind of thing. Well, Gunderson, well, if you want to, you can start with him.
Sure.
So, well, what's going to happen with Gunderson is that he is going to obviously get rezzed, come back, with his soul taken back from the show. Where the fuck is my bird going?
He went up there? What the fuck did he go up there? Like, he did a sharp left into a cave, which
It was
is
trying to go
nowhere
back. It was trying to go into camp. Sorry, but Gunderson gets revived. I probably actually would have assumed that the League would keep him out of the loop in regards to certain aspects of the Yan Min
Yeah, he doesn't
for his own safety kind of thing, and also you hadn't given him a Joe Biden yet, so he would be
He's also
extra
like level what?
7 or some shit.
I think it was level 7. Yeah, that's what it is on D&D Beyond. Probably just like work in the
Ivory Crown.
work in the Ivory Crown because I was already a member of that.
He's
Or
gonna wake up and he's gonna find this one guy, Varys, and well, actually, would he remember? Would he have forgotten Varys since
Yes.
he's dead? And, okay. So like basically these two guys he didn't meet, that were now associated with the friends that he last saw before he died, or like.
Yeah, the only person he would know is Zen, and he'd be like, "You could."
I'll go on the
You
ship
can
with Zen.
read now?
I'll live like my father and go on the ship. That makes
He's like,
yeah.
Zen, give.
He's not
me-"
retard. He just
Oh.
died.
Well, no, because like, no, Zen was like still kind of slow.
Oh, I think
Oh,
he's
right.
slow.
I
yeah.
changed bodies.
Zen's slow.
I mean, Zen's still using a magic item though to boost his spell. So as long as I mean,
Well, no, I think I raised it naturally enough to be able to read.
okay. Oh yeah, that's right. That was a plot point in one of the clips that. Dan
Oh yeah, I put a load of clips from the channel on the Discord chat.
I feel like I actually watched all those clips that you posted, and I feel like me not having the green screen has a bit more soul. You can see like the background of my room.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, the
What you
creepy
do is
character
set
in the
it up
background.
To record what your room looks like behind the green screen, and then when you need it to be a green screen, you just turn it back to something.
To feel more human, to trick the masses. Yeah.
Well, my room is oriented differently, so I don't have the fucking spooky stranger
Character, yeah.
in my fucking background anymore of the like my fucking
The
jacket.
Loki in the wardrobe.
Yeah, it's just my jacket, but it looks like a dude standing menacingly in
Yeah,
my
if
closet.
that's possible, I would happily go non-contract work with Zen. Like, if you if you'd have me, I think that makes familiarity-wise of coming back and not really having a footing in the world
Like
anymore.
a
like-
year of his life is just gone.
Yeah.
It's like, well, a year of unlife. I don't know what you'd call it since he was technically dead.
I was chilling with a
stone.
fucking dragon in there, right? In a stone. Yeah.
Mhm.
There's a fucking where was it? Like
There's a physical cairn that you guys can go to retrieve it. It is in Valkyrie's Ascent mountain range, but it is surrounded by perpetual like that snowstorm that the dude has. So it's hard to find, like even from an aerial view. And getting through it is like you can get lost in the actual snowstorm itself. But having a ranger would actually
make it
negate
very
that.
easy, yeah.
Yeah, it's still considered a natural snowstorm.
Yeah, was my soul like I was chilling with
Actually-
a dragon or something, right? Something weird like
Let's
that.
go back to NPCs. What happened to? I don't know if you want to talk about Damien. How that that did.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, he was supposed to be a bigger character, honestly, because I made him the most racist man alive.
Second to add.
Yeah. Well, I am Damien, so
No.
I can't out racism myself. But yeah, I did make him out to be a bigger character. He was supposed to be your guys's like, not a, I mean, like I guess a villain because he's racist, I guess. But
You can cap it if you want.
huh? Oh yeah.
Blow up.
Can I retrieve the bomb? Oh, you can't put it back. Oh, wait, I can just pocket it.
Oh, what?
Me and Pat have other ideas. We'll blow the fucking shit out
Don't
of it.
want bombs? Okay.
We'll kill
No,
it.
no, we're gonna blow it up.
Do you have a good wake up?
I accidentally threw it.
I gotta.
Doesn't do anything. It's just rolling.
Hold on, I gotta.
Oh, fucking Christ!
Like, oh, it's not
That scared the shit out of me.
You throw it. But yeah, Damon was supposed to be a bigger picture. He would have been, so the first part was if any of you joined Winterwolves, he would have been antagonizing you the whole time.
calling you a bitch.
Calling you a bitch, other racial slurs that I would come up with for your respective races. I would have gotten really creative with that. Yeah. So I would have been that. He would have like actively tried to stop any promotions that you guys got using his connections and family members as leverage, and it honestly would have been a very strong force for you to want to try to beat the shit out of him. But then, you know, you've been like suspended from the clan if you do so, and also the law of the land.
It's a good thing Turok didn't join the Winterwolves.
Yeah, for real.
But he also would have been potentially like, I did want to have a. You did it. You solved racism. I'm no longer an asshole anymore. Arc.
I respect you now.
Yeah, I did want to have that kind of thing going on. Just for like the hee hee ha ha of like, we solved racism.
Because I got the sense that like a side quest we could have gone on at some point was to help him slay his dragon. Was I misreading?
No, you're on point with that one. He does have a whole shtick of like when he is up for promotion, you could go in and help. No, we could help him with his promotion.
Summon an even bigger dragon.
Which is weird because we had the pieces. Varus was even like a ranger with dragons as his preferred enemy. So we were right there. We were like almost there. We were like.
And all of his compatriots were obviously significantly less racist than him by large margins. They all
It makes the racism more prominent visually.
Yeah,
right?
because one of them was the older gentleman that was with him was essentially like his Alfred to Batman. The young cleric, the young cleric lady who gave you the revive skull for Billy was also just a very sweet lady. But they were just following him because of he's technically royalty in the area and something about him. He's like, you know, he might be racist, but he's actually like he's a really like virtuous. He's a very
paladin,
he's a very virtuous person who was with strong morals, but he's just incredibly racist. And then that kind of bled away as the campaign went on because it's hard to keep up. Not gonna lie.
I mean, the fact that you're not actually a racist is
I
quite,
think as we
you know,
also,
it's
like,
a blind
take,
blurred.
these random directions. Like we're gonna go hunt a bear on the other side of.
How do I put
it's like,
racism into that?
It's hard to have
yeah.
him have an excuse to follow you to go.
Oh,
And then when we're going like we're going to the Shadowfell, and then we're going to. It's like it's hard to.
And then
guess
we stopped
that was
giving
a good
fuck.
highlight I don't think we've mentioned yet, is the fact that we all let our co-workers know about that riddle, and it was the fucking easiest riddle ever.
Yep.
We
Oh, yeah, I
roped in
forgot
people
about
in
the
real
riddle.
life about it. Yeah.
That one, I was very happy that it took you guys that long. And then when it started going a
That
little
was
more
just
than that,
egg, right?
What riddle?
so I gave them a number sequence, and it looked like from the outset it was the next number in line was
I have these written somewhere.
it was like
Find them.
There's a clip of it.
it was like +1, and the next consecutive number was +2, then +3. But then the final number was completely out of whack and didn't follow the pattern at all. So I think Henry went to some older guy at his work who like did this whole fucking formula of what it could be potentially in terms of like exponential functions or some crap, but it didn't fall into any formula.
That's good.
And by the time that you guys all finished it, or at least got the actual explanation and went back to tell the people you were asking for help, I think all of them got like just as mad.
They were.
They were like, "What the
mad.
fuck?" They were like, "This
Yeah,
fucking
he
guy.
was.
If I'm ever a new,"
I put it on some, like not public, but like social media like, story. I think I put it on
News
my
article
story
about
on
it.
Instagram,
He lives, you
and
can find
then
him.
As we look
and then I messaged the two people who responded individually to say this was the solution, and they were both like, "Oh,
you need
that's
to
so
kill him.
I
Yeah.
don't even remember what the
Fuck that
solution
guy.
was.
It was just that they went up. It was
It was
The numbers
in
got
ascending
bigger.
order.
Yeah.
That's it.
Ascending order by a certain number.
Bro, really?
Evil.
That's what I thought too. Like, is it because it keeps going up?
That was
No, that's what it
literally the
was.
answer, but
Yeah.
Where
we were
were you, Greg? Where
But
were
again,
you?
The only reason
a
why I
lot of the
thought
times
that
with these
is because
puzzles that
Adam
were
makes stuff too simple. Sometimes like the negative AC. There's no way we would have ever.
Andrew
thought of
came
that.
up with
Oh,
like a
Jesus.
fucking equation on his own.
I think you pulled some Professor Layton shit.
He
Yeah.
actually.
That's up his alley, though. Andrew loves that stuff. Remember the spuds? Remember the...
And I think that was the moment where like, all right, whoever's in that room has just gotta ask if it's just because the numbers are getting bigger. Because once Andrew is doing like fucking crazy math equations.
Sorry, I
on the
can't work
whiteboard,
right now. I
Yeah,
gotta.
he also
See, you
whipped
say that, but
out.
I did completely unravel how the Jarl was killed.
The
with my
sack
movie.
spuds.
Yeah, but then you also whipped out some Egyptian hieroglyphics on that one, and we were all just like,
Hey,
"What is-"
whatever works.
Look, I told Andrew this, but like, Dauntless's whole shtick was also a degree of like, you kind of have to play the foil to him because it's like, realistically,
tinfoil.
someone would have to realistically think that this is ridiculous. Stop. But also like, it's the punchline of when he is right, then that person has to eat their words. So it's like,
Oh shit, I'm not in the Monster Hunter category? Oh, excited. Whoopsie.
Report him. Report him.
I think you can get in trouble for not being in the right
Yeah.
category.
Can.
Don't report him.
there's a scene in Red versus Blue where it's like, it was between I'm trying to remember the exact words, but like it's a scene between Wash and Doc, and I'm like, that is thinking about that scene. That is Varys and Dauntless. That is how I like refer to. Is like, yep, no, that's.
I
I mean, I make Doc jokes a lot with the idea that,
what
like,
it was.
medics don't say
It
The
was
way,
later-
yeah. Go on, sorry.
I remember what it was. It's he's like they're trying to track the other guys, and it's like Doc is like, man, we like, well, it's like, aren't you guys like super secret spies? Can't you guys use like heat vision to track them? And Wash turns to him and is like, what, heat signatures in a desert? Why don't you go back to not understanding medicine, and I'll solve this problem myself. And then the second Doc walks away, he turns to the other character, hey, can we check to see if there are any heat signatures we can follow? That was like, all right. Saw that clip at some point, and it was like, this is how I'm gonna this is my guiding light when it comes to interacting with Dauntless.
Like the way you played the like just deep-seated frustration with Andrew and like not Andrew specifically, but the things that Dauntless would do, really like it was very well done. Because Andrew would say these absolutely corked lines, I'm like, okay, I can see there's a hint of something there, and I'm happy he said it. Because you were just like, no. It's like,
like I understood what he was doing, because like the most obvious example is when we finally figured out, oh, if we just feign death, the tadpoles will suffocate. It's like he said something ridiculous, but then it was like, wait a minute.
Say that again.
Let's you're like, yeah, say that again. Oh, he says it again. You're an idiot, but I have a simpler solution that I got from your.
You've gleaned the. He's like a divining rod. He'll reel in the other ideas. It's like that's too far out, but then this one.
Oh, I think I remember what that was actually. It was like, if they're eating or if they're feeding on your dreams, what if we just make it so that your intelligence is 0? I think that's what the gist of it is.
I think you suggested outright murdering Billy at some point. Like,
Personally, my favorite Dottie moment was when we when we were trying. Holy shit! I just had it, then it just went away. Holy fuck! Oh,
I'll come back to it.
He's got the 0 intelligence.
Well, who else wants to see how their shit wraps up? If it's not painfully obvious.
I'll go. I just have to. I'll go next. I have to go in a bit, but I'll keep listening on live stream.
Okay. For Turok or Kalos?
I think we agreed Turok just dies because he
yeah.
wants to get his revenge.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kalos, obviously.
Well, you do have a lot of options in terms of your career path, just because there's a couple of things on the floor that you can pick up. For one thing, you can go ahead and take up a professorship status at the University of Solholm. Next would be apprenticeship with Gizmo, which I feel like you might be leaning towards a little bit more. And the other one is also making sure that you are no longer going to be bent over backwards and fucked in the ass with a barbed cock when you die. That's the
Go back to hell.
Yeah, you gotta go back to hell.
I think it's just gonna be the last two that I'll do, honestly.
Okay, that's a pretty good outcome of not
Build a
getting.
dreadnought body so he doesn't have to go get fucked.
I mean, you could do that too, because I think you said you wanted to become fucking immortal or some shit.
Yeah.
I'll come with dragons.
I'll eventually, after my apprenticeship, ask Zip to do me the huge favor of doing true polymorph on me and becoming a dragon.
Post a quest, by the
Zip
way.
doesn't do true polymorph. I can just shape change it to dragons.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Like, no, I can't do that to you.
Oh. You can't true polymorph me?
No.
Oh, I'll go up to Laszlo. and
Come
ask him.
grovel to Laszlo.
I'd
You
go
won't be
up to
cat.
Laszlo.
Alright,
He's
here
gonna be on his
forever.
fucking lawsuit and fucking.
I turn you into an
fucking, like,
ant.
rose up in a rowboat.
Like, please use true polymorph. I can't do it.
You're an immortal ant.
Laszlo.
There you go.
Laszlo's right next to me with sunglasses, tanning next to me.
Oh, hello.
It's
What do you
been a
want?
Why,
while.
but why would he want a suntan? The sun hurts him.
Ah! I mean, it's like exposure therapy for Laszlo.
I mean, what else is he gonna do?
I mean,
He
like,
literally has a
You
pirate
don't know.
friend in the same ocean that he has an archdruid friend in.
I'm sure Kalos could artificer some item that lets Laszlo be in.
Sunglasses?
Oh my
Yeah.
god, I'm also an artificer, very skilled.
Why wouldn't you?
I
Here's
would
the thing.
probably just maybe be able to make something.
Do
for
you
myself.
retain
just a hat.
your? Do you retain your? It's the hat, the humble hat, like the big hat Logan hat. Would you be an artificer dragon? Is that how that works?
I
could.
honestly don't know
mean,
how
it
that
could.
works. Because
We
it's
didn't
a
lose
race
his-
change, not a class change. So
I mean,
I.
I would've it'd just be racial stuff now because
The only
becoming a
thing, the only
dragon-
thing that might be weird though is because technically what happens with dragons is they have built-in sorcerer levels, but would that overwrite your artificer levels, or do they stack and you suddenly turn into what is technically a 40 level character?
I think that's up to you, Adam.
Well, it's a hypothetical, so I would probably just say, you know what, why not? Why the fuck not?
Yes.
Yeah, 'cause,
So
like,
I am.
honestly, couldn't dragons just have like a human form anyway and just do that?
I mean, they could, but I'm like on terms of like the raw on paper, what his technical
So
character
he would
level.
just be an artificer
but like-
20, but he's a dragon.
Yeah.
I mean, at best, he'll be an NPC, never to be touched ever again.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that would all be easy to think because I couldn't have someone walking around with that much fucking extra, like 2 classes levels worth of shit.
It'd be cool though.
Yeah.
Cat, level 20 cat.
Well, you can dream about it, Henry, but it's over now.
Never
so-
touch it. Yeah, I'll do that for you. Where do you want? What do you want?
Gold silver dragon. Gold dragon.
Gold dragon.
Remember, gold dragons are the ones that.
Do
I
you
mean,
do that the first chance you get, or you do that when you're old? and
No, I
decrepit
do
and
that
gonna
when
die?
I
like,
don't know
age
what's
wouldn't
gonna happen
matter,
to me
would it?
yet.
Around
So
with Calamari Death Ray and looks at him right in the eye. Do it now.
I mean, this right here. Like,
Do it right now, Laszlo.
do the roar.
yeah, there's a quest up if you want to join.
Sure. I'll join.
But anything else for Kalos? You obviously have your lady friend over there, over in Dominus.
You're
who
going to
is-
show you guys how uncool
we
the
have,
racehorse bed is.
We have
Double-
like 5 kids.
Yeah, before you're a dragon, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly. And then I
We
become
went
a
back
dragon.
because she was in the
They
Twin
at least have
Ravens
one
last
win-
time we
one
saw her,
dragon.
right? We kind of.
Yeah,
I,
we
do,
left
I
it
sick
there.
I sick my Joe Bidens on any of Callus's enemies.
But yeah, no, I think that's it.
All right. Who's up
I think I'm
next?
wrapped up. Oh, and then sorry, favorite thing for Dottie was the thing where he's like, right after we found out that he can blow himself up,
Mhm.
and then he's like, "Guys, just do it," and then we're all just like, "No,
Oh,
we
outside
don't
of
do
fucking
it."
Soul
Yes.
Home,
Oh,
yeah.
And then
we
we all
fucking-
just almost fucking died.
Oh yeah, you need to kill
That's-
But all of
Sky.
us did die.
Oh
Not
yeah,
all of
yeah,
us.
yeah.
Someone
He's
lived.
fucking killed
We
Varys.
weren't all there.
Oh,
No, I think we were all there.
Zip
I
would have
think I
lived. He
did
wasn't
knock
there.
out.
Mhm.
I loved it.
No, you outright killed Varys and Zen.
For the explosion.
I think because we were right next to you.
I think it would have been the best form of TPK, to be quite honest.
it's pretty badass.
I feel like Adam would be so fucking livid.
He would be minging.
I probably would.
Oh, great
I
man.
have one last question that I'll text Dan to ask you if you don't
Get to it.
answer. Yeah. go
Sure, sure. Yeah, just ping me on
Oh,
yeah,
you get a
Discord.
sneak attack out.
Alright,
Sorry.
boys. I'll see you.
See you,
guys
Henry,
later.
mate. Talk soon.
Bye.
User disconnected from your channel.
It's gonna be don't bang my mum, don't bang my mum. No, no.
You're not supposed to run into those.
Who are we fighting?
Well,
Well,
you know,
I'll
someone
bring
has
first.
to console her. She went to all that trouble to give him back his arm, and then he went and threw
Got
his
himself killed again,
immortality
yeah.
away. So someone has to
Well,
console.
doesn't he have a new
Amidala.
body? Does that still apply?
Don't worry, Zip got it.
If he dies, then it will be well, he's still not technically. Sorry, for Turok, if he kills his grudges, he will die, regardless of the body.
Okay.
But he's just not considered undead anymore. Is what the thing is.
Is it like the Revenant or whatever?
Yes. But specifically, he is no longer a undead, so he can like heal normally, and isn't
God,
adversely affected by like holy magic and shit.
Oh yeah, let's say there's like.
No, it physically hurts him. Yeah, they tested it. It hurt him.
Are you planning to carry that trait through of necromantic magic healing the undead next campaign?
That's
It's like-
actually
it's a bit of
always
an odd one,
that
like-
one's kind of always been a thing to some capacity, but not is limited to certain types of undead. Like just for example, some of them like negative energy wave specifically mentions certain ways that it interacts with like zombies and shit. So in that regard, it'll have to be a case by case basis.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, it'll just turn into
Because what it did do, it felt like necromancy spells just became really pointless, and that's like a whole school of magic that you sort of parked as a result of that. At least from like a casting perspective on my end, like it was like, oh, I should just don't use these because it's in most instances it's useless. Like.
If I had more zombies, yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's like, oh, okay, thanks. Like,
Yeah, but then if you gotta look to your holy casters to pick up the slack in that regard. So yeah, he's gotta smite him when he remembers to smite.
I mean, he was remembering to smite. That was, I think, the issue with the last dungeon. He kept
he
remembering
didn't do
to smite.
it. He didn't do it. Well, he was in a really unique position there where he remembered a class trait.
Well, no, I'm talking about before the last one, where the reason he had to fall back on that was because he was using all his spell slots smiting in every encounter. It's like, yeah, we need the damage, we also need the damage later.
Yeah, we got there in the end. It was fine.
We got it. We made it. We made it. It made it work. We all survived. Who?
Let's go
We're
next.
jumping at the bits. Go next.
Otherwise, alright.
Paris, go next.
Yours is actually in a relatively easier position. You kind of resolved your character arc story thingy earlier than anyone else. I think it was like the very first one that we did actually,
Yeah, I think so.
with the werewolf clan. And then you decided that you weren't going to just, well, my thing's done. Thanks, guys.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, I got my lady friend, and
Solved my quest line.
yeah, but you decided to keep going with the league
I
because
can,
there was a.
now that I'm not distracted by my loyalty mission, I can commit full time to being a group dad. So, yeah. I mean, level 20 ranger with teleportation circle. I've got a few locations, so he's got pretty free roam of the parts of the world he needs to access.
I would say it's just whether or not you want to go back to the Watchers of Spiros or just be a family man.
So
think
I
he's using-
think he would
you walk
settle
through trees and
down. What is it? Samsara is the town with werewolves they settled.
Yeah.
I think that would be where he would operate out of. I think there's also there's probably a Twin Ravens branch in there, right? Right? Minus-
Samsara a bigger town?
Samsara
Samsara
is
is the port.
the biggest port town in all of Utash.
Yeah.
That's not the one where
That's all
Douglas's husband is, right?
All ports the other
Nope,
other
that's the
coast.
opposite side of the continent.
Samsara is bottom south, and then
Yeah, yeah.
Ulport is top right, or top east, northeast.
So I feel like Varys would settle there unless for some reason the werewolf clan moved. I feel like that's where because like we floated the idea after we put Versicio to rest. Like, oh yeah, we'll take over his estate. We'll set up a teleportation circle, and we'll just kind of.
Oh yeah, we said that was in Samsara's house, right?
Mhm.
With his
So he
fucking
would go-
furry cosplay.
Yes, the full werewolf outfit.
Well, it was an actual skin, right?
It was, yes.
Terrifying to think you had to keep them in werewolf form to do that. That's pretty gross. Like, well, painful
I
for the werewolf
think-
guy.
do it at that location again.
Can't they regenerate?
That's the thing that's more scary about it. Like, how the fuck did he manage that?
Oh, you just do it quick.
Get him quickly.
He skins you.
They do it like a rabbit.
Snap his legs and fucking.
And just fucking whip it.
I think between building its CP circle there and all the ones he already knows, I think he could maintain at least limited ties to the Twin Ravens, the Ivory Crown, and probably the Watchers. I would think the Watchers, he'd feel a little responsible for, considering he spearheaded the let's have the Fey pockets just open up and then we'll have the army march in and then we'll deal with the consequences later. So
Okay, so in that regard, I would say you would have had a few months of doing the thing with the Watchers where you were patrolling the Piratola Forest for wayward soldiers from the Summer Court who were doing nefarious things like pillaging and stealing from the locals and kicking them in the shins and whatnot. Whatever it is that Fey soldiers do. Very minging.
they're from the chaotic. So that's the chaotic dimension. So I can't think of anything else off the top of my head besides. I can't think of any other plot points on my end that I feel like might unresolved. It's like, yeah, I guess he got, because just by extension of that's where the Thea stayed with the werewolf clan. That's the ice continent, which he verbally was very vocal about hating. For at least the beginning part of the campaign, that's where he ended up settling. So it's you get that kind of coming full circle, and then yeah, I think yes, Twin Ravens especially since he's in the know. I think he maintained regular, like at least semi-active like membership for what being probably the only one of two members who know that I know the boss. I take smoke breaks with the boss. Yeah, so
He is a cigar man, so.
yeah.
Oh, I gotta remember I can get full essence from wounds on this thing. Anyone else? Zip. Oh, well, as you can probably tell, the man of many titles is going to have many responsibilities now. And considering the fact that he's effectively an ageless being, you gotta deal with it for several hundred years, if not thousands. So, as Archdruid of the clan, circle, excuse me, you obviously have responsibilities to maintaining the ley line, and you are probably the most powerful being on the entire planet while you are sitting on your ley line, because you have infinite casts of magic.
Nope, not getting out of my chair.
Thanos Zip.
Well, if he wanted to, he could just fucking put like
Infinite wish.
infinite. I was gonna say like tidal waves just surrounding the whole island and just keep them up perpetually.
Yeah, until Zen needs it.
The best surfing in all the land.
It's like, hey, I need to get over there like by 5. You might give me.
Give me a giant wave. Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry, bud.
You talking the truth?
Someone was living there.
Ow!
But besides that, seeing as our good pal Zen is also in your waters a decent amount of the time, most of the time, yeah. It does create this interesting hybrid relationship wherein any time that anyone is remotely anywhere in close proximity to the Druid Circle area, like in that neck of the woods, you have that you would know, and you'd be able to, thanks to Lolth, just hey, there's this guy in your front yard. You want me to fucking get rid of him? And anyone who is not well liked by either Dread Pirate Zen or the Archdruid Zip, those are like the most dangerous waters ever, because communication between you guys is instantaneous thanks to Lolth, and level 20 player characters with more room to grow because Dread Pirate perks, plus guy with infinite Yeah,
Yes.
plus guy with infinite casts. If you are not associated with this, it becomes just the worst ocean ever to be not associated with either of you two. So it becomes a monopolizing of the area to the point where if you wanted to, you could realistically turn that entire area into
A no-go.
Zenland?
not even a no-go, but just like a hard,
Z.
well, it's just such a hard chokehold. It is like some mafia tier bullshit of you either pay me my Dread Pirate tax, or you be
Infinite casting monkey will destroy you.
yeah, the infinite casting monkey will beat the shit out of you, and then
Is
I'll
it across
take
the whole region, or is it just on
it's
that
the
island?
no, it's the entire
sea.
it's the entire ocean more or less. I mean,
my
like
God.
Zip still needs to be in on his ley line to get that infinite cast, but like it's
You can just return back to it.
yeah, he can just fucking come back. He'll
Restock,
be
yeah.
restocked, and it's just like genuinely.
It's not being shit and we get sacrificed and sent to Zen's army.
Yeah, exactly. So it just turns into you pay my toll or you pay my toll.
Zen's army of fucking brewers.
Very well paid and
Dinosaur.
401k.
Yeah. Best treated staff.
Zen told them just
People are like, I want to work on the barge. I want to work on the barge.
Yeah, they need their own ship.
Would such a thing like that redefine of somehow like how some of the other Dread Pirates like? Well, we'll get to it on
I
Pat's
guess
thing.
Dread
But
Pirates just do what they want.
would they be like, dang, that Zen guy's real fucking cool. I want to make a brewery, like, or you know.
I mean, in that regard, they can pick up hobbies, no problem. But it's just like the power dynamic is still highly isolated to their respective oceans. Plus, during the it's called the Black Banquet, which whenever the pirate dreadlords come together, which is the first time that you guys meet the other Dread Pirates, and Laszlo takes care of his contract problem.
How would that go? Like, would that just be like a nice conversation? Because it didn't end in a horrible way. Like,
You know, parlay.
yeah, yeah.
It's a lot like the Pirates of the Caribbean thing, where like when they all come together, there's a spoken and unspoken rule of like, you don't fuck with other pirates while you're here because this is the only time we get to really be civil with each other.
Sure.
So in that regard, it is a casual conversation of like, oh hey, oh that's your dude now? Oh okay, you're cool. All right, then we're cool. And it's literally a matter of him physically shredding your contract.
Nice.
In that regard, just by association. And then like oh yeah, no hard feelings of like forcing you to sacrifice people if you want to touch my water kind of
It's
thing.
fine. Whatever.
Whatever, they were just prisoners or some shit.
Sacrifice people to get what I want.
Uh,
You said that part really fast.
Yeah.
For some reason, I don't know.
Funny Rock.
Oh, he jumped over it.
Dude, he's funny. You get this time.
He's going.
Get him again.
You fool! Why did you U-turn? I missed.
No.
Oh
You got
wait, I didn't see the
Got a
damage
long
numbers.
ass.
Oh yeah. Grass. Give me my fucking
320
essence.
pop. Wow, wow.
But yeah, so Zen can continue doing all of his other shit. I don't think you being a doctor, or not being a doctor I should say, really has much bearing on your overall career. I can't really see Zen opening up a medical practice unless you say otherwise.
Back alley.
Have this beer.
Now, there's some of the things that you could do is, if you wanted to, you could go and see what happened to your old
Oh
monk,
yeah, the monastery.
your old monastery.
I assume they all have big headaches now.
So, you didn't get to witness this because you were
Didn't go.
ousted.
Oh yeah.
But after your forced exile, also gotta remember you have kids too.
Yeah, I technically do.
But after your forced exile, the monastery itself, out of morbid curiosity killed a cat kind of thing, was like, some of the higher-ups who were the ones who exiled you were just like, what the fuck did he see? And then they looked into the void and it looked back. So they get kind of like super spiritually brainwashed by the Yanmin when they peer into the astral plane. And essentially, it turns into a horrible situation where the upper people turn the whole monastery into a fucking cult of squid worshipping bullshittery. I think it's gonna be tidal wave, I think.
Was there ever, maybe not actively, was there ever in the back of your mind, like figuring out like an excuse, or was there ever an idea for us to end up having to go there or something, or was it just?
I think if we wanted to.
No, because what happened was, this is corresponding to the whole of, like, if you don't give me an actual backstory when you first make your character, this is the amount of work I'm actually going to put into it, and, like, besides Andrew's I have amnesia thing, Pat was also relatively short as well.
Yeah.
So, I did
Yeah, 3
do...
amnesiacs between you
Yeah.
and Billy?
Yeah, so, yeah, your thing will correspond to the amount of work that you put in, and I'll put in as much as I can. So, coming up with what Zip had based off of what Pat gave me, or I'd say the lack thereof, what you guys witnessed during play was more or less what I came up with. So, and when you guys got to Sanctus and you saw the fucking Black Pyramids and whatnot, and everything got forcibly revealed, and Zen had his moment, that was the culmination of all that. So if Zen wants to, he can go see his kids and grandkids.
I'm gonna retire.
You can retire, but you're also a Dread Pirate, so...
I'm not really retired.
No, you're retired from normie work, but Loki would probably have a few choice words with you if you kind of just quit the job immediately.
Nope.
Right, but then you gotta let someone stab you so that you can make them the Dread Pirate. You know, that's in the
Can you just do this? Oh, what? Get the thing! You got it in?
Oh, you kidding me?
What? That was on my screen. That looked like I fucking hit him.
Oh, you can't block that.
No, it's
You
water.
can't block a tidal wave. You kidding me? Oh.
I can jump over it with my stick, though. Alright, I guess that's all I can honestly think of for Zen. Being a pirate, brewer master, having fun, and living his life, because he is immortal now. That could be a theme for a lot of you guys.
He and Zips is hanging out.
Where's this guy trying to limp to? You live here.
Get limping.
everyone's. I mean, is there any? No, that's not.
It is. So you watch. What
Um.
did we say about Laszlo? Other than him just like
Well, Laszlo
hanging out with everyone,
I got a
teleporting
lot of
around.
options. I got a lot.
Well, you do have responsibilities as a Silver Sentinel. That you.
Have to go back underground once in a while.
What's did we do Dauntless?
You want to do that now?
I mean, I thought we did essentially.
Kind of, but at the same time, not too in detail, I'd say.
Yeah, sure.
Alright, so Dauntless, Princess Huolong, should you choose to accept your responsibilities as a wife and breeding machine for the family?
Nah, I already got kids. Empty egg carton.
Hey, look, Dad, I have goblin children.
You never said what
Thankfully-
species.
Thankfully, we have our new friend Zip who can just turn them into other things.
You would do that against their will, though.
Well, no. it wouldn't
Hey,
be
well, I
against their
think
will.
goblins would want. Hey, you want to be a big, strong person?
Kids, do you want to live twice as long?
Did you not see
Great.
Big with Tom Hanks? That is not again well.
And be big and strong.
Yeah, but
You can make him a dread pirate.
I can murder them.
Give him every.
if you
title.
choose
Man,
to,
first,
you know,
I think we pinpointed the day that Varys gave his 2 weeks as the bodyguard to.
Yeah, to
oh,
fire
can I
that
finally
shit.
erase that from my thing of your guys' wages? That
Our pittance we get for being a bodyguard.
yeah.
yeah, look, I mean, without
Like we
Little Red-
literally just killed
You're
a
being the
fucking
bodyguard, the most
ship of
danger-prone
meatballs
person.
because we didn't like that
Hey.
they were like
Money's still a thing.
brainwashing and.
I'm possibly I'm somehow the richest person at the end of all this, so I don't think it matters if I pay you guys $20 every like week or so.
That's awful. Oh,
For now, you're the richest person. I feel like Zen and Zip are gonna monopolize a whole part of the world.
yeah, no, you could honestly make an entire fucking trade empire that is genuinely
In
insurmountable.
that area.
In that, specific area. But for Dauntless, if you don't want to settle down, maybe you can get a divorce. And then if you do so...
I think if he did that, I think the Mordermoth might fucking kill him.
Yeah, if you
Well,
did...
The Mordermoths killed the previous, well, your husband's wife. Yeah, they killed him.
Look, I've got all the kids already. It's just a simple matter of having them turned into dragons and then just like faking it.
Or you can just come to Izosha. They won't. They better not step foot in there.
The kids want to be turned into dragons? I guess that's a.
You can ask them.
I think if I was a goblin and someone's like, "Hey, you want to be a dragon?" I'll be like, "Fuck yeah!"
I mean, this little sniffly goblin that Henry loves the voice of so much, he's probably willing to be like, I want to be a dragon.
Yeah, just like a bunch of fucking kids. Like, hey, you're gonna be rich and dragon.
But they don't speak Draconic.
Yeah, but they can be taught.
And they're gonna be shipped off and separated and treated like pets for the rest of their lives.
Especially if, because half of the goblin children are women, so you can be condemning them to a life of being a fucking brood mother.
I want you to think about where they were versus where they ended up.
I think it's
Hell has many layers, Ed boy.
Yeah.
But in that case,
Many layers.
choosing to be a strong, independent, dragonborn woman, Dauntless goes off and says, fuck the patriarchy of my biological father, but realistically is kind of way too difficult to pin down in one location through marriage certificates or otherwise, physically. So I would say that in regards to your stuff with brain swapping,
Actually, I guess that would be a priority.
that is kind of a big thing for your chick.
But finding the other people who got brain swapped. Now that I have, so you've ticked off the kid box.
I would say though that the finding your brain buddies is not as simple as like, say, using cast find item. You'd have to do that essentially. It would be the creepiest thing of you just going around asking to see people's feet.
Brain damage, not wearing shoes, come talk to the dragon.
But realistically, if you wanted to, you could essentially just make like a fucking like an orphanage for all of your brain buddies.
Roaring Hooks.
Well,
this is a place of business, man. Why you keep bringing these people in?
Just buy him a bigger house. It's okay.
Roaring Rook 2.
Well, Yerk and Roy do actually very much like their comfy lifestyle and having all these extra people. If you did want to start fucking funneling them all into Yerk and Roy's thing, they would ask that you maybe consider finding somewhere else to do this.
I would just buy the house next door.
I was joking. That was your idea. Oh,
I mean, he's got the money.
you will live here forever. I am the queen of this world.
The queen of you wackadoos.
I'll just bring I'll bring the property value down of everyone in the neighborhood.
I'll buy the whole. I'll buy Soul.
Yeah, just buy the
Alright,
house,
dude.
become the new
Grand
mayor.
I will say there are some adverse consequences to your husband, though. Because of the fact that he is not sired any children of your direct bloodline, the Mordremoths will punish him.
Wait, what?
Financially.
Yeah, you need DNA.
It's part of their actual contract. They have a physical contract that he signed.
They have to get
Why don't you just have like?
Gotta get busy then.
Hold on.
Gronk knows.
Could we turn
Get
one of
jiggy
the
with it.
goblins into a human though?
What?
What would that matter?
Hey, you just
We just
They
claim
would
it's
want
like,
you to
oh
do
yeah,
it
look,
until it's
the kid.
a dragon.
No, the-
No, the mother determines the race.
Oh, then how would they know the difference?
they have DNA testing.
Is that a thing in this world?
Yeah, but it's magical. Yeah.
They go on Mori, but the magic Mori.
That's great.
Yeah, the Mordremoths do have a thing of essentially
Big
testing
Mori.
for bloodline, essentially, so that if someone comes up to like, hey, I'm 1/5 Mordremoth, give me money. They have a thing for that.
You telling me
And then they shank him.
my friend Zip, the strongest druid on the planet, can't like finagle
He-
that?
You can change them in shape and form, but not so much like the DNA composition.
Yeah, the best I can do is we can keep killing one, and then reincarnate it until it's a dragonborn, but that still doesn't do the blood stuff.
Terrifying.
So there are consequences to you being a strong, independent red woman. But
Well, at least cures alcoholism, so there's that.
I mean, okay, well, the pearl divers will have
Zen would like to
a dark
have
hour.
a conversation with you on that.
Yeah, but it does cause the Laszlo's pearl divers to have a very dark period in their time, wherein the rates at which they trade to the Morjamoths, they're essentially in the black when it comes like financially, and start having to do some more nefarious things like working with the Ivory Crown.
Which I have an in with anyway.
Yeah, but like some people, not everyone knows that you know that. You know that you know that, but not everyone knows that you know that. Sorry.
I'm just saying, I'm at
Greg's brain exploded.
I'm at like the locus of all these different converging points, so I'll make it work. We make it work.
Alchemy solve if you just pop out a few dozen chids.
Not gonna happen.
Well, eventually your tubes dry up and you become... and it becomes
The
not
old,
a thing
the
anyways.
old dragonborn cat lady.
The old menopause route.
Look, I've got the kids that I've transformed. I've got the brain.
Well, we
people
just
that
found
I've
out that there's no
collected.
reason to transform them. So
Yeah.
we just found out.
I think things would be substantially worse if I didn't.
Andrew's squirming so bad right now. It's.
I'm rattled. No, I'm just.
You forget I've got true polymorph, but I'm not making those kids.
Well,
Might as
that
well
still
work
would fix the
best
DNA
friends
thing,
until I
right?
die.
Even true polymorph.
What if I don't want you to die?
Well,
I mean, I don't want to die either. But
I could keep you on ice and have all the powers.
It's horrific.
well, Lazo is aligned evil, I'm just saying.
That's what cocoons me.
Could do. We haven't got to me
could.
yet. We'll
You
wait.
have the means. You had,
I
what
got
do you
there's a
think we
lot
did
of
to
routes I could go.
What do you think we did to the Joe Bidens?
I did miss that part.
Which I think we established that like they're basically we want to keep our brain shield even without the meatball. We kind of like we kind of keep these things.
Yeah, no.
I missed that part. What did you guys do?
Still in there so you can have brain protection.
Yeah, if you don't want to instantly pop when you go onto the Agonia from the Master Brain's aura, you need to set up these little meat puppets that essentially give you a brain barrier. So they
Are you not there for
transform,
that session? Like,
so they transformed a bunch of literal pebbles into
Oh, I
geriatric old men.
Oh yeah.
Totally not Joe Biden.
No,
never.
Yes.
Never.
Malarkey. Valley cat.
That was at least one whole election ago.
That was, yeah. And he was fucking mental then. Goddamn alley cat. Wow, wow, wow. Whatever else you'd say.
I mean, I
Leave the
essentially-
cage open for that cat that you guys found.
What about
Sorry,
that
I'm hearing the bird.
rooster?
All I'm hearing is the bird.
Essentially,
Wait,
things
Pat,
end
you got
as
a-
chaotic as they
You got a
can
cat
be.
now?
Did you not see
No,
the
you didn't see in
Discord?
the Discord.
No, I haven't checked it in the last little bit.
Well,
I don't
check it
think
out.
It's like a permanent cat.
No, I think you should try and give it away. Alright, let me see. I guess that's kind of it for Dauntless for the most part.
Ah,
Oh.
shit.
So let's go to... we got... Oh, we kind of already dipped into Zip, but... Or did we already... Sorry, I'm having a brain fart. Did we do Zip?
We did the zip. We did the zip.
We did Zip, so it's just, I guess last but not least, Laszlo?
Yeah, I think so.
So... Silver Sentinel is one of your main priorities. Obviously you don't need to keep your bodyguard job. And your ties with the Pearl Divers is honestly like so low on the rung that you don't have to maintain vigil on that. So the Silver Sentinel thing will have you occasionally come back to Lalt's domain where you first met, where you have the Joe Bidens right now. Not necessarily to like tend or maintain the Joe Bidens, but just to essentially act as, how do I say this? With her children, the drow, you are expected to essentially be an orator and a historical figure, in the sense of like history of the drow. You're expected to be like a walking encyclopedia. So she does teach you about the drow through telekinetic ability, and expects you to just be like a historian for the drow as part of your duties as a Silver Sentinel. Now, you don't need to be there all the time, because the drow are relatively few in number, but you know, they occasionally pop in, and Lolth will be like, I expect you to come back and teach them.
This kind of lines up with a lot of what I was thinking of trying to do.
Okay.
Yeah, good. Sorry, continue.
But in either case, your other duties across with your allies, should you choose to extend your exposure to them, I guess you could say. If you go, say, I don't know, if you want to help out with the Jet Pirate stuff, you're free to do that, because Lolth understands that you can just pop in at any given time with Teleportation Circle. So you have a lot of...
When there's like conflicting areas.
What's that? Craig?
Did she like it when there's conflicting areas? So that probably would help.
Well,
us
great
too.
revelry.
Yeah, it's strong emotions in either direction, so,
Laszlo's comedy tour.
yeah, I mean, her favorite thing would be, like, if you go to a wedding, and then as soon as everyone says their I do's, you just murder the whole party. That will create both spectrums of emotions. So, I'm not saying that she just asks you to go around crashing weddings and killing all the residents, but you probably will be doing that at least like once a century.
Wedding Crasher movie would be so more exciting.
I feel like you could just follow
And
me.
Laszlo, you seem to have the wildest parties on the Hawk Tuna.
Yeah, I guess.
So being a Silver
There's maybe a
Sentinel,
wedding ship that you sick at.
yeah, you're also expected to actually like physically guard some of the locations of Drow worship. Obviously, where you met them is one location, but Lolth gives you several locations that she, in the Underdark, that she would like you to make sure aren't like decrepit or being actually attacked. Not maintaining it, that's not your duty. No, but just like, oh, this is being like, there's like an expedition who are trying to like look into, take our artifacts and religious symbols. I need you to go here and...
Hey guys, you can't be here. I live here. Fuck you, get out.
Yeah,
well,
no.
Is that you? Like, yeah, I live around. You know.
Yeah, you get like one or two guys who come like, oh, it belongs in a museum, and you fucking kill them. Kind of thing.
You belong in the ground. You belong in my belly. I'm gonna eat you.
That's not what he actually says.
I mean, he could do it at least once.
So, yeah, was it that? So is that all my duties with that?
Specifically with the Silver Sentinels. Sure. Obviously, you have other fingers and pies, but that is one of the things that your fucking primordial being Spider Mom is asking you to do. So
sure. What's the state of Militosh in? What's that like?
So we haven't delved too much into Militosh, of the twin continents of Frutosh. Stop laughing at me, Chris. But it is, relatively speaking, kind of a shithole, relatively speaking, compared to other biomes, just because it's just nothing but ass and cold.
Is it dark all the time?
No, but it is like going on an expedition in the Arctic. It's
the whole time.
Yeah, it's not very much to see. It's cold all the time. My feet hurt. It's wet, and generally speaking, there's not even that much to do. in terms of old civilizations that used to be there, because obviously at one point in its life it was attached to Rutash, hence the Twin Continents thing. But the long-term effects of the biographical changes have transformed it into just essentially, you know how technically Antarctica is a desert?
Yeah.
Yeah, by all definitions, it's a desert.
Okay.
Not to say that there aren't people who live there, but like they are nothing more than just like fishermen and hunters.
Okay. So I had a little bit of like a grand idea because I can't die. I'm very of old age. I'm similar boat to Zen and Zip. I was thinking of like rekindling the Drow Empire if I could, like make like Laszlo highways, and I sort of reforge a lot of it, and sort of steer the course of that history. If I'm a historian with that, and I've also got the snake totem item still. So I'd like to utilize that in some capacity. But given my role, I think that would be quite useful. There's also another angle of like still work for the Crystal Spark. So
Yeah, I mean, your day job, night job.
yeah, but like, you know, while I'm like building Laszlo highways, I could be like, oh, there's some crystals here, like, and then, you know, because I'm gonna be living a real long time, same as the boys. But if I'm there for that long, I'd like to do that and sort of, I don't know, maybe be like, if I'm a historian and a high up figure, would I sort of be like a, not a consort, but like, I'd be a prominent figure within the Drow Society as a result of me being the Sentinel and all that. And I'd like to try and, there's other primordial spiders, right, as well?
There are other primordial spiders. Lalt is by far the most outreached one in terms of like her psychic network. And thanks to your guys' help with the whole fucking brain thing, it kind of just makes it so that she is the most privy to everything.
Sure.
That she shares all of your knowledge too.
Just like continuing that, and then maybe trying to unite those fellas, and maybe steer some of their society in a little bit of a way that Laszlo is more inclined to be. Not like, I'm gonna kill everything. It's gonna, you know, like.
Well, again, they're not.
Methods.
They're still fundamentally in the like their scriptures, because they don't know Lolth like you know Lolth, so they still usually resort to horrible violence and assassinations to get her web out.
Yeah, but my point being is I could steer that to benefit.
It won't be perfect because
myself,
you're only one guy, but like there are still gonna be people who will be very fundamentalist in their religious practices of.
Well,
like,
I could just mind control them. So.
Wow.
There's that. Yeah, essentially what I think would be plausible for Leslie, he would become a bit of a puppeteer within himself, within that society, given how in ruins it is still. I could sort of, if I'm around forever, I could guide that to a new way. Yeah, that'd be quite cool.
Oh, it's a biovore. I don't have a gun. This assault sucks.
But yeah, something along the lines of that I think would be good. Like,
I would say that's a possibility, but you are just one guy, so there are going to be people, maybe who, like, some going so far as to rebel against your rule, I guess you can call it like that, or just be like, yeah, you're a Silver Sentinel, but you're not actually a Drow, so I don't gotta respect you.
You're not my Silver Sentinel.
so I've got True Polymorph and like quite a few mind control things. I would have eventually used the snake totem and a lot of that stuff to just have a huge force with me. To the one we got from the snake cultists. I held on to that. But yeah, I'd essentially have my own mutants that I could utilize. That would be not in a bad. No, he's not a bad. Actually, he's not a bad guy.
No, he's just trying to build his own empire, and like kill anyone who dissents and has different opinions than.
No, not that. But yeah, essentially, I want to stick my oar into that. Well, if That's the whole other half of the planet is underground. So I mean, we need to have someone in the league that has some fucking finger on the pulse, more than most. But yeah, I see that as quite a long
They're
term.
supposed to teach you how to speak Undercommon, or is Walt got that?
Well, eventually, Dauntless in turn could live forever if I wanted to turn them into something else. It's up to them though. Like I do have True Polymorph, and you could become a natural dragon, and that would mean that when your father actually dies, then you would be a actual dragon ruling the Mordremoths.
Nah, I've got kids for that. They can deal with that.
Would you want to live forever or not?
Yeah, sure, but just not. Don't be a dragon. I don't like that shit.
Alright,
Not a
well,
He
scaly.
ain't about that scaly life.
Not forever. Not in perpetuity. This life.
Well, how would I prolong your life then, Master?
Wouldn't True Polymorph reset things?
Well, I could,
Polymorph
but yeah.
just changes what you are. It doesn't like. It's not like a reset button.
Whereas, yeah, still be you, but you just have
I mean,
immortality.
as we've seen in multiple instances, dragons can then create humanoid avatars
Ugh.
to interact with the world.
Yeah,
So
bless you.
Nice.
Yeah, I get it.
it seems like from the outside that like the league is just gonna become dragons.
Everything resorts back to dragon. Considering they're primordial beings from this planet, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so yeah, I would try to steer that to be the most positive version that I could have of the Drow Empire. Yeah, and then I think if I'm gonna be around forever, like everyone else seems to have a little bit of like a project to continue, whereas other than that, I would just be with Dauntless the whole time. Hit the gym, yeah, swole Leslie. Yeah, but yeah, that
Get
would
that
be.
strength, get that strength score up to 7 or 8 maybe if you're feeling.
Ooh.
Yeah, feel lucky. Yeah, but I think that would be like, if I'm a historian as well. I mean, I could. If I'm the source of truth. Yeah, you kind of twist things a little bit to your favor. Yeah, said that. But you know, all in all, trying to help Loth out. But you know, she understands. I chat to them every day. You know, there's a whole, I'm sure, a lot of conversation.
Well, she doesn't have exactly like a moral compass. She kind of want to just has her shit
yeah, and I think,
everywhere.
yeah.
So how you do that, Lolth doesn't really give a two
Sure.
shits if like
But that
you're being a
would
nice
be-
guy.
Yeah.
I
So,
got
like-
a question for the group. Who's the member of the league that just like has to use the network every day to like, you want these to strike up random conversations with people or
Probably Leslie, right? Gotta be. I'd be chatting shit all the fucking time. Why would I? Because I'm back on the material plane now. I probably have no severely reduced emotions. What's more? I don't know. I think everyone would.
All of us to some degree are just zoning out with what everyone's doing.
Yeah, how you doing? Oh, I'm just fucking re-establishing a fucking mining colony over here. Like. If we're all so long-lived, then yeah.
Dauntless King, hey, I gotta learn this language and you're a faster learner than me. Lazo, can you go?
Yeah,
You're smarter than me. Read this book.
That's the benefit, is like you would eventually. Well, I have the intelligence book as well. So every 2 years or every 10 years,
100 years.
every 100 years, I could just get that, keep that going. I keep doing that. Yeah, but that would be what I think would happen. But yeah, would you think differently, Adam, or was there other like?
Well,
what
it's
do you reckon?
certainly not out of the possibilities of what you could do. It's gonna be not as smooth as some of the other guys'
Yeah.
stuff because it involves literally raising an empire from dirt.
Mm-hmm.
So, not to say that it's not.
Literally, because
I mean, he does have rich friends.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. Money injection. Yeah. It'll take a while, but I think what it would do is like change perception of them possibly.
Mhm.
That'd be cool. But yeah, that'd be me.
No one's really gonna go
Exactly. Just dig under the ground. There's also like the fishing stuff. I got that fishing rod. I could learn to fish finally. Once more. Yeah. Well, I mean that's
Which would
all-
mean
all
that
of that.
Dauntless now knows how to fish.
Exactly. All these crazy skills Leslie's learning, all of a sudden it's like, what the fuck? I can do this now. Like,
Whose Xbox notification was that? Or was that me? Is that in game? Oh, is that the guy on my fucking squad? Is he hot micing? I don't know. Sorry, I heard a fucking Xbox bleep, like the login sound. Alright, so, I guess it's everyone, right?
Oh, Henry hasn't messaged me the thing. I don't know what he wanted to ask.
Well, the last bit I want to cover before we kind of finally close this book is all the meta shit, like about gameplay and whatnot. I'm going to start off with a couple of things. Now, this one, don't be afraid of hurting my feelings. Because, are there any things or mechanics that I've introduced that you guys don't want in Campaign 3? For example, DM can't crit. Example number 2. Skill checks cannot critical succeed.
I think it depends on the skill check. Like, I think for the most part, like, oh man.
I kind of like the saving throws and skill checks as we have them, just that they don't 1s and 20s aren't really more than a number. Because I feel like there is a degree of like Karak going back because the barbarian with like a plus at that probably in the campaign he would have had like a plus 15 to his athletics. It doesn't make sense that he could critically fail climbing over a a knee-high wall. So it's like I feel like yeah. And then if someone like Zen has ridiculously cartoonish charisma, you don't know if there's any.
I think it depends on the humor factor of it. Like, if it's something mundane where like rolling a 20 doesn't matter at all, versus like.
Well, the DC could also just regularly really low instead of like.
Yeah, but still a natural one. Still a natural one in this context, though. And then there's also the rogue ability called reliable something. Where it can never roll lower than a 10 or some shit.
Some other classes have a similar thing as well.
Yeah, so those take away from those potentials. So that's why it's not a perfect, like... And we can't exactly just go through the... I mean, I guess we could, like, go through the skill list and, like, alright, is this one possible to critical fail? Is this one possible to critical fail?
Or do certain skills, like... Do certain skills have, like, built-in passive, like, do certain characters have a passive athletics score that they wouldn't, like... that a high-strength character wouldn't need to roll that a low-strength character would. Like,
maybe when you're doing character creator, you could flag a couple of skills to be unfailable. That crashed my game. I swear to God, that crashed my fucking game.
Well, like, in campaign 1, I remember that one time we were trying to escape from that collapsing temple, and I rolled really high on an athletics check, and I essentially exploded out of the door. That was really funny. So, like, that's the sort of like high rolling that I would look for, whereas like
fucking Henry caved me in. I remember that shit. If I could fireball.
Like an investigation check rolling high enough, it's like I shouldn't just grow X-ray vision. As funny as that would be, it's just like all right,
you've passed it, yeah.
Like
I think
it were just silly enough, or like if it were like, oh, that sucks enough.
The crit situation was obviously brought on by having 4 assassination rogues, which narratively made sense, but I think that was a bit of an overcorrection to be like, right, well, that's happened once because of this hyper-specific scenario that's kind of related to the story. Let's hamstring everything else. I think...
Well, DM not critting is actually a base rule.
What do you think, though? Like, I didn't think it's a bad thing.
Like, that was the first time it ever felt like...
Yeah.
Like, again, it was like the case of... I know that, well, the case that we started with today was, the only way that this Kobold gets Laszlos if he gets a crit, and, you know. But, like...
Well, that's for attack rolls. That one I can still hit, but not the actual damage itself.
Yeah, what are your leanings on it for, like, damage-wise? Because I think prior to that it was fine. It was just that was such an over-the-top
I feel like
scenario.
up to that point, we weren't, like... It was like, it wasn't a case of, oh man, I wish the DM didn't crit. We just looked at it.
So specifically, what I've done is that I've increased the amount of damage that I do by default by giving it like a +1 or +2 on damage to compensate for no crit.
How do you feel about that versus the crit? Like...
Well, we did kind of make that rule somewhere around a
It
little
was
bit
in
past the
result
half.
of that, right?
Well, yeah, yes. Specifically, yes.
Yeah. So
To lay out all the
think-
cards, yeah.
I think that's a better idea overall because like we can manage. So like I see a crit as like a huge damage spike, whereas like just doing more damage is something that we as players can more like easily comprehend.
it's incremental versus a massive like bump
Yeah,
of
'cause,
like
a
you're dead.
damage-
Like
we can't really predict like a huge damage spike that is like, oh well, that put me in the ground.
it's like the overall threat level across the board is higher because consistently enemies do a little bit more damage versus these crazy spikes. But like on the same side, like Adam won't necessarily get to experience the I critted a player, whether that's a good thing or like oh shit I critted a player, like because it feels like it's muting the game a little bit in terms of like robbing Adam of a crit, like
I think it was.
a
I
crit,
think
like
like I said, I don't think we were ever mad at crits before that point. I think
I
again,
wasn't
we were
mad
mad
at
at
crit,
crits at that point. It was also a degree of no, like these characters have built-in auto crits, so it's like it's almost like
mm-hmm.
I think that because it's like no, this class is literally we have 4 of these characters do this specific thing, and they do.
Well, it was for story purposes as well. It felt right. Wasn't like, oh no, like an assassination rogue used to assassinate and ambushed a guy, which is their job. Like what? It makes sense. But I mean, either way, if you're happy with it the way you've changed it, then I don't mind whichever route you want to go with. But
The only thing I might change is that if I have a, like, air quotes, elite enemy, they can crit.
yeah,
Oh, like a boss or something.
Yeah, if I have a boss
like
where,
that's a
like,
trait of the boss. Like it can
yeah,
crit.
they can crit, and then the
Yeah.
minions are all the minions can crit.
Thematically, that's like, that's a much more. That makes the boss feel more threatening because you know that that's a possibility, and that might not be for every boss. You can reveal it like, and this one crits you because it landed this,
Mhm.
and then you're like, oh shit, and then there's that reveal for us. I think because like that's the one thing I don't want for you to have to deal with is like, I'm fucking handicapped in these areas because of this one thing that happened last campaign, and it might not ever happen again. And you don't get the joys of rolling a crit. But like that seems like a nice middle ground.
I also think the lair actions have gotten like more reasonable as it went along.
Yeah.
Early on, some of them were like a bit much, but like
They feel good. They feel good.
Hey, if you walk into Kevin McAllister's house
Yeah.
and you get hit with a
Paint
paint bucket,
I get that. I like where it is now, where it's like it's its own turn. Because that was the other thing is like a lair action just kind of get jumped on.
Thrown in there. Yeah, we knew when it would happen. And sort of. I like that they were different as well. Like they weren't always the same thing. And I know that's like scales with the whatever the enemy is. But you did some things of like, they're going to call for backup, or this part of the door's going to open. You don't really know the meaning of that yet. Like things like that, I found to be quite cool. But yeah, I agree with the earlier ones were quite like, I don't know, heavy-handed in the sense that they would do this one thing and they are like very, very bad, and there was no sort of wiggle room of like, lair action happens, you do this. Maybe that was an attrition thing, and like you just needed to get damage out on the board. But I'm not sure. But they definitely improved massively, and they feel quite good.
Mm-hmm. So the next one is actually pretty big, and I do wish Henny was here because I want everyone's input, obviously. And if he's watching, then by all means, chime in however you can. But this is actually going to have to do with combat. So we all obviously participated in the Her Majesty fight, which was the most mechanically intensive fight in the whole campaign, hands down. Now, what I want to do for next campaign is make it so that long rest and short rest is harder to achieve by default. It's referred to as like brutal realism difficulty or whatever, wherein a overnight rest is now a short rest, and you need somewhere in the ballpark of 4 to 7 days for a long rest, which makes.
Can I? I was gonna.
My problem with that
is
is
this just in regards to health, or like if you're playing a caster? Do you get
Yeah.
your
It turns
health
short
back?
rests into short resters into a higher priority. But at the same time, with this in mind, the way that I want to structure the next campaign in my mind is combat is going to be a lot less often, but more intensive, not to the scale of Her Majesty, but there might be like 1 or 2 surface level, easy to understand mechanics. And combat won't be very often, but it will be higher stakes and potentially deadlier when it does come around, so that you guys play to more talky-talky.
Okay, I actually thought about this because, like, Alec had mentioned that you were thinking about this too. And I was
We've talked
thinking-
about, we've mentioned this before,
Yeah.
I think.
And like, because I feel like at first it's like, all right. So part of this is coming from I just played through Planescape Torment, and like most combat encounters besides bosses are just like you get rushed by a bunch of moves in the streets and you kill them. And then, like, they're not very challenging. They're more like speed bumps. But from my understanding, that's kind of like how the intention is with D&D. And then you do a long rest. Like that way, you're not burning like constant spells. Like you save the spells when you actually need them. And for your 9 to 5 workforce too, it's just like, well, you are +1. So let that be the thing that's running most. And like I think early campaign, it was like it was kind of tough to gauge like what is a random fight and what is going to be a knockdown drag out. Like we need to burn everything and torch the entire. So like. I would be fine with that.
Well, that's still going to be like on par of the intelligence of the players. But what I plan on doing is, this is going to sound kind of weird or maybe even bad, but I actually want to, relatively speaking, lower the enemy variety so that you guys can gauge at a first glance what you would be coming up on before the fight even starts.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Like,
so like if because. Not quite like isolated to one city, for example, in terms of the next campaign, but is that a goddamn Hellbrute? Sorry, I'm a Warhammer. So I do want it to be, again, like, combat is not as frequent. Although I would say that our combat, for our players and whatnot, are still not that frequent anyways. In base 5th edition, it's actually balanced around 4 to 6 combat encounters between long rests of varying size, which obviously means you sprinkle in a bunch of fucking little piss ants in there. But I would want to make it so that combat is very infrequent, but if I can help it with my designs of it, I want to make it so that every time there is an encounter, not necessarily combat or otherwise, I want to make it as open as I can reasonably make it so that you guys could talk your way out of it. I mean, if that's the route you want to go and the guy is like sexually promiscuous enough that he would be like, you know what, you can suck my dick. I'll allow it.
You're gonna say that, but all of us are just by random.
I suck his dick.
None of us are gonna pick charisma characters. We're all gonna pick like it's all gonna be.
I don't want to do charisma for the third.
Well, it doesn't have to be just charisma rolls. It can still just be like intimidation by showing off how fucking strong you are. Doing a backflip and then like.
I'm just saying. I think it would be funny though if we all again by accident not. Like, we accidentally ended up with, like, no party face, for example, and it's like, that's essentially what this campaign was. We had Billy for a while, but, like, after he left, it was, Nautilus was the only one who had more than a +1 to his charisma, so it's like, we need someone to talk to these people, and we don't want to, like, we don't want to fight.
Well, considering where we are, I feel like you guys got away with it, so.
Like, the thing is with that, though, in terms of RPing, you shouldn't necessarily be, like, metaing yourself. Like, you're playing a character, you shouldn't be like, well, my character has 8 intelligence, therefore this is I can't do anything.
I agree.
Do you know what I mean?
Also, like at a point, like especially when we ended the campaign, you don't even have to like think of it in terms of like stats. You could think of it as because we've been doing this for a year in game. It's like by be it magic or just dumb happenstance and dumb luck, Nautilus seems to have the best ability to talk his way out of, like, you know, high stress situation, kind of talk down people who are threatening us. And whereas Kalos, when we need a practical problem solved, to either deconstruct a thing or take a trap apart or like fix a broken wagon wheel, we can go to him because that's what he does. It's like, I get what you're saying, Dan. We shouldn't play like.
Well, I think it's like because they're a person, right?
But yeah, like that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying is
Yeah.
eventually we've been playing long enough that we know that like, all right, we should have Dauntless take the lead in a competition.
People do
because
fall
Well,
into
that's
avenues.
that's why I also
It's
for the
half
next
ability.
campaign I don't want you guys to tell each other your classes
Yeah.
because then it turns into a more natural reasoning of like what's this guy good at?
We did that this campaign?
What?
Did we do that? I can't remember. We did 4 years ago.
I mean, you guys kind of coordinated a little bit, but not like heavy too much. Like, all right, I'm gonna be the caster. I'm gonna be the so and so. Oh, I can't parry that.
Like I said, I'm just not doing anything with magic.
That's fine.
Why I'm, like, I'm not good with it.
I'm stuck between what 2 classes I'd pick anyway, so it's like way too early to like.
I'm gonna go like character first. I've gone name first so far, and it's worked out. Like,
I need to have like something to base the character off of. That's why I did the that's why I'm
I guess the question then becomes like, what's like the bare minimum? Because like then there could be a degree of like, we started this last campaign with Turok and Gunderson knowing each other. So is that gonna be an Adam discretion thing in case we just accidentally have overlap and then we kind of have to retroactively say, oh well, we actually did know each other within the immediate circumstances of the session 1.
well, that's like what a session 0 would be for, right?
Yes.
But like you would come to that session already having the character made.
Like this
Hopefully not with much like overlap between other players prior to that.
Yeah. So like,
I think that's what Adam said.
This is kind of like a very shallow example, but like,
Sure.
there's not really a surprise as far as like the race you're playing. Because the second we introduce the character, and like you give your Wraith inter
Well, maybe we want to try something different with that, and maybe Adam handles it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, okay. Because Adam said that we'd be having like cell numbers or whatever for our prisoners or whatever.
Yeah, but
So
we
then
still
there's-
like recognize like, oh yeah, you're an elf.
Yeah, but that doesn't really narrow down like, oh, you're therefore going to be this class. But like that will become immediately apparent in the session. It's not that's not the point I think Adam's trying to make. It's like if you can keep the things close to the chest, it's more interesting and more natural for something that a player would want to play, as opposed to like, oh, we don't have this role, therefore I need to change and play this role. It's like a group party composition. Like I think it'd be fucking hilarious if we all rocked up and it was exactly the same thing.
Everyone's.
Do you know? Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like that's cool, but like you won't get that if.
What's the class? Is it the Totem Barbarians? It's like, oh, then if everyone's that, then you're the Power Rangers. Basically, everyone picks a different animal. And...
Yeah, I mean, but I wouldn't want us to get robbed of that opportunity if we were like way too candid about what we're gonna pick and do. I don't know if is that way the point you're trying to say, Adam?
I think I asked this a few weeks ago and you said yes, but like we would be starting at level 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no, I've killed 1,000,000 giants, please.
Kill them all, giant ants.
Mhm.
Even then, that'd be yeah.
And then this is the follow-up question to that. We're all very familiar with our like player dynamics, how we play it. It's very much this is Sunday at a game with the boys. We're not hard stuck in character. We break it all the time, and we've never had any issue with that.
Yeah, we play it. We typically like. I think I was talking to Andrew. It's like, yeah, we don't take it too seriously, but we usually play things straight. So it's like it's a weird. It's that comp.
yeah, it's like we play as weird characters, but they're
But my question for this particular thing is, would you guys want to try your hand at hard commit whenever we play these things and just be like, you fucking lock in and you are fucking Bringle Bangle for the next for the next.
Can you be Bingle Bangle forever?
Yeah, for the next 4 hours you're Bingle Bangle and you don't break character, and if you need to, you like mute your microphone and step away, kind of thing.
So the idea is that like is to try and play someone who like Varys very much like I'm not.
What's your first character, right?
It was my first character, so I didn't like. I kind of like just all right. I'll just make choices as me, and like if he becomes paranoid, for example, and that becomes a character trait for him, like. So like I don't think like again I'm not 100% what the character would be, but like it probably won't be as close to me the next character where it's like Varys was very much all right. I'll kind of go in and out of character because it's like it's trying to figure out like what the?
I think it's more rewarding to try and stay in character.
Well, I think, okay, so like for instance, I think it depends on the character. Like I really did like Laszlo's characterization as like ladies man, egomaniac, and like that's a sillier character, but it's also a real person. If that makes
Yeah, it is more tangible because there's not too many layers, and like the layers came with time. But that was like I picked a few things, like sort of a few tentpole traits that would be continuously, you know, a through line for the character, and I think
like,
that.
I tried to play it where it lied as much as possible. So like that one time where Dovey wanted drugs, and it's just like I'll help my friend buy drugs.
Yeah, so what's gonna happen is when we do our first session 0 sometime in the future, I'm gonna come up with these questions, and I want you guys to keep like a little Word document or something of like, here's a scenario, now put yourself into the shoes of your character and write down what they would do. I'll come up with maybe like 10 or so things, kind of like how you do in like Fallout Character Creator, like, you know, fucking, it helps you kind of pick your starter stats kind of thing. And then you can like refer back to it if you're ever like, is this, yeah, am I working within the bounds of my character right now kind of thing? And I know you guys are all really good about not being like, oh, it's what my character would do, murder's child. I mean, you could, but...
I mean, one of our characters was that at session 1.
I think I would like to do an evil character. It's really fucking hard to do because.
I don't know.
Let me. Can I like throw something that's not related to what you're asking? I think we should throw out unless
alignment.
you have like alignment. Yeah, like I think unless you have some like mechanic that you are like you really want to try and you want to keep it. I don't think alignment. I don't think alignment has done anything for us in this campaign because it's like. If anything, it's like it was like a hamstring. It's like, oh, I picked this alignment and then it's like I'm trying to make decisions at first based on that, but it's like, all right, but this feels almost sometimes at odds with like my natural instinct. So it's like I'm trying to like. I don't think we should like worry about alignment. I think that's something we shouldn't have to even bother picking. Like, I always like made my alternative was always if anything of alignment comes up. The DM could then assign an alignment based on choices like that we're making, because it's not like instead of us trying to fit ourselves into a box.
The ideals and bonds and personality traits, that's a really good vehicle for a character.
Well, actually, okay, Alec, I don't hate what you're saying there, actually. Evan, is that something you would do? Like,
if we had to, I'm saying that's if we had to have alignment at all. I'm still more in favor of just throwing it out.
What I would say is, like, up to the DM's discretion, like, the arbitrarily behind the scenes, I should say arbitrarily, but, like, kind of the same way the karma system works in Fallout 3, as bad an example that is, but, like, just where we're not aware of it, but you're keeping track of, like, oh, that was kind of me. That's gonna get you.
Well, everything has a reaction, you know, and it's a lot of that thing's quite. Oh, I just like curb stomped a fucking peasant. That's probably not gonna look good. Like.
Well, yeah, I know, but like using for instance, if I were to just suddenly start using charisma to get like deals at the local store for no reason, and it was just like really hard bargaining someone down from like 2 gold, it's like all right, that's kind of ridiculous.
That would be too much work for me.
I'll give you my example. Session 1 or session 0, I wrote down chaotic good for Varus because of the thought in my head is, oh, he'll be like frontier vigilante. He'll, you know, protect the helpless, and you know but like if he feels the need, he'll make an executive decision. And then and as we know, that turned into group dad instead. So it's like very much not the alignment that I wrote down to have an alignment on paper.
Funnily enough, I mean, what alignment do you think Leslie
True neutral or chaotic neutral?
You're pretty easy on the.
I would say lawful neutral based on the choices you.
I was neutral evil. So, what it says in the alignment is like, those who are untroubled by the harm they cause as they pursue their desires. So that's pretty in line with Leslie. But
I'll say, like, I didn't even go that far. Like, I didn't read what they meant other than like.
No, but I wasn't. That was there. I picked that, but that was not what drove the character motivations. It was the traits, the ideals, the bonds, and stuff. So like.
But exactly, like we got to know Laszlo as Laszlo, not like, oh, he arbitrarily.
So,
had.
I'm curious on this. What do you think, like, my main personality trait is, Leslie? Not, I wouldn't necessarily say he's a womanizer. I wouldn't go that far.
No, I think the egomania. If like there's just one like level trait we had to put on Lazzle, that was kind of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Narcissistic.
I wouldn't say him call him self-serving, but he does definitely like.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no, that I think was pretty good. It's like, oh, if there's a problem facing Lazzle,
Manipulative and self-serving is one of the personality traits.
Lazzle's
So.
If anything, Lazzle is like, oh, there's a problem. I will solve it because I am the person who is capable of solving it. You guys,
if
I
I
am the
can't
wizard.
solve it, I can at least run faster than you.
So one of my flaws was quite good, and I kept it throughout the campaign. Is I remember every insult I've received and nurse a silent resentment towards anyone who's ever wronged me. So, and then yeah, narcissistic was in there, which is quite funny. Yeah, it was that was a good sort of way to frame the character. It's not, but like that developed over time. That wasn't something that I was like, that's the character. It can never, it's unerring. It never changes from that.
Like I want to play like an evil character at some point. It's just hard to not be a bitch. Like I think there's a difference between evil and like sadist. Like,
Yeah, well, you've got to find a, like I think in a lot of the choices that I made as a evil leaning character were mainly self-serving. Yeah.
Here's what helped in my mind. Again, this isn't necessarily what your guys are talking about. Like maybe this is something to think about when you're doing the backstory. Varys is like his side, his loyalty mission, as we kind of call them. That was something active. Like if we were ever like, I basically set that up so it's like, all right, Varys has a goal that he has that he is trying to accomplish. So the idea is that if we're ever at a lull and we're not like in the shit and we're too busy fighting for our lives, this is the thing that he is doing. So like maybe that's more what you have to shoot for, is like when you're doing the backstory, give your character a goal that they are trying to achieve, and that if you are like, oh, I want to play an evil character, make that goal something selfish or something that like to that extent that like.
yeah, I guess that's true.
You don't want to do you don't need to do too many early on. There's like a few guidelines that you could just sort of
Well,
stick
no, like
to.
Varys'
Like
first
what?
was like, I want to find out what happened to.
Yeah, that's a good
people like
motivation. Yeah.
So. Yeah. Did we go too far off like what your original question was at?
Well, no, this all calls back to what I'm going to be doing, or having you guys do at Session 0, is this little personality test, essentially to gauge what your character would do, and hopefully you can use it as a cheat sheet, or like, when you get to a situation where like there's a moral quandary of some kind, you can just like refer to it and like, alright, well, I want to make sure I'm not just playing me, the RPG character, so...
Me, the spider.
Yeah, so in
That
that
was a good
regard,
play, yeah.
if you guys are able to use that to some capacity to like build your character's stuff, and eventually when you play it long enough, it'll just turn into, alright, it's fucking moral degradation time. I can't wait to fucking fulfill my fucking...
It's shringle dingle time, and
Yeah.
I'm logged in for 4 hours. So.
Yeah, it's time to use my character's humiliation fetish. Oh boy, I don't know what you're gonna do. Uh-oh, I just...
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, what do you think about it, Greg? You swooped in and, like, quite far into the campaign, but did you have any trouble with that? Like, sort of...
Yeah, but I kind of just worked with things that Matt wouldn't know what the hell he's doing. He's like, alright, whatever.
It'd be interesting to see, like...
But yeah, no, I can't wait to...
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it from the beginning, yeah.
I'm a goblin.
Yeah, I mean, there is like one thing that's framed my opinion differently of like role-playing games. So I've been playing Mothership with some friends from work, and that's quite a gritty. Well, great. But I've played a character called Legs Akimbo, and he's just like, it's a stupid name, but like the character has like. I started with the name, they were this class, and then throughout the gameplay, it shaped the personality traits and the sort of how the character played there and then. So I don't think you necessarily need to be so. Obviously, you can have an idea of it prior, but it's not the defining trait. You don't need to have that be set up before you play, because you'll find the dynamic within the group and be like, oh, okay, this guy's a little bit brutish like that. I'll be a little bit more like this, and it will sort of come out naturally. Because that's how I found it on that character. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thing doing characters. Do you have other questions? Like what?
Well, that was the next thing. And I guess just to wrap things up, it's actually going to be quite a big question. Is so with 2024 D&D, obviously there's a lot of changes. Some of them are like, wow, this fucking gimps this class hard as shit. But there's also a lot of other cool things that I've seen in my brief time with it. But in terms of the next session, or campaign, excuse me, the system that we use is going to be, ideally, we kind of want to pick one and use that as the baseline so that we don't keep, like, jumping back and forth. Now, the ideal situation would be, like, if we could take the time, like, alright, I like this from 5e, I like this from 2024, and make our own fucking weird fucking Frankenstein's monster of both systems. But that is time consuming and runs into a lot of issues when we need to start. Alright, well, this rule's kind of worded weird. How do we which Reddit do we
Yeah.
so obviously some of us haven't even touched 2024 and don't even know what the fuck's in it. So
I
it's,
haven't like looked at anything of it like since they first announced it. I read some of the material.
I've been looking at it quite extensively. Like, it's good.
Yeah, at least a year it's been since I've looked at anything or any update they put out for it.
so yeah.
Is Warforged available? Because that's the only thing I can think of that would go with the tool.
Adam doesn't do Warforged.
No. Next campaign, I'm not putting any. No bands. As long as your class or race appears on official content. I'm not saying that because I trust them. It's just that it's probably been through the most vetting in terms of balance. Obviously, like some of the shit that Mercer came out with is still busted as shit.
His OC don't steal.
Yeah.
I mean, the order of the Lycan is insane.
But in that regard, getting back to the original question is like, it's still too early to say right now, but we should try to consider hard committing to one system or the other so that we can kind of be all on the same page.
Okay. I got some thoughts. Yeah, have a little read through. I can find a PDF of it as well.
Like maybe if we made like a TLDR version, but like I said, we know 5e.
Yeah.
Because like I don't, like I said, I haven't looked up at what the 2024 looks like at all.
Pretty cool.
Like I think I looked, the last thing I looked at, because it was like when they were redoing classes last year, I looked at those just to see what the changes were.
I mean, I've got a point on that. Like
Some of them are kind of weird. Like the paladin can with ranged attacks, which I was like, I don't know about that. And then it was like rogues can't crit, which is like, I see why you think you're balancing this, but then it does not take the fun out of.
But it changes that you can use like certain points. You get like rogue points to like guarantee poison someone, stun them.
Oh gee, poison, like... the worst damage type and condition in the game.
There's other things like.
Oh yeah, okay.
But like one thing I'll say is that it's a really nice opportunity to put some freshness into the game again. Like we've played a lot of 5th edition.
I'm just saying, if you want me to vote, I don't know if I can make it in.
Yeah.
So, like,
and what this is not immune to as well is like we can commit to 2024 hypothetically. This doesn't stop Adam from being like, I want to try this new feature out now that I have had experience with this newer version of the system. I think that could be really interesting. But yeah, I think a little bit of freshness and it's sort of like like you say, it shakes up some of the classes. Like Paladin is very, you know what a Paladin does? They do the smite, they do the front line, they do the heal, and they do the face stuff. But
I
there's
think
like,
they like last I read, I don't even remember what they overhauled the smites. So like,
yeah, but they like they there's a load of things that they've
like it
tweaked.
might actually be action economy now. Like
Mhm.
at this point, like I don't remember, or if they changed it back, I wouldn't know. But like, that
But
was, like,
yeah, it's worth looking into for sure. But I'm not opposed to trying that. That'd be quite fun. But yeah, I mean, yeah.
the TLDR for that answer is
We'd have to look into it.
We'd
Yeah.
have to.
But I think like we wouldn't necessarily get as much out of it if we stick with what we already have. But yeah, it's worth looking into.
All right,
Good
well,
question. We're all doing.
bit too early for that one, I guess. So,
Yeah, I think people need to look into it a little bit more. But yeah, I'm happy with whatever though. Like,
Yeah, I think we can make it work.
yeah, there is some cool stuff that I have read in there that like is intriguing to me.
if any of you guys also, from now until the actual session 0, any homebrew rules that you've maybe seen in other systems that you want to consider adding, just let me know if there's anything you want to add. Like a sanity system.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like that one can be kind of tricky because then it just turns into like, well, I gotta kind of want to lean into this one. I gotta go a little crazy. Oh, I'm a therapist now. Ooh. But yeah, I
Maybe,
guess.
But it falls into the we don't want to say too much. So if I think when we get closer, I might message you one question I have. But like,
Did Henry ever get back to you with his?
Henry has not sent me a message. No, so
Okay.
I'm sure he'll speak to him. They did give him nuggets. Yeah. He became the chicken nugget.
Because like the campaign was over, he didn't have to feed them. But then they
rebelled.
unionized and they're waiting outside
Get
the bedroom
him.
door.
You're the chicken nugget now. Die.
But does anyone have any last minute questions before we close the book on this?
This is a fucking huge one. I can't believe we didn't ask this. Who's dead? Who died out of the? Did all of Borka Ridge folks dead? Everyone, all fucking toast. Is there any lingering masters on Somagri? And what the fuck was the Embryo of Terror? I know it's a primordial, but like, did something lay there? What was it?
Oh, sure. So starting with your first one, because oh, this guy's fucking dead. So yes, and then no. As soon as Dovi's patrons came back,
They find him. Like...
yeah. So some of them hid. For example, on Borka Ridge, the person who is known as Apollo tried to use his fucking funny chariot to get away, which is just a spaceship.
Yeah.
And what happened was, oh Jesus Christ, I'm gonna fucking die. I died. Anyways, so he tries to get away, and when the big headache hits, he crashes.
Oh no.
And he actually, the funny thing is he fucking tried to run even before the big headache, so like they were already getting a lot of shit handed to them in terms of the progress of the war. There were just so many fucking Fey soldiers that even like just casting repeated fucking super magic into that was just like, because they have natural magic resistance, being from the Feywild. And when that started going downhill, Apollo started to run away, and then the big headache hits, and then he's out of the city limits, so he's safe briefly. But then once everything went down, and he went into hiding into some random fucking cave, but then guess who finds him? It's fucking Dovi's patrons. So
are they just like are they connected, like three people in like a mutant form? Like what's the?
No,
we've
they
never,
are.
We've never seen them. Like
They are connected telekinetically, like many of you guys. They are 3 separate entities, but they've been linked their entire lives, from spawning as clones to the rest of the bullshit.
We've never actually seen them.
No.
Okay.
Was there ever an option to see them, or was that just never? We never.
They'd
Like,
probably be like sequestered away somewhere, right? Like in a fucking feeding tube or something.
Realistically, no, because Dovey was no longer a player character.
But if he was, they could have gone.
Oh,
yeah.
here's my last question. Before we I'm sorry, I don't want to like. How much of Dovey's character was from Nick? I'm curious.
Let's see.
I'll ask my follow-up question after you.
I mean, a lot of it was, I would still say the way that I played Dovey post, was still very much like what I assume he would want him to be played like. Very, like, manipulative and power-hungry. And is this facing the right way? No, I gotta give it 180. But, you know, Nick's character, he does put a lot of effort into, like, their personality and backstory. Is like, when he did Slaunch, he gave me, like, I think it was like a 3-page of content. So Nick does put a lot of effort into his stuff. Like, we even made his custom class for Slaunch, for example, because he wanted to be unique.
I feel like we've asked this before, but like, how much of it was like, and then planning on, all right, did he build this character, or was it like, oh, we built it together, but then you had it in the back of your head, this is a character for a player who might flake out on the campaign at some point.
I don't really plan for people to flake, to be fair. But once it became that situation with the fallout of Nick, whatever you want to call it.
It wasn't anything dramatic.
No, it wasn't. But it was just he couldn't make it. The Abdu thing was obviously that was
Yeah, that was insane.
that was left field.
I don't think you could have caught that. You'd be like, oh, yeah, he's gonna do that. Like, what do you mean I can't do this thing? I gotta.
At level 1,
Yeah.
I can't
What the
insta-kill
hell?
everything.
Yeah, I'm doing that first session.
You're a villain.
I use my own ass.
Is that canonically what happened?
No, he fucking he
Well,
firebolted his face, yeah, because he was, I don't know, like, he just like let out a really, there's a clip of it, he let out like a really big sigh, and he's like, I firebolt my face, and I'm like, and Adam was like, what? Because, you know, the natural reaction of, what the fuck are you on about? And then he's like, oh, well, I guess he's dead. I don't know.
Herder is like, did he get eaten by a bear? And I was just like,
no, I don't know.
not that it really matters at this point, but I think that's...
It was very abrupt and peculiar. It happened very quickly.
I don't mean to interrupt, but like that.
Yeah.
What was I saying? So, sorry, what was it again?
What was the embryo terror? Like, is it an egg?
Oh.
Like, what laid it? Like, what is it?
So no, it doesn't. Just because it's an egg doesn't mean something has to have laid it. It can just spawn from, essentially, like the energies of the universe, kind of thing. If what?
Oh.
What was that, Greg?
I said that's the Terra part, Dan.
Oh yeah. So the embryo of Terra is, for all intents and purposes, a big fucking. It's Godzilla. It's Godzilla.
Oh, hell yeah.
It is like. Yeah, it's Godzilla. So like, you know how like
Godzilla.
original, the original Godzilla was just like a response from Japan of like the nuclear holocaust that is the fucking. You can't just call them Godzilla people, Greg.
Where are you from? Godzilla land?
They're not Godzilla's.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, those guys.
Them go.
Them
Them Godzilla folk over there on them Long Island, Nippon Island. Those guys on Long Island, or what have you? Oh,
But yeah, the
Jesus.
embryo Terra is just like latent energies of the planet's core, essentially, forming into an actual creature. It's obviously heavily based on Godzilla because, you know, when you start fucking shit up around the environment, it comes out to wreak havoc. But this, in regard, is like if you start fucking with the planet on the whole, it just destroys everything by hatching.
How big was it?
It is for all. It's not the size of the planet, so it's not equal in size to the egg itself, if you want to call the planet an egg. Have you seen the Godzilla anime?
Godzilla Earth.
Yeah, where it's like it takes over the planet and humanity runs away from Earth, and then they come back. That one.
I have not seen that. No.
He's basically, his heads are like so big, it's in the clouds.
Like that one, it can just look up and just atomic breath into the sky, and it'll just like destroy a moon.
Oh fuck no. Okay. Dang. Yeah, I mean that was the one question I was just like.
Yeah, but the actual hatching of it itself will destroy the planet, not like to smithereens, but just like
Natural
to shreds,
disasters
yeah.
to the nth degree.
Yeah, it's like yeah, like all of the tectonic plates will shift, meaning literally every volcano will erupt. Tidal waves everywhere. Probably some bullshit with like the fucking magnetic poles, for all I care, causing every compass to no longer read accurate.
Where am I? Where am I? That's fucking fire and wind.
I gotta step away for a while.
Yeah.
I have to go drive to Mount Vernon. So.
But you're in Mount Vernon.
I'm more for 6 months now.
Oh.
Alright. I will catch you guys later.
Yeah, but that's more or less it.
Alright, if you do have any other big questions for us, I'll just...
Yeah, ping him in the D&D chat. And you know, who knows? Next campaign we might have you in this group chat.